Christopher Lee, whose role in Tim Burton's film Sweeney Todd had been eagerly Okay, hi. My hair is still drying from showering, even though that was a while ago, so that's fun. I'm just gonna deal with that. But yeah, you all voted for Pathologic pretty overwhelmingly, so that's what we're doing. If you feel like supporting the stream, you can get dono rewards. The info should be up right now. I'm not sure why Nightbot's not working. For Twitch, I will just do this instead. Hey, Tier. Yeah, so probably gonna have a number of guests. I know David's waiting in the waiting room. I'll pull in a bit, and yeah, I'll play some Pathologic and celebrate my birthday with you all. And then tomorrow, which is my actual birthday, is the 16th. I'm spending it with my girlfriend. So that'll be nice. Oh, I forgot my necklace. Like my neck looks weird. I have a necklace on it. Alright. Never, ever, ever say sorry for not being able to support if you want to support. I appreciate the support, but it's not something I'm entitled to. And it's not something you need to apologize for. Ever. Hi. Hey, David.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm not bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm alright. I'm
Just
surviving.
like, you just immediately you start going into the bad English accent when you talk to me. It's amazing.
It's not on purpose, I swear.
Happy birthday for tomorrow.
I don't know, because it's not like I'm doing an impression of your accent or anything.
No,
Because I can actually do an impression of your accent that sounds vaguely similar. My brain just jumps to, what's the worst sounding?
It's hard not to go into like just immediately start doing like Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins, you know.
Yeah, it's a fun accent. It is a fun accent. For context, I'm wearing the top half of the outfit I'm going to be wearing to the premiere next week. Because Jesse and Miranda were kind enough to fly me out for the Identities premiere. So, yeah, showy arms, it's nice corset-y top. There's a skirt as well, but the skirt would not be comfortable to wear for like 8 hours of
I
straight.
like that you can see your tattoo through the mesh of the sleeve.
No, I'm really happy about that. I think I mentioned... So my sister picked this out. I'm not going to say her name because I don't want to dox my sister, but she has a really good sense of fashion, and I think I mentioned wanting to have my tattoo visible, so... Thankfully this does that, and I'm considering putting my hair up somehow with maybe LK's help when I'm there. Okay. Do I want to go buy a map from Notkin? That's kind of a...
So what's the current context of where you're at? Because
I am on
been here for the last few.
day 8.
Okay, so the plague's pretty bad at this point, right?
Yeah, pretty bad. Things are not good. I would say, like... I'm trying to remember where it was infected yesterday, and it's been a hot minute since I played.
The clouds of plague that you just kind of run past and it's like, there we go.
Well, the plague clouds that move aren't too bad like that.
Yeah.
It's the, Okay, this is Brain District. Gun time. I'm gonna get so many resources.
I just find that one of those things where it's like, if only it were that easy in real life, just you saw a huge cloud coming towards you, it's like, oh, I'll just step to the side and not get ill today.
I wasn't sure if that would hit the door frame or hit their head there, so I was like contemplating, do I shoot? I wonder if prices skyrocket today. I'll have to go check. I'll go check on me. See, at least when playing Artemy, I feel like it's right that I'm just walking around like bang, bang, bang. Whereas with Daniil, it's like, I don't know if the prickly prick would be shooting this many people.
No,
it's a little dissonant.
He would think he was above it. He'd be like this. He'd Obi-Wan in.
He'd be starving because he's like, I'm above this. It's not that he wouldn't have a gun, because he canonically has lines of.
So uncivilized.
No, he canonically has lines about having a gun, and he's perfectly happy to use a gun. I just don't think he would be like, I'm gonna murder a bunch of people and collect as much resources as I can. You know? To be clear, I'm murdering robbers, which increases my reputation. Have a good one, Digital Beef. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you everybody who's saying happy birthday in chat. I'm not catching every single one, so I apologize.
No, I hope you feel better soon, Josh Varney.
Why is this game relaxing to me? I mean, I've written about why I think it is, but it's still just so absurd that I'm like, ah yes, the relaxing, miserable pandemic game, you know. As one does, one relaxes during the pandemic game.
There's a certain vibe to it, I think, especially when,
Yeah.
it's like, when you're kind of in the situations you seem to be in with it, where like you're not really getting into too many stressful things. You just kind of like
The Plague House,
wandering around.
The Plague House, getting locked up as Artemy on day 6 or 7, I can't remember which one it is, and the one day of The Bachelor where you wake up at like 2 p.m. and you have like very little time to finish everything, and day 7 of The Bachelor because it's super glitchy. Though once I figured out how to do day 7 and didn't have to continuously do it all the way from the beginning over and over and over and over again, like I did the first couple times, once I figured out day 7's, for context, on day 7 of the Bachelor route, you can very easily get soft locked because quests will do this thing where, you'll do like certain steps of one quest, and then you can't do the other quests until you do or you can't progress. It's like if you progress one quest too far, it like locks out other quests, and then other quests just like won't allow you to progress until certain steps are met for other. Like, it's very weird. You have to do this like super specific order. I have notes. I have entire notes. Also, hi Ive, hi Miranda. I have entire like sets of notes based on thank you so much for the donation.
For this kind of game, you kind of need that sometimes.
Yeah, because it gets confusing otherwise.
But yeah, but I get again just the vibe I get from
one
seeing
second,
you play
David.
it. It's just like
whoever anonymously just gave $100. Thank you so much. That was extremely kind. Thank you. Also, I think that technically gets to a dono reward like right off the bat. So I'm gonna go find Killian because Killian is the $200 one. So, also because off stream we had the $100 one, I'll do the Tears and Rain speech and whatever the character. I think it's still Cole Cassidy right now. It's high noon somewhere in the world. I gotta get in the voice. I'll be right back.
okay, everyone write nice things about Aronok in the chat right now.
Chat. Bonjour. Look at his little face. Sorry, David, I can't hear you because my headphones on. Because I'm holding the baby. That's a happy baby right there. Born between Rowdy and Cuddle Desire. There you go.
He's just a little guy, is the thing.
I apologize. Cat Cam lasts about as long as Killian wants to be here because they're a living being and I get to consent, so.
Yeah, that is how it goes.
Yeah.
Sometimes cats want to be held, sometimes they don't.
Killian's one where if I wanted to hold him, I could just hold him even if he didn't want to be held, but I like to try to respect. The only way he'll just kind of sort of flop out of my hands slowly, but he won't get annoyed if I pick him back up again. Because he's pretty used to just getting carried around.
And sometimes cats will yell at you, very clearly wanting to get all that attention and be picked up. And then the second you pick them up and start showing them attention, they're like, why did you think I wanted this? What is wrong with you?
Killian luckily doesn't do that. What he does do is try to get you to pet him, but then he gets overstimulated too fast, and then he wants pets again. Like, once he's overstimulated the first time, he just, like, still wants pets, but it's too overstimulating, so then he'll try to, like, your hand. But he never breaks skin or anything.
Yeah.
And, like, I've had a lot of people that... I've had a lot of people that have been at my house with Killian for extended enough times to know that, like, Killian's just like this with pretty much everybody. Like, he's just such a chill, loving cat.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cute. He's really warmed up to... Because Turb's my roommate now. Killian's, like, really warmed up to Turb. And so now, if either Turb or I go into a room and close the door, Killian will stand outside the door and go, meow. Yeah. And I don't know why I speak to my cat in French, but I do. It's just a thing.
Oh, why not?
It's not like a conscious thing either. It's just kind of like, oh, automatic code switch. I don't know what it is about my cat that makes my brain go, it's time to speak in French. En français. There's something about the way he's just a little guy. Mon petit gars.
No, yeah, I think I was saying before that I think I can see how you would find this game in a way relaxing, because a lot of it you're just kind of walking around fairly empty areas and like you move at a pretty leisurely pace unless there's something going wrong and you need to sprint. Like it's definitely got something about it that's just like, apart from all the never-ending dread going on in the story, it's just like you're just kind of walking about, you know.
I would say that, yeah, Pathologic for me is probably most difficult in terms, like, emotionally and stuff. Hits the hardest in terms of just its narrative aspects are sometimes quite difficult. It's maybe not the right word, but I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of, so that's the word you're getting. Challenging is probably a better word. That's probably what I'm trying to say. But the point is, you're drunk. Meow. Qu'est-ce que tu veux, mon gars? Easy.
The point is, I think that everyone else just needs to get good at this game that Aronok's good at.
Everyone else is like, this is the hardest game ever, and I'm like, is it?
You're just like skipping through, like, I'm having such a relaxing time. Let me talk to this carouser with a creepy face.
I think I find a world that is open about its disturbing nature much more comforting than one that pretends to be just cheery and happy.
Yeah.
Which probably says something about my psyche and mental health and things and my experiences in life, but
I think it also reflects the kind of art that you like and like to make.
That was such a waste of bullets. Missed the headshot twice.
There's something great. The animations when they run at you is so good.
I have milk. Like a low price for milk. Let's check the sell price. Yeah, I think this is a low price day still, so I need you to just buy as much as possible. Classically, no video game is as harder and forgiving as life. True tier. I think this is I actually have written about this in terms of just Pathologic on its own. I genuinely think that it's part of an unreleased script that I will finish eventually. Maybe it's a hard one because it's about Signalis and transgenocide. It's not exactly a fun topic, you know. God, I hope I didn't just fucking restrict the video. I might have.
Fine.
What was I saying? But yeah, and I think while Pathologic is very dark and messed up for a lot of people, when there's a concept that Sarah Zedig coined as emotional extremophile, right? Which is that right now. Whatever. I'll sign in later. Google's doing its thing where it's like, you need to double check that it's actually you. And I was like, I'm just trying to do one thing because I just wanted to quickly monetize the stream. I'm just going to do that on my phone because you can enjoy my hand for 5 seconds.
Hope everyone enjoys this exciting hand content.
Exciting hand content.
Yeah, you don't normally get to see this. If anything, I'd say getting to see this much hand is worth a donation.
Jesus, that sounded so much dirtier.
That was partly the intent.
And they say ace people can't joke about sex or whatever. God,
they're wrong.
people are being
It's the
fucking
best.
weird. Okay, I wanna rant about something for a minute. People are
It's
being
the best to make jokes about sex jokes when you're an ace because no one expects it.
yes, it hits harder because comedy is all about surprise to some extent, right? And subverting expectation. Not all comedy, but a lot of comedy is built on that concept. And yeah, as an ace person, when you make sex jokes, but also like I think for a lot of us, like I know for myself and for other ace people I've talked with, there's also a degree of like making those types of jokes and things was a way of hiding your lack of interest and lack of connection to the topic, to sort of fit in more.
Hi, Miranda.
Hello.
Hey, Miranda.
Hi. Happy early birthday. I'm here to bring some allosexual energy to balance things out.
Oh no. That sounded way meaner than I meant it to be. I meant it to be kind of jokey, and it came across as just like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
No.
It's like there's an aloe in the chat. Kick her out.
No. It's okay. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't been late in years, so I'm basically an ace now.
Yeah, that's. I'm not sure that's the same thing, but okay.
That's not the same thing.
It's really not.
Yeah. And as an ace person, I can confirm.
But you know, we give you permission to make jokes. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
Tyr
did I just
Tyr
kill the
explain
conversation?
Tyr that is a much better explanation of the philosophy around like comedy and stuff. I don't know. There's been I've read some things on it. I need to read more because the actual like both psychological processes that drive what comedy is and the methodology to it is a really interesting thing. That is actually studied.
The solution to a mystery is in effect a punchline that doesn't usually make you laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And that's why you can do mystery comedy so well. That's why stuff like Clue and Glass Onion and Knives Out all function well, in my opinion, is that part of the rhythm of mystery sort of overlaps with comedy, and so you can kind of do both at the same time if you're smart about it.
Yeah. Which fortunately those movies are.
I love Clue. I genuinely think that Clue is one of the best films of all time.
Clue's
I
Clue
might
is
make a video about
fantastic.
it. I've been considering
It's
it. Maybe
so
I should.
good.
Because the video would basically be like I rewatched Clue and it holds up or something like that, or like the only non-problematic 80s comedy, something like that. Because genuinely, like, go back and watch it and you're gonna see, you know, complicated discussions about both misogyny and homophobia in the context of the era that the film was made in. Like, Clue is a shockingly forward, shockingly well-written film that really does consider a lot of stuff that you would not expect of works of art from that
also
period.
it's just really damn
It's so
good.
funny. It's so
It's just
funny.
like when you've got her name's just completely gone out of my head. Madeline Kahn, that's it. Madeline Kahn. When she's got flames on the side of my face.
Flames on the side of my face.
She's so good, Madeline Kahn.
I'm sure the rat will be fine, Mike. Yes, I did just stuff a rat in my layer pod.
Rats don't need air.
It's fine. There are air holes. You just didn't see them. He's okay. The window's right halfway down. His favorite music is playing. The rat's okay.
Excelsior asked if I'm a Gemini. I don't really give a shit about astrology, but yes, technically, I guess that's the era that my birth happened.
Yes. Oh boy.
I'm not a fan of astrology because I've grown to have better respect for people who engage in it. I think in let's say healthy ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of my childhood having people be really weird freak weirdos to me for the day I was born because they believed in astrology, And so I just have a very negative view on it at baseline.
I think some people are definitely uncomfortable about it, but it's one of those things where I'm very much just like, you know what, if someone's getting something positive out of it,
Yeah,
and
that's
you know, it's helping them make sense of things, and they're not trying to force it on other people who don't want that, then go right ahead, have fun.
I draw the line at people using stuff like that to grift people out of their money.
Yes.
Well, that and hating people for the day they were born, which I think is just an extremely weird thing. And I experienced it so many times that it's kind of hard for me to just like be like, oh, these are just complete freak weird outliers. I'm like,
yes. Because I mean, so like I'm a scientist. I look at things from the perspective of like materialistic scientific reality, and from that point of view, like it's utter nonsense. But like that's not like a full view of the entire world. Like there's a lot of stuff that like
a lot of people get really real value from it.
Yeah,
it's sort of the same journey I had with like my relationship towards Christians and things, because I experienced so much horrible shit at the hands of certain Christians when I was much younger, and so I kind of had to, as an adult, like grow beyond these sort of trauma-based reactive thing and actually engage with individuals, because while I do think that in general Christianity at baseline is a conservative set of ideals that is heavily reinforced and interrelated with white supremacy and other dominant ideologies, I don't think that everyone who is a Christian remotely follows it that way, just because their institutions function like that. And that was part of the like struggle of writing the Midnight Mass video. When I was writing that was I think there's a version of that video, a worse version of that video, that could be described as like Judith by a perfect circle. And
that's the version of the video that the people in the comments think you made.
Yes, that's the version that some people think I made. But those people are dingus fools, and most of the Christian viewers actually found it very, very valuable and things. I didn't get like a call from a friend being like, "Hey, what the fuck?" You know what I mean? But yeah, I definitely got some. I get some interesting comments to this day from Christians that make me sometimes, for a moment, wish I just made the Judith version.
A lot of people have some difficulty separating, like, criticizing Christianity, the organized religion, and like the power structures, and criticizing every individual person who believes in Christianity.
Yeah, and there's definitely parallels with current events that I will not discuss at the
moment.
Oh yeah, definitely too. It's just that, like, I would say that the version that I released is a lot closer to Wings for Mary in 10,000 Days, which is the second time that Maynard kind of explored those feelings. But this was like after his mom had already passed, and like there's still the anger, but I think it's a lot more like understanding of certain elements, even as it's frustrated with it. You know, like it's this. There's the nuanced approach, and there's the just like "fuck you" energy that I could have brought. And I tried.
You didn't make like a video for /r/atheism?
No, I fucking hate anti-theists. I genuinely hate anti-theists, and I want to be clear what I mean by anti-theists. This isn't someone that doesn't. Okay, a free rifle?
Sure, we take those.
Sure, why not? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go, I guess.
An anti-theist, as I see it, it's one of those people who always just like gets in people's faces about how God doesn't exist and how people are idiots to believe in any of it.
They take their own genuine, real hurt from systemic harm from certain religions and systems, and they take it to apply to all belief ever, full stop. And they tend to act in very anti-Semitic, very Islamophobic, and very racist ways. And they don't have the ability to differentiate between criticizing and trying to cause change of a systemic sort, and just anyone who has belief is bad and evil. It engages in the same ontological sort of evil setup that is one of my main issues with Christianity, because a lot of anti-theists don't actually deconstruct any of these sort of cultural views that they gained from a Christian upbringing. They just kind of keep all of the beliefs but without the religion part, which is fascinating. So people are fundamentally good or evil.
Like your clearest example of an anti-theist is obviously someone like Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais is a really good example of an anti-theist. Sam Harris would be a good example.
Richard Dawson, probably.
Yeah, Dawkins.
Dawkins, not Dawson.
Yeah. But I knew exactly what you meant, because he's such an obnoxious ding dog. Was he one of the ones that I got in a fight with on Twitter? Or am I misremembering? Do you remember, Dave?
I don't know. I can't remember. I got some of his fans mad at me recently because he made he did a tweet about how sex is binary, basically, and saying that basically he said something like intersex people don't disprove that sex is binary, or something like that, and I quote tweeted saying that actually sex as a spectrum doesn't just refer to the existence of intersex people, it also refers to how the categories of man and woman are fluid things that don't just mean one specific.
They're a binary modal distribution, which means that actually nobody fits the quote unquote perfect idealized. It is not 2 points. It is 2 general zones of
it's like
similar
a fluid categorization, because it's someone like me. By this thing I would probably be classed as biologically male. But I am biologically male in a very different way to say Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Yeah, or a better example might be Michael Phelps, who literally has a very different body from almost every other person on the planet. His ability to process lactic acid is ungodly. There is no other person on the planet that can do it like him, and that's not an opinion. That is it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what he's able to do, and
but it's just seeing someone who is supposedly so well educated and intelligent, as everyone who was replying to my quote tweet was sure to try and tell me that Richard Dawkins is so much smarter than me, to just kind of disregard what is been understood for a very long time.
Yeah, no, because again, these people are stuck in literally models that are centuries out of date.
And for Richard Dawkins in particular, it's the only thing he has ever cared about is looking smart. He has never actually he doesn't matter if he's right.
Yeah.
Because he believes he's right, and he wants everyone else to think he is smart and right, and that's all that he actually cares about.
Yeah,
and
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's an intelligent person who's is successful in his field and knows his field. That doesn't mean you can't be wrong.
So
smart people can be wrong.
Well, here's the thing: there's no such thing as a smart person.
Sure.
So I'm going to talk about my degree shit for a second.
I can believe he is educated in his particular field.
Yeah. But this is what I'm trying to explain.
I can also believe that he then, because of
So what's important to understand about his intelligence at all is that you can only ever define it in the context of a specific task or set of tasks. Any attempt to define general intelligence is inherently flawed and inherently biased. Anyone who's doing general intelligence metrics knows this, and they're usually using it for something else. IQ was invented to test disparities between different school zones, not individuals. It's only useful on a grand metric because, on average, most people can range about 20 to 30 points, depending on a couple of factors: sleep, food, rest, stress.
And I believe the same people can take different IQ tests and come out with a totally different number.
Yeah, totally.
And you can also practice them and
Yeah.
get better
Yeah.
scores.
Oh, yeah.
After doing
Again,
several.
it's only usable, and it's not even a very good metric for that. But this is what the original scientist was trying to do, and then it just got co-opted heavily by white supremacists.
Yeah.
But it was never meant to be a marker of an individual or even a test for intelligence. It's meant to be a test for the impact of social factors on your capacity to complete tasks. So the individual scores don't really matter much. It only matters at the average, because if you have an entire region of people that are all malnourished, they're all going to perform worse, and you're going to see that in the average, right?
Yeah.
Hi, Killian.
Gee, that sounds like something that could potentially have useful practical applications that a bunch of terrible people have co-opted to mean something.
People don't
totally
understand
different.
statistics. It's very frustrating. And then to jump back to the point with sort of the variety of sex expressions and things, is like a lot of transphobes love to. I mean, they believe in a very Christian worldview that people are born the way they're supposed to be, and it's only one way, and it's just very funny to me, because I'm like, please tell me how male my sex character is.
Yeah.
Please.
I love when the
Hormones change your body, and they change your brain, and they change.
Yeah.
Like-
literally, I know we don't call it this anymore, but the operation literally used to be called a sex change.
Yeah, and well, I don't think it's super accurate. Yeah, I think it's more accurate to just call them biomass surgery. But
I can understand why people wanted to change the name of it, and it's not something I.
But it
oppose or
is
anything like that, but
changing
it's just
sex
like,
characteristics.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
like literally.
Okay,
like,
I'm going to interrupt for 2
taking
seconds.
HRT, you know,
Day 8, in which the Harrispex gets the idea of who he was marked by, the secret sign, maybe. Okay, continue. But I will be interrupting soon, because I'm going to get to the Inquisitor.
But it's just like literally. It's like if you think people can't change the biological sex characteristics, it's like, what do you think HRT is?
Well, what do you think it does?
Yeah, like, you know, it's like. I can say
It makes me think about.
I have known you since before
they're-
and after you started taking HRT,
they're-
Aeronok, and I can say you've changed quite a bit physically.
I mean, they're just going to keep changing the goalpost to whatever suits their argument. I mean,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's like, well, no, it's actually the chromosomes. Well, there are people with chromosomal issues.
Yeah, and you know,
There's no
there are
point in
people-
arguing with them, because they are
Exactly.
actively at war with truth and reality.
Yeah,
And it's ironic, because they also do a lot of projection about exactly that. Like, they'll constantly be like, oh, trans people deny reality. But, like, no, we don't. We're a lived existence. We're the opposite of denying reality. We are the reality that is existing.
You know, it's like, I think if anyone is familiar with the things that they can change about their body, it's trans people.
Yeah, yeah,
Wildly enough.
yeah. Oh boy.
So is that
I'm gonna
the
finish with
sticky
candy
note
and then
sticking
read
under
this.
Neil?
I'll read this letter in a second, because I decided to eat a candy at the wrong time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Good,
while
good.
we're reading chat, if you're enjoying the discussion, also it's Aeronok's birthday, so why don't you give her a birthday present? There's a Ko-Fi donation link right there. You can type in Ko-Fi in the chat.
Info
And,
is the better one, because that'll tell you
or
what the
info, yes.
rewards are.
Yes, !info. And she would really, really, really appreciate, the cash birthday present. Which, and like as an economist, to me, cash is the greatest gift of all. So.
And I believe our next goal will be that Aeronok will do the lemon speech from the Fall of the House of Usher.
I forgot that that's the next goal. True.
And
God, what
that's
a
great
speech.
It's a lot of fun.
And you can decide what the voice is, because donations decide the voices of characters. Okay, let's check out this letter. Are you still... Yeah, Sonic impersonating Shadow. Okay. Gotta go fast! Gotta go fast! I found out that the kind of medium they may allow our bacteria to flourish is most likely below the ground. The local hearsay has led me to believe that the most intense interactions between human beings and the Earth take place in the abattoir. According to the Inquisitor, you're the only person who is allowed to enter the abattoir unhindered. If this is the case, I urge you to contact me as soon as possible. The importance of the matter should not be underestimated. Bachelor Dankovsky. P.S. I'm worried about Aglaya Lilich's behavior of late. She was asking me of your whereabouts. It's clear that she wants to talk to you, but for some reason, she would rather not make an official request of your attendance. This is suspicious. You may want to be doubly careful these days. I didn't quite do that voice right. That was more like anime protagonist with Scratch, but it's okay. We're getting back. I need to warm up. Same. But if I have to deal with a rat.
Rats?
Rat.
To Neil Dankovsky, just like, we gotta find those chaos emeralds.
Whoa! Look at what impression I can do, guys! We gotta go find those chaos emeralds. Sonic. Okay, is today a low price?
I'm just remembering a stupid joke post I made the other day when, because like the Sonic X Shadows thing, it's either just come out or it's just about to come out. I don't know which, but
they really did call that Sonic X Shadow, huh?
Yeah. But it just got me thinking of just like what the original Shadow the Hedgehog game is like, and I suppose it just something like, you know, Sonic, Shadow, we need to defuse this bomb or I'll take out the entire city. Doomseye, Shadow, I need you to shoot 25 babies. Shadow, which one do I choose?
Shadow, we need to blow up this bomb. It's gonna kill the entire city. Kill 25 babies. Oh God, what do I choose?
And that's what
it always
the game
comes
is like.
back to killing babies with you.
God damn it! You tricked me into saying it again. Everyone's gonna think I'm a baby killer.
Honestly, you kill a baby one time.
Yes.
You kill a couple babies in Dead Space, and this is your entire thing now.
Yes.
It's not my fault.
That's like the old joke about the guy who's, you know, so I thatched all the roofs in this town. Did they call me Roger the Thatcher? No. I cleaned out all the gutters. Did they call me Roger the Plumber? No. But you fuck one goat.
Jeez.
Yep, I've heard many variations of that joke.
Yeah, that's wild. That's
Yes.
It's an earned title, because Jesus. And there's this bit in Black Sails where the one character's like, Silver keeps like revealing secrets about the rest of the crew to like ingratiate themselves, and at one point he's like, so and so fucked the goat. This other person goes, "You fucked the dairy goat." There's something so funny about the delivery of that, and then just stands up and fucking punches him. It's wild. I love Black Sails. What a weird show. Okay, Aglaya, what are you? Do I even have a voice yet? 1920s announcer guy. Someone donate so I don't have to do that voice. 1920s announcer guy. Listen, I'm gonna share my plans and goals with you now. Strange though it may seem, it just so happens that you, a person of a completely different background, somehow understand me better than anyone else. That's worthy of my sincerity. It's high noon somewhere in the world. I will not doubt your words. Of all the goals I may have, saving this town's the most crucial one. I'll be honest with you. I don't love it, and I do suspect this hopeless mission is my last chance. Yet my choices have nothing to do with self-preservation. They're about integrity and ambition. Why is this turning into, like, Brad Pitt in Inglourious Basterds?
We're here to do one thing only.
Kill Nazis. It's because I just come off this southern accent, and Brad Pitt in Inglourious Basterds is just a southern version of the 1920s announcer guy. You know? They're a mixed voice. I'll be honest with you, I don't love it, and I do suspect this hopeless mission is my last chance. Yet my choices have nothing to do with self-preservation. They're about integrity and ambition. I understand. A source of this disease will be found, and it will be destroyed. Why is it turning to that? 1920s. It's a matter of time, and it'll only take a few days. The sick can be cured with your panacea. The plan's all around great, but there's a huge hole in it. The panacea is scarce.
Its main ingredient is a relic, a fossil almost. There are fewer Aurochses left in the world than Leviathans, as far as I can tell. That is so. They say an Aurochs was brought from the steppe the day before yesterday to be sacrificed. It's supposed to deliver us from the plague. Odongs say it was the last one. That is so. I love Artemis, just minimal words. Daniil will be like, awkward speech. Artemis, that's so. Mr. Bongus, get out of the way. Get in the way of the words. You're such a goof. Hey, what do you want? No, we're not playing. I know you want attention, but we're not playing. Water glass. Hi. Oh. No, you want to play with my hand. A bite. Not doing that. Not doing that. Okay. You want to behave like that, you get taken outside. Hey. Okay.
Bye.
He wants attention, and I understand that, but he also can't literally have my attention 24/7, which is what he wants.
Also, can I just say I really love your outfit?
Thank you. It is the premiere outfit, just minus the skirt.
I figured.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's only 9 days till the premiere.
Less that, isn't it? No, it is 9 days.
Yes.
My brain just thinks of my brain just thinks of like the entire trip as part of it. It's just like,
oh yes. Yeah, it's a bit earlier for you, because I'm literally flying down. I'm literally flying down that day.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, like I'll be up at like 5 in the morning my time to get to the airport for that one. So just enough time to get to the hotel, have a quick nap and a shower, and get changed, and then go right to the premiere.
Still, I'm confused. I've been told that only a true warden can handle an Aurochs. Is this the reason why Gimski manages the kin personally, but requires a middleman in any matter that has to do with the abattoir? An interesting conclusion. I never thought of it like this, or yes, my father used to say the same thing. The foreman oversees the rituals and performs the rite from time to time, cutting a bull in a way that has been the true way since the creation of the world, for the perpetuation of the world. That is an Utena reference. That is straight up a Utena reference. Sorry, I need to acknowledge this. That is a Utena reference. Wild. That cosmic bowl is an Aurochs. It contains every element, every line, every tongue, every connection, everything. Have I been informed correctly? Yeah, that sounds about right. But the rite didn't work out. The kin is disappointed and unhappy with the foreman. This means he did something wrong. The kin had been locked up in the cemetery, so I assume there were few witnesses. Could it be that the foreman was unable to handle the Aurochs? Perhaps there was no mactation at all. Where did the blood come from, then? That's exactly what's bugging me. The rite was performed the day before yesterday. So many hours must have passed since then, but you were given Stephen blood. It was full of oxygen. It was alive, as if it had just been extracted from a living body. That is true. Ask the foreman where the blood came from. I think the abattoir hides many secrets.
Go check that Ko-Fi donation. Oh my god, Jennifer Coolidge Harris Bex is so funny. Oh my god. Okay. Jennifer Coolidge. Oh. Yeah. These gays, they're gonna kill me.
Oh, is this the female oh my god.
Oh yes. Yes, Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me Owen Wilson. I'm gonna start doing Owen Wilson accents.
Oh my god. I think last stream Aronok and I were going off on Owen Wilson impressions.
It was bad.
Anyway, I think the abattoir hides many secrets, and you're the only person that can get into its depths. The further we go, the more convinced I become that we're on the right path. Even in our enlightened times, we are to be saved from the legends of ancient herdsmen.
Oh, I'll follow your bold advice.
This was immediately worth my $10.
I'm so glad.
Good luck to you, Artemis Burak. Beware the foreman. He's afraid of you, but he's the kind of man whose fear is more dangerous than his calm.
Oh, what if the abattoir is closed?
I can get in there through the termitary. I talked to this girl, Techik, yesterday. Her powers are incredible. She's even made me doubt if I can make her obey my will. She knows how to open the abattoir.
Oh, wait for me. I'll be back.
I think just that is going to get me every time.
It's the only way to get into the voice, because she does it, like, so constantly that it's like... It's the way... Instantly, my brain's like, oh, this is the voice.
I get that, and I appreciate it, and it's going to be very funny every time. $10 well spent. And remember, if you want to change any of the voices to be something funny like this, you can donate on our Ko-fi. Press !info.
True. Oh. Okay, Gorgi, then Katarina. No, younger Vlad first. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. Happy Borf. Thank you.
Borf Day.
A Borf Day. I do love when people say shit like Happy Birth. Just Happy Birth.
Yeah.
Loopy Birth.
It's kind of fun seeing just like the altering of the language and like how far can it go before it's completely unrecognizable,
incomprehensible. Yeah, every time someone has a birthday in that one server, Darkrai always starts that, and everybody just starts devolving the sentence further and further. So it'd be like, "Happy birthday, happy birth, hoopy birth, a birth."
I've a few times just in various places just gone hap.
Yeah, hap.
Eventually just devolves into indiscriminate grunting.
Yeah.
And that's language in real time.
Yes.
It's the beauty and art of language, really.
Yeah.
No, but it's important because language really is just sort of signifiers that vaguely point at things, and
and it always evolves and changes into different things.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Sorry, not you, David.
Yeah, no,
that was
I got you.
the it clipping through a wall and hitting me was.
It's I remember a story that
Patho, you
Stephen Fry
silly
told
game.
or something, where he was talking about how language evolves and stuff, and he was talking about like a friend's kid, and like he got like it was like a godson or something. They got him like a present for his birthday.
Yeah.
And when he gives the present to him, the kid goes, "Oh, that's so book." And he's like, "So what?" So like, it's not a book that I've got you. And what it was when they were typing in "cool" on their phone, book came up on autocorrect first.
Yeah.
And so for that friend group, book became the replacement for cool.
Oh yeah, that stuff is so funny to me because
I love that.
Like the sort of in-group things like that happen between friends and things is so fun, where you just say shit like only you make. There's stuff that my family says to each other that like I genuinely think we sound completely incomprehensible to anyone else, because there's like weird in jokes and like layers to whatever the sentence is or words. Yeah.
I'll say, and there's things where like you have those with your family, and then you'll say it in another context, and everyone will kind of look at you like, "What?"
Yeah, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, you haven't had that experience. You don't know what I'm talking about."
Yeah.
Okay, younger Vlad is. Oh, I hate funny Sean Connery. This is an accent that is only in here because a patron, who donated just a bit, loves how bad I am at doing Sean Connery accents, so I feel the need to warn that every time I do this voice, because it is bad. Like, it's not a good impression at all. It's like a... Yeah, it's got the SNL skit energy. Shack shisham. Like, literally, the only way I can get into the voice is shack shisham.
George!
You see what happened.
The trick with Sean Connery is he's so Scottish, but he's convinced that he sounds not Scottish at all.
Yes, no, he's the weirdest accent. It's like not an accent, it's this weird... It's Sean Connery. It's Sean Connery just sounds like Sean Connery.
Sean Connery sounds like no other Scotsman I've ever listened to.
Yeah, Tyr sums it up perfectly. Sean Connery doing an Egyptian Spanish Scotsman. Oh, I love Highlander. I love Highlander.
I think is it in Untouchables where he's playing an Irish cop and he does an Irish accent for about half a line before it just turns back into Sean Connery.
I think maybe
Highlander. Oh my god, Highlander is wild with its casting.
No, it really is. I love it personally. Yeah. I love it because
I
it's
also love it. But like it's like you have a Belgian playing a Scotsman, and then you have a Scotsman playing an Egyptian.
Well, no, but it's not just that. It's like here's the thing. I think he's perfect casting for Connor McLeod in terms of voice in the future when he's spent hundreds and hundreds of years learning dozens of languages and getting one of those like weird amalgam accents because the actor playing them has a weird amalgam accent because their dad was a diplomat, and so they don't sound Belgian. And they don't sound American, and they don't sound Scottish. They just sound like this weird mix of all of these different things.
But the movie takes, there's a flashback.
But there's flashback sequence, and he just sounds like that in Scotland. And it's even worse because he's, like, right beside a bunch of people. I need to, like, tape this up. I don't know. The boobs are boobs.
How Kevin Costner refused to do a British accent for Robin Hood.
Truly. Anyway, I'm gonna voice act this.
Then they made film of that in Mel Brooks.
I'm interrupting because otherwise this stream's gonna take way too long to get through. You see what happened? I don't understand. Why's the well filled up?
That's not Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh right, it's Jennifer. I don't understand. Why is the well filled up?
Works so well.
It's a rather sorry story. A gang of marauders trying to escape a blocked-off district. This is becoming, Michael Caine. Michael Caine.
As I said, this is an actively bad accent. Like, this is not a good impression. This is what I literally have to write in the sheet, bad impression of Sean Connery.
A gang of marauders trying to escape a blocked-off district with their loot and ran into an unexpected and courageous resistance. Patrolmen were there too, but that's not the point.
A diamond the size of a tangerine.
Yeah, these bastards are pissing everyone off. Tyr, there is Guy Ritchie. That's an option. I can't actually do that one on purpose.
Yeah.
Sean Connery. The bandits were not of the timid sort themselves. They pulled out guns and began shooting, trying to mount it to retreat.
It's like Michael Caine with a lisp. It's so bad.
You keep going kind of Cockney on like the vowels.
I know. It's not what I want to be doing.
After killing two of their pursuers, running along roofs and backyards, they somehow got to this area. Then one of them remembered this well of mine.
Jesus. You're so correct with that. Perhaps there is a worker of yours among them.
You're a quick thinker, precisely. The clumsy townsfolk lagged behind, taking the long route, so the marauders had the time to break into here, throw the loot in, and even go down the well themselves. The pursuit was on my step already, you know.
What happened next?
When the townsfolk broke in, they saw the last of the bandits descending into the well.
Why does it keep going there? I have no idea why it keeps going back to Michael Caine.
I don't know, but I'm just going to let it happen. I'm not going to comment.
Yeah.
They tried to continue the pursuit, but the bandits started shooting and killed one more. I'm pretty sure they were shitting there. waiting for the target
They
to be to
were-
follow
they were
them one
wanting
by
that.
one. And then one of the pursuers got this clever idea. To fill up the well. Exactly. Without a moment's hesitation, those honest people decided to bury the marauders alive. As you can see, they succeeded. It's not the loss of the well that troubles me, though. I'm just giving up and doing it. I've had plenty of opportunities to make sure it's barren. There was a great loss, however. Yes,
I like that you're keeping the lisp.
my priceless notes were lying on the well's edge. I'm studying step traditions, you know. I've been collecting them for many years. Before me, another respectable person had been collecting them. They contain rare and valuable knowledge. Find these notes for me. They pushed them down the well or something. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, there's a secret passage by the theatre that leads underground. Anything that you found of the rubbish is yours. Moreover, I will reward you very generously. These notes are priceless for me, like the 52 recipes of Twirine or the description of the rite of hedge. Okay, I'll try. Oh my, I have to go shoot people in the sewers. I don't know if we can do that, guy. I might go do my makeup in a bit, quickly. I purposely left it off because my hair was still drying when I started stream, but I didn't want to delay starting stream anymore. I was up too late last night, trying to finish Salvation's Edge, the most bullshit raid in Destiny's history.
Oh.
It's to be clear, I like a lot of the encounters to an extent. I just... the glitches. The bugs, the glitches.
Yes. No, that can definitely ruin the experience.
Little bit. Oh, fuck.
A little bit.
It's just a little bit buggy. It's always fun hearing someone doing like a bad version of a voice when someone just like, I can do a slightly better version than that.
Yeah. No, it's like anytime people try to...
stream show, you do the voices.
No, you do... again, I want to be very clear. I'm not even pretending like I can even do a mediocre version of... oh, wait. I needed to talk to Georgi. I did an inefficient route.
Oh, no.
It's fine. I can fix this.
Sean Connery, he's one of those guys where it's like, one of the most fun things to say in his accent is just his name. Just go, Sean Connery.
Sean Connery. See this thing? I've taken it off a thug. Keeping an eye on them is your job.
Well, was there a face in the cloud there?
Yeah, there's faces in the clouds.
Oh, all right.
It's fine.
It's just a cloud face. Don't worry about it.
All right. I'm sure that won't show up in my nightmares tonight.
You'll be fine. It's okay. It's just a little cloud.
Just a little cloud. It's just a little guy. It's just a little cloud face guy.
Oh, I'm just... Ka-chow. Wow. I'm just a little guy, you know, I'm fighting clouds and a little... poison.
Just a little car. Oh, I'm just driving around my little car.
You know, Wes Anderson, he like messaged me. Oh, wow, Owen. Wow. You're so, like, good and stuff. Be in my movie. Oh. And then I did. Wow. Ka-chow. You know, Lightning McQueen and stuff. I don't know. I'm losing the accent. I'm just...
It's fine.
We're normal here. Everything's fine.
Yeah, we're all fine here.
Yeah.
Chat, how are you?
I must say, I'm finding these caves, I guess they are.
Arteries?
They're looking a bit bowel-like.
Yes.
Yeah, they're arteries.
I don't like
they're
it.
arteries of the Great Bull,
Okay,
but they're also
all right.
caves because
I mean,
the
I
ground
didn't want to say
is
it,
the
but,
bull.
You know, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking that, like, wow, did you just go up a giant butthole? Like...
Fuck, I couldn't dodge that. I might need to. Oh, I'm gonna have to be really on it for hitting these shots because I need to kill them before they throw daggers.
Oh. Oh no, you fell down. Oh, thank you so much for the donation, Prince Infidel.
What's Flag Day? I don't know what that is.
This is Happy Flag
I
Day.
don't
That's what
know.
we're celebrating, right?
No, it's my birthday tomorrow, but I'm celebrating it on stream today because I'm spending tomorrow with my girlfriend in what can be described as the most autistic date of all time. Because we were trying to think of something to do for my birthday, and then Penn just messages me, "What if we just bought some Lego and we could make Lego and watch movies?" So
That's adorable.
Hey, Flag Day was yesterday.
for context, we are both autistic. That's not like me being rude about autistic
no.
people. I am an autistic person who is dating an autistic person, and I'm saying it as a positive thing. I know you two know exactly what I'm saying, but I just want to be clear to the chat.
Oh yeah.
Um,
What Lego are you gonna get?
probably Star Wars.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I fucking wish there was Bionicle still. Every day of my life, I wish there was Bionicle.
I'm just remembering now when you went to share Jesse's video and accidentally shared a Bionicle lore video.
It was a meme video. It wasn't a lore video. It was literally a
Oh,
meme
it was a
video.
meme video. Okay, and only I noticed. I just was like, what? Why isn't it a Bionicle video?
Yeah, you just messaged me, "Why'd you post a Bionicle video?" And I was like, I didn't mean to.
You know, I think everyone's life went downhill since Bionicle disappeared.
See, like, Bionicle was after my time, so like I don't know when it came out, but
I was
definitely there was no such thing as Bionicle when I was a kid. So
I had like the first generation of Bionicles. I had all 6 of the first original line.
I'm so
and
jealous.
I built them together into like the big versions, and then couldn't remember how to get them back apart and back into the individual versions. And I've probably lost them since.
Are they
If
like
you
Transformers?
have
I don't know
them,
what they are.
David,
They may well be in a box in my dad's attic somewhere. I don't know. But-
See, I don't even know. I'm not even sure I know what a Bionicle is. Is it like a Transformer?
no.
They can change shape a bit, but like they're kind of. They're just
Okay,
like
no.
guys.
Let me explain. Let me explain what Bionicles are, because the lore is deep and complicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, but
So
in terms of what the actual toy is, they're just like little guys that you can kind of pull apart. And...
okay, they're you know, like Legos take on sort of robots. You can customize them if you want to and swap things around and stuff. A lot of people make like Bionicle OCs. With their
when
parts,
you've got,
and then
at least for the original line, because there were 6 of them, you could combine 3 of them into a big one, and there were 2.
most of the
big ones you
lines
could
have
make.
that option.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
I just never got past the first line, so I.
I think this isn't where I came from.
They're kind of like action figures that you construct yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
With like you pop the ball joints into like the little sockets on them.
But what actually are Bionicles? Okay, well it depends which era we're talking about. For most of it, Bionicles can best be described as the immune system and blood cells of a god. That's not even a joke. I'm dead serious. Yeah, god machine called Matanui. Basically, so the entire thing is actually a really weird metaphor for cancer and chemo, specifically from someone who had cancer. And so yeah, so the story gets really weird and interesting and unique the further along it goes. Like, genuinely, it's one of my favorite pieces of media ever, is that entire series, because that entire series is so good.
Yeah, Aronok has a few times read me excerpts of a Bionicle script she's been working on in bits and pieces for years.
I will eventually do it. I'm kind of feeling like maybe doing it this summer, maybe. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do each era. So I'm gonna do like the Matanui era, then I'm gonna do the Metro Nui era, and then I'll do like the era that was on what fucking island is that? There's so many names that it's hard to keep track of all of them.
You're asking as if either of us will know.
Yes, that's exactly. That's so true, Tier. An autistic delicacy used as a vehicle to push THX 1148 type plastic toys.
Yeah.
So, I genuinely, like, one of my biggest special interests in my entire life is Bionicle. I'm not the only autistic trans woman to have this, and this is why I got interested in, like, writing about it, because it's kind of like with the Tron Legacy thing. I was like, there's too many trans people into this. It's too many to be a coincidence. We need to dig deeper. We need to examine this. We need to understand. So
I just posted like what the original line of Bionicles looked like in the voice chat.
Yeah, so the Bionicle story starts like relatively simple and gets super complex and interesting the further along it goes. Like, the main villain is because again, cancer metaphor, is basically someone that was meant to serve a function within Matanui that, like, something just was off, and they like turned evil. And there's a lot of playing with body, like, Bionicle is a series that's probably most dominated by the themes of body horror, which is a wild thing for a kid's line. Yeah. And I think it's able to get away with a lot of shit because it's robots, like, well, living robot beings that are kind of robots, kind of not. So
robots in disguise.
No. Because the thing is, they're like, they are beings. They are living beings. It's complicated. They gain sentience when they weren't supposed to have gained sentience. It's a whole thing. But basically, if you go into the really old lore of the world, way back when, there was a bunch of really powerful other robot beings that are a different type of thing, and they got good at making big machines and robots and things. And one of the things that they made was the Great Machine Matanui, basically as an attempt to, like, have the planet survive. Because, like, there's a bunch of wars, and it caused the planet to rupture into three, which was Barra Magna, which is the, like, main one. It's a big giant desert planet, and then there's, like, a water planet and, like, a forest planet. The story was going to explore the forest planet, like, around when it got just canned. It just got canned for no reason. It was still a popular line. It was still selling well. The story was still interesting. I don't know why they did this, but I will never forgive them. Ever. We deserved more Bionicle. I deserved more Bionicle. I deserved some sort of fucking conclusion. I'm still mad about this, like, a good decade a bit later. And yeah, so there's, after, like, a long series of things, eventually, so we learn that, like, the robot Matanui, which is functionally God to the Toe, the Matoran, etc., is on the water planet. And so all of the islands we've been seeing across the entire eras are, like, actually just bits of the machine that have stuck out of the water and then, like, had plants and everything grow on top. Because it crash landed there a long time ago. And yeah, eventually the good guys actually lose. The main body of like, the great robot is taken over by Makuta. Most of the characters we know basically exist under, like, a horrific fascist regime for a period of time. And not Jesus sacrifices himself, and the Mask of Life takes on God, and they get yeeted out onto the desert planet. And while there, they fight a bunch of gladiator arena shit. Like, that was in an era. And then eventually there's, like, a whole thing, and they eventually put Matanui in another big robot, and they have a giant robot fight for the galaxy. And everybody's there. Literally everybody. And the story has so many characters. And it's so funny because there's just 4 films, and, like, if you just watch the films, you're, like, missing so much context about what the fuck anything is going on. because like there's so many books in between every film, because the films are just an adaptation of like chunks of the story. I really actually love the films. They're very fun. The third film, Web of Shadows, is so trans. Okay. So Vakama, Toa of Fire, the Toa Metru, which are the prequel sort of Toas that become the Turaga, which are like the leaders, like elders type thing. On the main island that we see the first stories on, we then jump back in time and we learn a bunch of the history about like how these groups of Matorian ended up here and what happened to them. Yes, the comics are so good. The comics are so good. And by the way, all of it's free to read online because Lego doesn't give a shit about copyright, basically, for Bionicle. Actually, they've directly endorsed several fan projects and stuff, and there's entire archives set up to keep all of it running. So you can play the old Flash games, you can play all the old internet stuff. There's a bunch of comics, there's animations. Like Bionicle was probably the biggest multimedia project of all time. Like full stop, I'm not even kidding. Fair and Fidel. But yeah, it's so good. So yeah, you can find it all. I that's how I've been reading it slowly, is just through online, because all of Farshti's books are up and so are the comics. That is one problem about doing an analysis of the story, is that you have to engage with all these different pieces of media to like get the entire thing. So it'll be funny because I think each video is going to get progressively more fucking wild because the story gets weirder. Like, there's a period of time where not Jesus gets turned into half dark, half light Toa and yeeted across the multiverse, and he like encounters a bunch of like alternate universe versions of a lot of the characters that we've known, and and like, I'm sorry, I get way too into so fast. I'm gonna do this Gorgie Kane bit, and then while I'm walking, I'm gonna talk about more.
I'm very intentionally with this.
I love talking about this.
I'm just like, hey, Ernok, tell me about this special interest of yours that I know nothing about.
Where are you, Georgie?
That is the best. But
I love it. I'm very much here for it.
Yeah, that's something that my friend occasionally does with me as well. If she's been going off on like a rant, or in like she's been in a bad mood about something, she'll just like message me and go like, "Tell me about Donald Duck." I'll be like, "Oh, I got some things to say."
Oh boy. Okay, now I've learned your secret code phrase.
Yes, one of them. I have many.
I mean, as do I.
in this particular occasion, it's because
oh right, Georgie's Jordan Peterson. Okay, I found the voice. Sorry, I didn't have it in my list for Aerospecs because I forgot that there is a quest where you have to talk to them on day 8. So let's see where's. Okay. As far as I know, it's the only day that we talked to Georgie. Are y'all ready? The Chaos Dragon of Femininity!
No!
Yes! You will definitely don your deceased father's garb soon! I felt that familiar power as soon as you stepped into my home! You've almost come into possession of his inheritance, haven't you? Almost. I'm not sure I understand, Judge. My Maria is currently in the same state! A bud that's about to blossom out into a stunning flower. A sun that has already shown an edge of its dazzling corona. We're now awaiting for the sunrise. You're still missing a little bit. Perhaps it's only a matter of time. You haven't changed one bit since my childhood, Judge.
Tell me what you want. I will tell you.
The Chaos Dragon of Femininity. And the man in the West. It's fortunate that you came to see me, my good.
Cry a little.
I know. It's fortunate you came to see me, my good Master Burrock. There's a matter of great importance for us to discuss. It has something to do with a man who's known to be very involved with you, or the men who have spoken in your defense when everyone else had turned their backs on you. I'm speaking of Vlad Oginsky, or specifically of the most lamentable fate that awaits him. Oh, what happened to him?
The ruthless investigator that she is, Aglaia Lilith has ordered the opening of the termitary that was previously locked down by the old Dimskis. In so doing, she's uncovered a few pieces of most valuable evidence. Having interrogated Vlad the Heavy, she has received his full and sincere avowal of guilt, and yet... Yes, what is it? In truth, this catastrophic act that killed thousands of people was not a product of rational planning, but rather that of hesitancy and reluctance. That's the reason why they were trying to hide the outbreak. Hesitancy and reluctance are quite common in younger people. Younger people? Precisely. It's Vlad the Younger, and not his father, who we should hold responsible for this terrifying crime. Vlad the Younger gave the order at his own risk, and then kept it a secret from his father. It was already too late when my noble ally and opponent learned of these developments, and so he took the blame for his son. So what can I do? Oh yeah, so seriously, old Greece, all of the old games are available. Report this.
And we have convinced old Greece to download the PC Bionicle game that they haven't played since the early 2000s, so I think we have succeeded in our jobs today.
Yes.
Report this to the governor, or even his wife, since I heard of some bad blood between you and Alexander. If you won't, I have good reason to believe the Inquisitor will order Vlad the Heavy's execution. Why can't you tell the governor or his wife yourself? Because they trust the Canes even less than they trust the Baroques, especially now that Katerina feels what kind of powerful emotions you have stirred in the steely Inquisitor. You left a strong impression on her yesterday. Maria feels it too. Oh, really? Indeed. So will you help your benefactor? Or shall we say your partner in misfortune? Yes, I'll deal with that. I think part of why the voices are off today is my nose is just also really sniffly.
It's okay, we're just having a good time.
We're having a good time. We're having a good birthday time.
Yeah. There's
On my birthday,
something
my
great
birthday.
about something great about Jennifer Coolidge for like the player character kind of lines.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. It has
Oh,
that
I guess
similar
I'll go
energy
do
to,
that.
It has that similar energy. I mean, totally different energy, but a similar thing to Snake in the Metal Gear Solid, where like every line he has is just repeating the key phrase of the previous line said to him as a question.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, yeah,
Snake,
we just heard about
you need to get down to the platform.
the platform.
The platform.
It's the only way to stop Metal Gear. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. Listen, Otacon. I can't get past the guards. The slap of my ass cheeks is too loud. And it keeps alerting them.
Buying a rare animated Doctor Who web series that had Richard E. Grant playing the Doctor. So that's Scream of Schalke, which I think if you're in the UK you can get on the iPlayer.
Yeah, didn't the that Doctor get
Possibly canonized? Richard E. Grant's face was in the collection of Doctor faces that was in the episode the other week.
Yeah.
And I have been having fun with the new Doctor Who.
Me too. I'm excited to see what they do with Sutek. That was interesting.
Oh.
I love the horrified. It's the wrong anagram.
Yeah. The best thing about that is that I don't want to give away specifically what the reveals are in case anyone in chat hasn't seen it yet or anything. But there is a thing to do with the reveal that people have been like putting as a fan theory online before this, and me and my sibling were talking about it, and we both agreed, "Nah, that's too stupid. They'd never do that." And then they did it.
Oh.
And it was hilarious. I just like sitting there cackling to myself as this like dramatic reveal.
What was it?
Also, I was super hyped.
Can you message me what specifically that
Yeah.
thing that was too ridiculous was? God, I fucking hate these. Leave me alone. I have to move. I have to move. That's fucking bullshit. It's spawning, so it's spawning the thing where you can't move, and then it's spawning the thing where you have to move at the same time.
Oh. That's cheating.
Let's try it again and again.
But yeah, definitely the cliffhanger of this newest episode has me so hyped.
Hmm.
Because that is one of my absolute favorite things from the original show. So,
Oh, Sutek?
yeah, he's in one story, and he fucking rules.
I don't know anything about him. I was gonna look up the
would-
original story at some point.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend watching Pyramids of Mars. It's great.
Oh, that one's like a famous story.
Yeah, that's the one. Remember, I put that picture one time of the mummies who are like super top heavy with tiny little legs.
Yeah.
They're from that one.
Game's being a real asshole with cloud spawns right now.
I think I've had a couple of issues with this new season of Doctor Who, which is largely down to it only having 8 episodes. And
I think it
two of
doesn't have
those
enough
being
time to
ones where-
breathe.
Yeah, 2 of those being ones where Ncuti Gatwa wasn't available because he was filming Sex Education, and so the Doctor was just like not in a quarter of this season, basically.
It'll be better now that Sex Ed is done filming,
Yeah.
because it's...
And like I say, when it's been the more like typical Doctor Who adventures, I've been having a great time. Like Rogue was fantastic.
I loved Rogue. I actually really liked the episode that was just focused on Ruby. It was an interesting little piece. Whatever amount of yards it was, 73 yards?
Yeah, 73 hours. Yeah.
All sorts of
I think I would have
Is
liked.
this what you've been
just-
looking for?
I would like just a tiny little bit more of an explanation at the end of that episode. Not a full one, but just a little bit.
I kind of like that they don't explain the supernatural.
Yeah. But again, I think I would have just
Okay,
liked a little bit more of an explanation.
I need to do the audio.
The reason.
David,
Okay.
let me... when I interrupt to do the audio, I love you, and I want to hear everything you have to say, and I know you're excited because it's a special interest, and I do the same thing. But,
I've shut up now, it's fine.
yeah. Is that all you found? I found the bastards, too. I barely escaped with a whole scan. I promised to reward the risk you took. I keep my word. Very well. Thanks for the money. Yippee! Okay, sorry, David. Please tell me more about your special interest.
Well, I think, as I don't need like a full explanation of everything. I think I would have just liked a little bit more of like, this was the reason for like this to happen to Ruby in particular, or something like that. Like basically, I think the episode just needed probably just needed like a couple more minutes to just be like explain something, but it was still like I thought that Mila Gibson was fantastic in the episode, and there was a lot of really cool moments, and like the image of the woman just the 73 yards away, always that distance was like so well done in the episode.
Yeah.
It was good. I think my favorite episode, if we include it in this season, I think Church on Ruby Road is still my favorite of this one so far.
Really? I did not like that one very much. I mean, it was fine. I just think the anti-Semitic got a lot for me, personally.
Fair. I don't know, I just had a good... I had a good time with, like, getting the Doctor's character and, like, the interactions between him and Ruby and stuff was great.
I do really like their dynamic, and I'm kind of sad because I think Ruby's gonna die
I hope
in the next episode. Just because Sutek got of death, and Ruby's only here for one season.
I don't know. I think a lot of that was rumors, and she may still be here next season.
Oh, no,
I
she's
don't know.
only signed for the one season, from my understanding.
I don't know. We'll find out.
We will find out.
Oh, Jesus, the face on this kid.
Yeah, he's... The models in this game are a thing to behold.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can someone pitch Doctor Who for me? I never felt the urge to watch it, but many people whose other tastes align with mine like it a lot. Basically, a guy can go literally anywhere and anytime and goes on adventures and saves the world. And
It's
there's a bunch of
sci-fi, it's
fantastic
fantasy,
There's
it's...
a bunch of fantastic characters. There's the main character can change face every few seasons, so that they can kind of revamp it and change the tone and mix things up, and it's a good time.
The nice thing about Doctor Who is if you don't like some of it, there's always other Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those shows that's able to be pretty much anything. And so, at times, it's one of the best horror shows you'll ever watch. Sometimes it's great sci-fi. Sometimes it's a fun little, like, fairy tale, almost.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the absolute worst piece of television you've ever seen in your life. And then you watch the next week and it's the best episode ever. And it's amazing.
And it's fascinating. And there's no show quite doing it like they are. Because,
I would say, just honestly, pick a doctor and just try their first episode and see how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
I think probably a good way for most people to get into it would be to start with something from the new show. Because, like, the old show, I think, is fantastic, but it's also, you've got to be ready to accept kind of 60s through 80s television pacing, which is very, very different.
Yeah. $64 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, it was a different era back then.
Yes, Jinx Monsoon was in an episode of Doctor Who this season, and
she was amazing. I don't super love the episode, but I loved her in it. The episode was fine.
Yeah, like I say, it's one I think there wasn't, like, the plot wasn't as thought out as it could have been with that one. It was just like it kind of a bit rushed as well.
Yeah, but Jinx Monsoon is perfect in it. Like, every moment that she's on screen, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, she's a delight, and
her entire performance is just the best type of camp, and brought me much joy.
I think what it was lacking was what this week's episode had, which was a really good amount of build-up. Because, like, that episode was basically just like, wait, we've got 45 minutes to do this whole thing. We've got to throw you in and get this going right away. Whereas, like, this week's one is like, okay, the whole point is to try and figure out what's going on until the reveal at the end. So it's like, yeah, we get to actually, like, set things up.
Oh, fuck.
Classic Who episodes are impossible to find depending on where you are, and Who is easy to start with. That's definitely a consideration.
Yeah, I haven't watched any Classic Who because it's literally there's nowhere to watch it on Canada. Like,
you can watch it on Tubi.
Oh,
I believe a lot of it is up on the Internet Archive, but whether or not that's accessible,
I only know it's on Tubi because Tubi is like my go-to like streaming service for when I want to watch something that's like extremely low effort. So yeah, there's a lot, like, Tubi is like a treasure trove of like B movies and C movies and Z movies.
yeah.
Like, all the Sharknado movies are on there.
So we should definitely watch, like, a classic Doctor Who together at some point, Aaron, because I think that would be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun. Because I just have I don't have much perspective on Classic Who. I started watching Doctor Who either right at the end of season 1 with Eccleston, or right at the beginning of season 2 when Tennant came in. But it was I really liked Eccleston and Tennant right off the bat. I was like more into Matt Smith's era when I was much younger, and then I kind of soured on it over time. I also did not like Matt Smith's last season.
Yeah, I started watching Doctor Who with the new show in 2005 with Christopher Eccleston, because obviously I think my parents had seen a fair bit of it, because, like, it was a big deal on TV back in the day. Back when there were only 3 channels.
I bet. Okay. I'm actually nerd. Okay.
I can smell it. The damp smell of blood.
Dory asked me to deliver a message to the governor. Olgimsky the Senior had nothing to do with the termitory. It was his son's doing.
My husband's no longer in charge of anything except for the camp. They'll judge whatever Olgimsky comes. The Mother Superior will just say a teensy tiny word, and there'll be no escape. Whichever comes, what do you mean? Well, they want a person, an expiatory sacrifice. Father or son, they don't care. They couldn't tell anyway. A family's a single body for them. You can cut a thief's right hand off of the left one. It's all the same. Not for Georgi, though. You can't see his scheme. It's political. How is it political? Men, come and go, the family says. And whatever it is, and what matters is who rules it. Georgi's leaving, so he's setting the table for his heirs, the terrible Maria and Khan. He doesn't need a young, clever, vigorous Olgimsky ruler. Is Big Vlad easier to handle? He's old. He'll die soon, and he's compromised by the territory deal anyway. Oh, it's a fine scheme. A blow that will hit everyone. My husband, too. It was him he sent you to. It's him he's planning to hold responsible later. Oh, Georgi. It's a scheme that would befit Simon. That's such an interesting line. Sorry. For context, at this point, Simon is either already possessing Georgi or about to possess Georgi. Anyway, sorry.
Is Simon like a demon or something?
No, it's complicated. Simon is the older brother of Georgi and Victor. And basically, the family set it up so that there would be a focus, basically, for the body, the soul. So even though his body died, his soul stayed and possesses Georgi eventually. Anyway. Oh, what should I do? Leave us alone. I've seen through his game straight away. Go to the mother. Let the kin devour whoever they want. It's all over anyway. Over. Let everyone choose how they die at least. Farewell, Katerina. Jennifer College. It's such a fun voice. It's such a strange voice. I kind of adore it. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Simon's either 77 or 277 years old.
Sure. That clears you right out.
Have a good one, Prince Infidel. Thank you so much for the donate earlier. Appreciate it. I got confused with the flag day and I forgot to thank you properly, so I'm sorry about that.
But yeah, I did start Doctor Who right back when the new show started, but then me and my younger sibling would get up early on Saturday mornings because they were showing repeats of some of the old Doctor Who's on like one of the channels here, and so I got in there around about like the very end of Tom Baker's run. So I saw it when the show started going, like when it got into the 80s, when it started getting kind of bad. And then kind of amazing again just before the end.
Yeah, because I mean that's like my only real experience with Doctor Who is like I watched like a few random episodes in the 80s, and like had absolutely no idea what was happening. And I'm just like, I don't think this is for me.
I've just recently finished watching all the way through the classic show, up to the TV movie, and I had a grand time. It took me from November of last year through to like a couple of weeks ago, or like a week ago, something like that. Because there's a lot of it.
Yeah, and that's like another reason I never really got into Doctor Who, because I'm just kind of like overwhelmed with like how much of it there is. And like people, it's like, oh yeah, just start with the modern one. It's like, but I was like,
here's the thing, you can just start with any given Doctor. Like in a lot of ways it's like a reboot of the show in some ways. And not completely. There's like times where Laura will get called back, but I've never been confused massively by watching
and I feel like the
I was wrong button.
The specials last year and the new season this year
is a good starting point.
It felt like a soft reboot in a way. Like they very much had a way to be like, oh, okay, let's just put all the lore over here and all the baggage. We're just going to put all that over here and only pick out the things we want.
It's still engaging with that stuff in interesting ways.
Oh, Oh,
yeah,
don't worry about not realizing it was meteor. I have not spoken in places online for quite some time.
It is. I do gotta say though, Chibnall's era was rough writing wise, and I feel bad because I really hope that we'll see Jodie Whittaker come back with a good writer, because I like her a lot. I think she's a great actress. I'd love to see. Okay, I can't remember which building Ty is in. So.
I feel like Jodie Whittaker is someone that like they could convince her to do some audio dramas.
They could what?
They could convince Jodie Whittaker to do the audio dramas in a few years, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Jodie still goes to stuff with other.
To do audio dramas, so like they can convince almost anyone.
Yeah, but I'd be interested in seeing her in live action again.
Yes.
I just would really love to see it with not terrible writing, not super. And I want to be clear what I mean by terrible: openly conservative, openly pro-capitalist, like in a way that IMO goes directly against most of the show.
I am still the lone defender of the Chibnall era, but with an asterisk of I totally see why people don't like it.
They never show me anything. They won't let me outside.
And like as long as the reasons for not liking it are like, you know, things like you were saying, which is like, yeah, genuinely engaging with the text and not just it's a woman now.
Why woman?
No, it's like I'm more interested because it's a woman. Also, Ty doesn't have a voice yet, so people should.
Donate, please.
If they want a voice for. Hi.
Yeah,
It's nice to see you're still alive.
This child with the weird hair, a voice.
Mother,
Oh,
I need to get into the abattoir. They say you can reveal way in. Well, they're right. Do it then. I'll reveal the gate for you if you reveal something to me as well. Fair barter, deal? Deal. That Clara's very sly. She started to tell me a story about a crystal flower, very engaging, but she didn't finish. She wants to elicit something from me in exchange for the ending. And what does she want? Something. You should hear her tell stories, too. I'm completely at her mercy now, and I feel like I'll have to do whatever she tells me to. I don't get it at all, and I don't think I'll end up giving up my life for her. What? Oh, please don't cry. Yes. Either that, or she'll demand something that couldn't be given away. She'll come here soon. She'll get back to her riddles. Oh, what can I do to stand up to her? Perhaps Capella could help. Then again, maybe not. So what do you want me to reveal to you? Reveal the ending of Clara's story to me. Remember, it's a story about an icy prince and a crystal flower. How does it end? I need to know. Then she can come here all she wants. I'd be ready, knowing everything, and she wouldn't be able to force me. I'll get unhooked. Okay.
Changeling has a hard
Did you bring the books to the person responsible for locking you up here?
Yes, you're slick.
Mother, what kind of punishment is in store for that person?
The terrible kind. I'll let worms and butchers have their way with him. They'll take that person upstairs to a small room on the upper floor. Even I'm not allowed in that room. Then they'll draw straws, deciding who goes in and who stays out to hold guard. Some of them will join the culprit in the small room, only to emerge after a while and go to sleep for 3 days. Neither the prisoner nor his remains will be found inside.
Will they devour him or something?
I'm telling you, I'm not allowed into that room.
You know for sure who the culprit is.
I don't know. Not for sure anyway. But I think it's Fat Vlad.
You want to know for sure?
Okay, I need to check. Choose big. I just don't want to mess something up.
Okay, even if it's not the correct line, can you just, as Jennifer Coolidge, say it's Big Vlad?
Oh, it's Big Vlad.
Thank you.
God, those head movements are so unnatural.
It's just something about like the very strange hair on this child, combined with that like weird tilting head. Is like, yeah, that's that's very intentionally unsettling.
Oh yeah, totally.
Which, given that the whole thing is meant to be very, like it's all a play, isn't it? So it's all meant to be very artificial.
Mm-hmm. It's just like, even within the context of a game, this kid looks like a mannequin.
Yeah.
Like a living mannequin. My brain just went to a children's show from the 80s called Today's Special, where a department store worker would stay in the department store after hours, and a mannequin would come to life, and there was also a talking puppet rat. And even as a child, I thought the idea of a living mannequin was extremely creepy.
I mean, that's a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, no, this was a children's show. They sang songs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm just checking some things.
In Pathologic 2, the means to better realize their vision, and she looks like a cute but defiant 5-year-old. I feel like, again, I obviously I can't speak for the developers, but I feel like the jankiness adds to the aesthetic in this. Like maybe Pathologic 2 is more what like they envisioned fully in their head, but using the resources that they had and able to make the visuals that they did, it feels like they leaned into it in a deliberate way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying she looks creepy in a bad way. I'm saying she looks creepy in a way that adds to things.
Oh, totally. I like how weird characters look in this game.
The 1986 Doctor Who on YouTube. 1986. Again, I've looked it up. 1986 would be Trial of the Time Lord, which is absolutely wild. Simultaneously, like one of the most ambitious and interesting ones, and also
Yeah, I should.
just
sorry.
some terrible stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Big Vlad because Big Vlad isn't anyone's bound, so it won't affect my ability to get the true ending. You're right, it's Big Vlad.
Oh, you've listened to the 1986 Doctor Who theme. and I was like, yeah, the Doctor Who themes in the 80s under Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy, absolute bangers.
Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, those ones are iconic.
Yeah.
I mean, even I know them, and I
I
don't know anything
mean,
about Doctor Who.
Yeah, almost every version of the theme is a banger.
Yeah.
Right. I don't understand who did what. He's the head of the family, so it's him who is to bear responsibility. Dad did that for me, too.
Is that so? Okay. I don't think that messes anything up.
There is a boy here.
A boy.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. I should clarify, I mean my cat is here.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like,
See-
there's... David, you hiding a boy?
What?
No.
The boy is
No.
always
Yeah.
how David and I reference our cats. The boy.
Yeah, no,
It's the boy.
no, that's it. The boy is here, and that other boy, you don't need to worry about it.
Jesus.
I've got it under control. I just want to clarify for the government agents listening in, that was a joke.
Oh, trust me. With me in the call, the odds
On-
of government
only
agents
Aeronaut-
listening in are skyrocketing.
Only Aeronaut kills babies, is not me.
Don't say that. Alright, what are we doing? Okay. I didn't kill a kid. I chose not to. I took the harder. No, Mike. What are you talking about? I specifically chose to not kill a kid in the Perispecs route. I am a good player. I don't need. I don't need the easy shit that comes from. I don't need the extra guns or anything or supplies that you get from killing the kid on day one. Because I'm good at the game, so.
Chat, can we get someone to clip Aeronog saying, I didn't kill a kid?
Please dog.
In the video game Pathologic.
But yeah, I didn't kill the dog head.
I believe it was in Dead Space where Aeronaut killed a baby.
Well, I mean, that baby knows what it
Officer Die Hard Man.
Isn't Die Hardman the character from Death Stranding?
Yeah.
It's German. It's Die Hardman.
Yes, the Bard. The.
No, Kojima really named a character Die Hard Man.
Yeah. And that's not the one that's Guillermo del Toro, I don't think. But I know Guillermo del Toro is someone in that game.
All I know is that one guy from Walking Dead is in it, and he's carrying a lot of stuff.
Norman Reedus.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's his
And
name.
I believe he drinks Monster.
Yes.
Sure.
And you as the player have to gently cradle your baby to sleep.
Oh.
it's
I watched. Like
Norman
10
Reedus
minutes
in
of
that
the stream
game
of it.
almost drinks as much Monster as my girlfriend.
it's
My girlfriend loves Monster.
It's just hilarious that all these people who are like coming in from Hideo Kojima making like the action espionage franchise, you're expecting like loads of guns and action, and it's like, here's a game where you have to gently rock a baby to sleep.
Yeah.
And then try not to get into fights as you deliver mail.
I do find that funny. I'm not a big fan of Kojima. I think he's an incredibly overrated artist with some of the most annoying fans of all time.
Yeah.
Which isn't fully his own fault.
I do like some of his, like, I loved Metal Gear Solid back in the day.
I'm sure if I played MGS 3, I would like that one.
Metal Gear Solid 3 is great.
So I'm planning on playing the remake if I can afford it.
I could not care less about the remake personally, just because I love the original version. But
Well, the remake's just a version I can play, and it looks like they're trying to be as faithful as possible. I'll wait until it's out and hear what people who say there's no game think of it, but it looks like they're just like, we're just gonna make the visuals good.
yeah. Alright. We'll see, but...
Oh, wait, it gets weirder. It gets weirder. Tyr just said you drink monsters so you can make piss to throw on monsters. It's a weird game. Yeah, that sounds Kojima. Sounds about Kojima. Kojima does love his,
He loves piss.
He does love piss. He does seem to have a piss
There's
kink.
a-
Like, I'm not
there's a
reading
bit
that
in
far
Metal
into
Gear-
it.
Yeah, there's a bit in Metal Gear Solid 2 where you are like kind of sneaking along a ledge and a guard pisses out over the side and you can stand under it.
He he likes piss play in his games.
Yeah. And
He also is very normal about women. Just so normal about women. Definitely not extremely weird about women.
Yeah. But there's the whole thing in Metal Gear Solid 4 where you can make the bosses who are women in that game. You can activate like a photo mode where they're crawling around in not much clothing and take pictures of them, and it's very weird.
I hate
Don't like that.
And
I hate them so much.
I think it's in 5 where they have, is she called like Echo, the character, or something like that? The one who, like, she photosynthesizes, and so she barely wears any clothes at any time?
Silent, a sniper in MGS5, yeah. I make a joke about it in my next video, and I'm sure people are going to be very normal about...
Yeah, because I just remember that happening at the time. Whisper, that's it.
No, the character's name is Silent.
Silent, okay.
Whisper might be a different character, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I remember... Oh my god, it's Prince Charming from Shrek 2. But I remember, like, people were making a big deal out of it, because obviously it is a very weird thing, and, like, some of the shots in that game was like, yeah, that is some weird male gaze camera bullshit. And, like, they then revealed the thing that's like, oh yeah, but she breathes through her skin, she photosynthesizes, so she needs to be dressed like that or she'll die. Don't you feel bad now? And it's like, no, you made that up.
You made that up. I
another character in
I think the bit
3 who did the same, that was a guy, and he wore a camouflage coat the whole time.
Yeah, no, like I say this in the video. I think the bit I say is that Thermian arguments amongst defenders of the medium's worst elements are quite common. Often they base the view on if there's a reason for it in the universe, it's fine. And completely ignore that these are works of art made by people who are making decisions as people.
Yeah.
Like
there's a whole school of people who are like, when they have a character do something like utterly reprehensible in a book, and it's like something, it's a character that you're not meant to dislike or question in any way, and they'll be like, oh well, I was writing, you're just like, that's just what the character made me do, or that's what the character is. Like, no, you could have not done that.
It's hard.
You have a choice.
You have a choice as a writer, and you decided to write sexist shit, and I'm going to talk about it. The one that is going to piss people off is I'm going to talk about Bayonetta. And I want to be clear that Bayonetta's character design is not inherently sexist. That's what I'm talking about. It's that the way that Bayonetta is generally treated by the games is incredibly voyeuristic. Like, I'm sorry, you're putting the fucking camera between her legs. And then people argue that like anytime people have critiqued any of Bayonetta's handling of these things, or any of the Bayonetta games' handlings of these things, they'll be like, oh, well, like, she wants the audience to think that because she's like reclaiming her sexuality. I'm like, no, this is written by men. No, like I don't, and I don't care that one woman was involved in the character design phase.
All of these things are like, you realize that like someone made this on purpose.
Someone spent hours animating this camera so that it was literally a crotch shot.
Yeah.
That's not a woman reclaiming her sexuality, right? Like, that's not being sexy for yourself or something. That is a digital reproduction created to elicit a specific arousal response within players. Yeah. Like it, and I know I'm gonna get some hate comments for that one. Even from because people get very defensive about this stuff, and it's like, well, it's worth discussing. And I don't think that Bayonetta is like the worst example or anything. I just think it's an interesting one in terms of how people defend it. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes, everybody who's been popping in and giving them.
If you're on the run, Mikey, I hope they don't catch you.
Alright, where's my voices? Capella. Victoire. Oh yeah. Rules card!
No!
You have come! I always knew my friend had to me. You're my friend, aren't you? Listen close, then. You know that I am not simply a ruler's daughter.
I carry the heavy burden of the sacred power, a burden that is akin to the one you are seeking to take. I am princess, and the children's priestess.
I know. I acknowledge you. You are Capella.
The absolute, like, disparate energies between these two voices.
I'm a good voice actor. I do my job well.
I don't think
I appreciate it.
The wildness to go from like, oh yes, I am there to.
Funny,
Such
is
a
it
funny
not?
contrasting energies.
So you do acknowledge me? Just look at us, a bare-legged girl and a disenfranchised outcast. Orphaned, too. You are a son of an Odong, true, but that only makes it worse. Oh, please do not be offended. But we are ridiculous, and yet there is more to our eyes.
More to our eyes.
Our eyes speak true. No more than 3 days will pass before you and I turn from tiny creatures into two pillars carrying the burden of the supreme power. Unless we make mistakes. Oh, I hope we never do. And so you will help me, will you not? Thus helping yourself. You do understand, don't you?
Oh, so that's where you're going with this.
I want to solemnly ask for your assistance. I beg you to help me with a cause that's not only good, but also crucial for the whole town. Save a few children's lives.
Are they in danger?
Yes, the terrible Clara wants to get personal gain at the cost of their childish magnanimity and their lives, and I cannot do anything. She breeds ill blood between us. I'll do anything for you to help me save them.
Oh, why is she so terrible?
She's so strong and dangerous. She's stronger than me, for I create and she destroys. She does indeed. That is her nature. She doesn't heal, she merely kills the disease. You should see the ones she's saved. She's stronger because she is made of lies. I, on the other hand, am the White Mistress, and so I am plain to see.
Why does she need the kids?
They are special! Both me and Clara care for the same quality of theirs, only from different angles. It is what is needed, what is useful to us. If you will, independence, importance, standing. It's just that I care for their personalities, and she needs something else. She wants to sacrifice them for something.
You want me to look after them?
Yes! Help them, Artemy, and I will repay you. I am begging you now as a child, but you will have the gratitude of a mistress. The change is bound to happen very, very soon. You know that the future is an open book to me. Help me attain power, and I will help you keep yours.
I don't need power.
But you need to win, or don't you? Don't you feel obligated, clenched, trapped by fate? Oh, you do need to win, else you will never become yourself. Let us help each other. Let us be noble and generous.
Okay, let's say we have a deal.
Yeah, Tyr just said, there's a meta in which selling sex is a part of the contract you sign in order to be a creative within the film, music, and video games industry, and honestly a lot of books too, even non-fictions. So the more pornographic the depiction, ultimately the more direct the appeal to 13 to 35 demographic, young men's demographic it is. Yeah, I think, and I want to be clear that I'm not saying pornographic stuff is bad. I'm not saying that. It's that when we look at how media handles things, when it is treating women as a fetish object and not as people, that's where I have issues. And in the case of Bayonetta, like, she is, as I discussed in my video on Alice, I think, you know, she's being shot like a piece of meat to be, Whereas, like, I don't know, there's plenty of people I know who do sex work that's very fulfilling work for them, you know, that is able to do it in a way that is not as much engaging in those types of things. It really depends on the context on how it's handled.
And I think there is a fair point that a lot of it does just come from that is the systems that have been established and like the. It's been so normalized and accepted that that's the way you do things that a lot of people just don't realize they're doing it and they just do it.
Which doesn't make it okay. It's worth examining.
But, it's something that it makes it a bit more nuanced than just like anyone who does this is like a misogynist who hates women. It's just like a lot of the time it's just like that's just what they've learned.
Well, no, but that is like part of critiquing it is the point is like you don't need to know you're doing it to do it.
No, I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I know you and I at least try to be myself. I like try to be aware of in the commentaries you make, like when you do criticism of things, to not just be like the problem is this individual artist who did something bad. You know, it's always like the problem is like the situations that led to him being in that position.
Yeah,
usually.
like I love when people, because they like the women in a piece of media, decide that media cannot be sexist in how it portrays them. Good example, just brought up with questioning especially, is One Piece. One Piece has what, one body type for women, maybe two, outside of like a very rare
Tia said that
exceptions.
as well. One Piece has stick waist busty design for lady characters.
Yeah. There's a couple of exceptions. There's the one pirate lady that's like actually plus size, and that's
it's just
it.
The
One?
Always Sunny bit where as we know, there's only one acceptable body type for women: skinny big tits.
No, like One Piece has that hugely, and I think frankly the live action is so much better because it doesn't.
Love herself. Changeling.
I have never seen One Piece, and I intend to continue that lucky streak of my life.
I don't plan on watching the show, the animated show, but I did like the live action.
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, it's a lot of fun, and also it's one of those ones where I feel like to get into it, like to get into like the anime or the manga, you've got to like get into it.
Yeah.
You know.
I
And I have too many things that I'm like that. So
yeah, I think I'm at my limit for like the number of shonen anime I'm willing to watch. And it's a very small number. Like I've watched all of Dragon Ball / read the manga, and and One Punch Man, which is a parody of the genre. Beyond that, I was like, I'm just not interested in watching any more shonen anime. It's like it's good. I have Dragon Ball. It's fine. I know the entire genre. I don't need more. I'm good.
yeah. Okay, I think Aronok needs to read now.
Yeah. Have you seen Clara by any chance? What are you not good? Of course, I need to remind myself.
Late night radio host lady. Is it a specific late night radio?
Okay,
host
I
lady?
need to get in a voice, so
Okay.
sorry. It's hard to concentrate and think about it when people are talking. Yeah, it's kind of based on the one from Vampire the Masquerade, but I'll show you. A funny coincidence, she was looking for you too, and looked serious about it. I literally cowered when I saw her. Miss Clara's up to something. Chances are she'll outsmart us all. So where is she? At Murky's van. Thank you. Anyway, sorry. It took a second. Apologies.
You do not apologize for it.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure One Piece is over 1,000 now. I think they're 1,100 and something.
Yeah.
Like,
Too many.
I saw a comic talking about it because they'd like recently got into it, and they're like, no, seriously, it's not that much. You just do like 3 hours a day, you know, watch 9 episodes, and it'll only take you 3 months.
That's like when people will recommend a show to you and it's like, oh, it gets really good in season 3, and it's like, okay, so I've got to watch like 52 bad episodes before it gets good.
I can watch a bad episode, you know, or a bad season or a rough season.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
not
like,
So tired.
and with that, it needs to be one where it's like, okay, I can see the potential for what this can be in the later seasons once they kind of figure out their voice. But
yeah, Deep Space Nine is a good example of this.
yeah,
I would actually argue Deep Space Nine is good right from the start.
No,
but it has some good stuff at the start, like that
Yeah.
opening 2-parter I think is really good.
Mhm.
Yeah, it has
But
the
it's
best
got some,
pilot.
it's got some.
Oh, it's definitely got
some-
some stinkers in that
Yeah, it's got
first
some real thing, like
the first
that one with
season.
like a Rumpelstiltskin in it.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I mean,
but,
there are definitely worse ones than that. I mean, it's
yeah.
a very inconsistent season.
yeah,
But there are some
it
banger
gets,
episodes
it
in that
gets
in
so
that first season.
good so fast.
Oh yeah. I'm not.
Season 1 of Deep Space Nine is a variety of bad rejected TNG scripts. This isn't speculation.
Oh yeah.
With the Deep Space Nine characters kind of plastered over those rough scripts.
And that's how you
So-
end up with the episode where
You get a
where Cisco
banger.
punches Q.
You get a banger pilot, and you get a couple of decent ones. The one where he punches Q, I actually like. I do like that episode. His interactions with Q are interesting.
It's great that like, you know, like Q constantly pesters Picard and Janeway because they kind of play along to a degree, whereas Cisco punches him and he never comes back.
No. Cisco's like, no, none of this.
And I think that episode's really good for establishing Cisco in contrast to Janeway Picard.
It's like, hey, we're doing a different show here.
Yeah.
But like Duet is also in the first season. Duet is like one of the best episodes of the entire run.
I need to remind myself what that one even is. I'm not saying there's bad, like there's no good episodes in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, Duet's great. Duet's the one with Goldar Heel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like, it's not like season 1 of TNG where it's like, okay, there's
Oh,
like
yeah.
one or two like okay ones,
Oh
and the
yeah,
rest is just rubbish,
it's,
right?
it's a
No,
much
but my
higher quality
the
of
reason I
anime.
said Deep Space Nine was the best example is because Deep Space Nine's the best example of you can see the greatness there,
Yeah.
but it's fucking intermittent. Whereas like you get to season 4 of Deep Space Nine and it's just like banger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
One
yeah.
okay episode, banger.
Like, you get to a certain
so
point
like,
where just like every episode you're like, I am thinking consistently about the horrors of war, but also these guys are gay.
Yeah, like there's so much good stuff
Yeah,
going on from season 2
so
onwards.
like that argument I can get behind.
So that's what I was saying is just that it's a good example of the
Yes.
one season that's a little rough, but you can
But, like,
see
but when you get
what's
the good
gonna
stuff, it's
happen.
like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah. I tend to push back on people who are like, oh, just skip the first season. It's like, no, the first season is good.
I would
stuff
skip
I didn't
specific
get.
episodes. I have
yeah,
recommended that, and that has gotten people into
yeah.
this show better.
Yeah, skip
But-
some of the filler episodes of Deep Space Nine, fine. But like, there's a lot of important character stuff set up in that first season as well. So
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta read this, and I'm so sorry in advance because it's Super Smash Bros. Announcer, and I hate.
Like you have hit my special interest now, so that's why I want to take it up.
Yeah.
Mario. Kirby. What do you want, Ripper?
You've started telling the mother oh wait. The Solar Halves have told me a funny story about crystal flowers or something.
How do they even know that tale?
No idea. The ending's really funny though.
There's nothing funny about it. It's scary, actually. It couldn't have made them laugh.
They were totally hysterical, especially when it got to that prince.
They couldn't have laughed. What made them laugh? The prince getting desperate and thinking that a flower like this would never grow in his garden again? Or maybe the living flowers dying because the crystal one took everything from them, the water, the air, and even the light. Is it that bit?
No, another one.
Well, was it the gardener coming with the scissors and the prince making it so that he'd cut the living flowers instead of the crystal one? Or that terrible flower throwing out seeds, giving birth to a whole new garden, 100 times more beautiful than the previous one, but having no real flowers?
There was something else.
That's the end. There couldn't have been anything else. They're lying.
Maybe. And you know your tales, huh? Get tricked, motherfucker. Wow.
You're fucked, gamer.
Okay, yeah. Season 1 of Clone Wars is rough. I like that show a lot. I made a watch list for LK and I was just like, skip.
Yeah.
One good episode, skip.
You sent me that watch list actually. So I have it saved in my Google Drive for whenever I decide I wanna watch Clone Wars. Because like I started to watch Clone Wars and I got like maybe halfway through the first season. I'm just like, no, this isn't for me. I'm like, no, I can't. But whenever I decide I do want to watch it, I do have that list saved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Clone Wars is like that. Definitely took a while to get worse. But again, but you can
I
see
think
like
you can see moments. Episode 1 of Clone Wars is decent. That's the one with Yoda and the 3 clones. Like that really established what some of the best bits of the later show is going to be. The Clone Wars movie's not very good. It has its moments that are okay, but it's not very good.
I've never watched the movie. I've watched
the movie is just a couple of episodes of the show in back-to-back order.
Oh yeah. I've heard it's really bad. I've never watched it. I've seen the like the first 6 seasons. I never watched like that 7th one that they did just on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I'll go look at my Clone Wars. Like, I'm gonna tell you what episodes I recommended from season 1 because like the rest of the watch order has some specific stuff, and I do point out like terrible things. Okay, so here's my this watch I believe will bring the most enjoyment from the series. You don't necessarily have to watch all of these. I will note ones you can skip, but you should read the wiki recaps. Okay. Section 1, tone setting. Season 1, Episode 1 establishes tone well. One of the best episodes of Season 1. Shows why the clones are great. Yoda's just a silly little guy. Season 3, Episode 1. Yes, we're jumping there. Clone Cadets. It's my boys' Domino Squad. Fives and Echoes are my Blorbos. Then, Season 1, Episode 5, Rookies. It's Domino Squad again. You get to meet Rex in the context of interacting with clones. And also, you just get a bit that's basically my boyfriend's better than yours between Anakin and Obi-Wan. And then Section 2, Battle of Christophsis. Season 2, Episode 16, Cat and Mouse. Anakin episode. We also get Commander Wolf. Yularen's relationship with Anakin, and that continues like all the way into the Empire area. It's interesting, and it begins there. Season 1, Episode 16, Hidden Enemy. Yeah, just like a good clone episode with Rex and Cody. They have to like find a traitor. It's fun. Then the Clone Wars movie. It's not the best, but it is the introduction of several major characters and the end of the storyline. I recommend watching the Christophsis section and reading a synopsis of the rest. It drags in the middle, but not the worst thing I've watched. Like, I don't necessarily recommend the Clone Wars movie, but if you want to know like the story, you need to know what happens in it, because it's like, this is where Ahsoka gets introduced. This is where you get, second. And then grab bag 1, some side quests, mostly unnecessary. Watch season 1, episode 2, because you get Plo Koon being great. Just read a recap of Malevolence. There's some stuff that's like important, but I don't like that arc very much. Season 1, episode 6 and 7 are a 2-parter. They're meh, but some people like them. Not noteworthy. Season 1, episode 8, read the recap. Do not watch. It's a Jar Jar episode. Don't watch Jar Jar episodes. Season 1, episode...
Why would you do that?
Because Jar Jar's a good boy.
Season 1, Episode
doesn't
9 is...
deserve it.
Yeah, Season 1, Episode 9 is not necessary, but you must read the wiki to watch the next episode, which is worth it. Season 1, Episode 10, Lair of Grievous. What if General Grievous was a slasher villain? Like, literally, that's the entire episode, is Grievous, like, plays the role and the story structure of a slasher film. Like, a slasher horror film. It's great. Season 1, Episodes 11 and 12 is a two-parter. You get the intro to Hondo Anaka, but, like... Episode 12's Jar Jar. It's rough. Episode 13 and 14 are not necessary, but they're okay Jedi episodes, completely forgettable. Season 1, Episode 15, Trespass is alright. Watch it if you feel like it. Not necessary, but it is about the corruption of the Republic and its neoliberalism, and you do need to read the synopsis at least. Episodes 17 and 18 are a two-parter on Naboo. Big meh. Read synopsis for relevant knowledge. As you can see, like, getting through Season 1's rough. Season 1, Episode 19 through 21... super important to Rebels. It's about the occupation of Ryloth, the homeworld of Hera. It sets up the tensions further explored in some of Bad Batch's best episodes. And you get Hera Syndulla's dad. Battle for Ryloth's pretty good. It's a pretty good arc. And then we get to Season 2. And from there on, like, there's a lot more, like, here's an occasional episode I think you can skip or But, like, Season 1 is really just a, like, here's the 5 episodes I genuinely recommend. Here's the 4 that are okay. Don't watch the rest. Thank you so much, Bellamy. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Tyr.
Hello.
Anyway, what was I doing? Okay.
You were talking about the Clone Wars.
Yeah, but yeah, Clone Wars is just the definition of a show that, like, I can't recommend the first season to people, but there's some stuff in the first season that's so important to watch the rest of the show, and it's kind of rough.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to watch it, because I'm definitely, like, negatively biased against it, because, like, I really, really, really dislike the prequels, and I hate anything that reminds me of them, so, like, it's just, like, that era of Star Wars, I'm just like, I'm just, like, not interested in Star Wars in this setting.
I grew up with it, and I love clones, so...
Yeah, and that's fair. Like, I mean, the prequels came out when I was an adult, so I was already, like, jaded, and...
yeah.
So, like, I have, like, no nostalgia for them. Like, to this day, I've only seen Revenge of the Sith once, and that was when it was in the theater.
The prequels, I'm very much, like, I admire what George Lucas was going for. I think the delivery is not great, but I get why people love them.
I don't really love the prequels very much. I genuinely like Revenge of the Sith. I can recognize it has many flaws, especially the handling of Padme. Episode 1 and 2 I just dislike more and more as I get older.
You didn't like that she just died of a broken heart?
In your anger. In your anger. No!
Do not want!
Oh, Backstroke of the West. No one does it like Backstroke of the West.
I actually like, so Revenge of the Sith maybe, like, not like Star Wars for a very long time.
That was how I felt about Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah?
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker did that for me.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker also did that for me. I'm just like, I don't like Star Wars anymore.
You didn't like the full-throated endorsement of murder?
There's like, oh boy, I could rant for a very long time. All the things I hate about that movie.
My favorite thing is just
Rise of Skywalker.
is
Okay.
the video of someone in the theater just at the end of it going, "I fucking hate Star Wars. Fuck."
Yeah, no, I've never had that experience of, like, a bad piece of media in a franchise ruining the rest of the franchise for me as I did with that one. I kind of, working on the Star Wars video, I both learned new hatreds and problems that I have towards the series in general, and also, like, kind of regained some of my love for some aspects of it. But yeah, I think Star Wars is probably the most hit or miss series of all time. It's like, really,
there's only so many good pieces of media, and like a lot of the best stuff is this like obscure shit you need to know to go looking for. Like, if you want a good story starring a more Sith-aligned character and like redemption and everything, watch Force Unleashed. Play Force Unleashed. I like those games. Those are fun. They're not perfect. They have issues, but they're fun at least.
Sure.
There's some interesting things going on there.
Well, all I know is I was playing Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, and specifically playing the Rise of Skywalker part when I got the phone call to find out that my mum had died. So I really don't like that movie.
Oh,
No.
wow.
Yeah, I love Andor.
It was like the thing I can do to make a joke out of that is like I needed another reason to hate the Rise of Skywalker.
I mean that now makes like my like extra reason for hating it like seem trivial, because my extra reason for hating it was that was the last movie I saw in theaters before the pandemic's ends. And for I did not go see another movie in theaters until Dune 2. So for several years, that was the last movie I saw in the theater.
And then June 2 ruled. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gendy's. No, you're correct, Chandler. Gendy's Clone Wars miniseries is so fucking good.
Oh yeah.
It's so good, and it's so much more accessible now.
I remember seeing that like when it first was on Cartoon Network back in the day, and like that was canon. Because like that, literally the end of that series leads into the start of Revenge of the Sith.
Mm. That's probably the only piece of media from that era of Star Wars that I actually do like.
Yeah. Because Gendy Tartakovsky is just really good at animating action.
Yeah. This stuff slaps.
Gendy's just
good at animating, like, he's just good at
There's a reason I
like,
based my style
characters.
for the Star Wars video on that miniseries.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wanted to say something by pulling on like one of the best pieces of Star Wars media.
I was actually just going to make a silly joke about someone should make a Star Wars thing in that style, but beat me to it.
Okay, I gotta read character.
Yes.
It's nice to see you're still alive.
It's still Jennifer Coolidge, isn't it?
Oh, here's how the story of the Icy Prince ends. Oh, do tell. As time went by, the crystal flower became the greediest in the garden. It drank all the earth's juices, but most importantly, it also snatched all the sunlight. The garden became so dark that even the air had turned cold. Oh, and what did the prince do when the time had come to pick the crystal flower?
Okay.
The prince executed a crafty plan. He engineered it so that the gardener would pick a different flower instead of the crystal one. Yeah, sounds right. It's all been coming to that. So did the flower end up all alone in an empty garden? Yes, it blossomed. It spread its seeds all over the place, and a new garden grew 100 times more beautiful than the one before. So that's how it is. Yes, that sounds right. What a bad prince. Why do you have to kill the simple flowers? Let me into the abattoir, Mother. Come in. I'm going to fall asleep now. Then I'll go there myself and crack the great pit open. Do you know where it is? Follow the passage between the buildings and you'll find yourself right by the pit. Thank you, Mother.
I don't... Like, Rise of Skywalker is one of those films where I'm just sort of baffled at how. Like, I'm impressed almost at how incompetent it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's truly something. It is just about getting to midnight here, so I think I am going to head out.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
My
Love you,
pleasure.
David.
Always,
Yeah, but best of luck for the rest of the stream. Have a very happy birthday, and everyone go donate money to Aeronaut.
money, please.
Bye.
It's actually based to donate money to Aeronaut, and it's cringe to forget to donate money to Aeronaut when you intended to.
Thank you. I just feel so awkward both ever asking and then having other people. And I know it's like it's necessary, and I do try to approach, especially these voice streams, as like I'm busking kind of, you know. People pay for different aspects of the performance, and yeah.
Yep.
But I still feel weird. It still feels weird. Okay, I can go in the abattoir.
Yeah.
For me, the reason I don't like Rise of Skywalker is because it kind of just tore the mask off so that you can't do anything interesting after episode 9 in the universe. It's just like, yeah, from here on, it's just always going to be either the Emperor, the clone of the Emperor, or the Force will of the Emperor as a Force ghost, or potentially just somebody trying to be the new Emperor. But it's always the Emperor from now on. Don't worry about it. This direction has nothing.
It's almost like infinitely repeating cycles is bad for storytelling, for imagination. I definitely didn't write 6 hours about this. No, that sums up why I hate it as well, because it's like,
Yeah.
you have ruined the potential for imagination in this space. And I think what a lot of people love about Star Wars is not just the media that exists, it is Star Wars, it's the imaginative space it exists inside.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for a long time, you could tell any story in Star Wars. That had a...
Wait, especially with the expanded universe stuff, yeah.
Yeah, like back in the day.
Before the mouse attacked.
Before the dark times.
Before Disney somehow returned. No, and here's the thing.
Yeah,
here's the thing. Like, the old EU did the same thing in a not particularly popular story. In the old EU, the Emperor did come back.
Yeah.
There was cloning and everything. But
Definitely
that, like, era did eventually end. And there was the whole Yuzon Vong thing, and that wasn't very great either. I'm not saying all the old EU stuff was great, but there was an openness to telling very different types of stories. And trying things. And some of those things were bad. And that's okay. And some of those things were pretty good. And that's awesome too. Like, there's some really good comics that existed before from the old EU. There's some books that people really like. I haven't read enough of the books, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've only read a few of them. But yeah, like some of the old EU stuff is great. A lot of it isn't. I'm not looking back at the old EU with rose-colored glasses saying, "Oh, like all of this is great," and Disney was. Like,
I am.
They deleted it, and I'm still, no. It's okay.
It's more just that it allowed itself to be flexible.
Mm-hmm.
And there was space for artists to play around a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of that with like Andor. I haven't watched it yet, but The Acolyte I know is kind of doing its own thing, which is good. I'm not sure if it's doing it well, but because I haven't watched.
So like my very quick, like no spoiler thoughts on The Acolyte. Really disliked the first episode.
Yeah.
By episode 3, I am very intrigued. I am
interesting.
Like, I'm on board now, and I really wish so. Like this is a mild spoiler, but like episode 3 is a flashback episode.
I already knew that.
And I really it's more for the benefit of the chat because I know you don't care. But I really wish they had led with episode 3. Like I wish episode 3 was episode 1. Because they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that first episode where they try to do like this whole like, oh, Pepsi twist thing. It's like, but they didn't really like hard commit to like this whole like mystery reveal. And it would have just been a better story if you just knew what it was from the very beginning. And if you just started with the story at the start.
I'm not sure that I agree with that conceptually because of 3-body problem. A lot of people just bounced right off the beginning of the 3-body problem as soon as it skipped 30 years. Because it's and so with the way that a lot of people will read a media and they're just like they feel like they're being introduced to the dramatis persona right at the beginning, and so if things suddenly change right after, a lot of people are just like, what why is it like this now?
That's interesting because I mean that's the first I'm hearing of like people bouncing off of the 3-body problem for that reason. I mean I could definitely see people bouncing off of that show for other reasons.
I'm talking about the book. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I've been trying to get people to read that book since 2012.
Oh yeah, like I've read all the books and like I very much enjoy them, even though they have some.
I'm so sorry that you have the personality type to be able to enjoy it.
Well, yeah, as I mean, like I recognize the flaws of 3-body problem, like the whole trilogy, because like the characters are not great. but it's not a character-driven story. Like it is a story that is very much driven by the big ideas, and I find the ideas really fascinating. So like I kind of like give the characters a pass. So I don't know. That's just kind of like my feelings on it, and the I don't know, the like time jumping really doesn't bother me at all. So.
Well, in the Chinese version of Three Body, the time jumps are flashbacks in the middle of the series, and they moved them over to the beginning for the English version.
Weird. Anyway, I gotta.
Yes, please.
Performance. Does the foreman have? Foreman Ayoun does not have voice, so if you donate, you can select a voice for him. Anyway,
I would select Bobcat Goldthwait.
I don't know if I know how to do Bobcat Goldthwait, to be honest.
It's also really bad for your voice, so I was just kind of ribbing.
I love the Bobcat voice.
Like. I don't know
it kind of sounds like this.
Oh, that.
Yeah. One of Hades' minions sounds like him.
Okay, I see.
You come here often, kindred one. Do you seek to... Jesus, mate. We almost had a little accident. It's fine.
Yeah, I think for the premiere, I'll just put a little piece of tape on the back of the zipper so it doesn't do that.
You come here
because I to do that type of deeper voice, I open my chest really wide.
Whoops. Don't want to have a wardrobe malfunction.
No, I really don't. That getting banned from YouTube because of a wardrobe malfunction would make me cry.
No, I was more thinking like at the premiere. You don't want to have a wardrobe.
No, I don't want that either, but
You come here often, kindred one. Do you seek to be employed by Boost Vlad? The plague is fierce, but we must not abandon work. Perhaps you were an Odong. Bring us a bull, then. Perhaps you were a butcher. Kill one for us, then, and prepare its meat for transportation.
I want to ask where the blood you gave me yesterday came from.
Yet you will not get an answer. Why should I share this knowledge with you? You cannot take it, and it will rip you apart.
I'm the son of Isidore Burrock. It's not Nayoon's place to talk to me about knowledge.
I'm getting a little bit of feedback from...
I see before me someone who calls himself a son of Barak. You haven't accepted his inheritance and they're therefore unworthy of his name.
Lie. I've accepted my father's inheritance in full.
Have you accepted your father's duty and the obligation to save the lives that he gave an oath to keep?
I have.
Have you accepted his knowledge? Have you accepted his lines? You've learned how to tell the dark from the light, the damp from the crumbling, the scorching from the cold, the dead from the living.
I have.
Have you accepted his possessions, his house, his flesh, his food, and his signs?
I have.
Then show me the thing that he used to draw the line down with when opening them up for a ritual. Where is his uday, which should be hanging around your neck proudly so that everyone can see who's in charge of the lines of the Barak's Taglu?
I will fix that.
I will only speak to you when you have your father's uday hanging from your neck. It seems like something has been concealed from you by the one that passed the inheritance to you.
I'll be back, Elder One.
Bellamy, that is a wild sentence. I don't know how to respond to that sentence. That's wild. Chat's going in a direction. That's cool.
Oh.
The Avatar is such a process to walk through, and I can tell that when they were designing the game, they're like, they're gonna take so much time to walk through here.
Are you having fun? Are you having fun having your time wasted? Huh? Huh? I love this game.
I like the little guys that are running around.
Nico asks, has anyone seen, read, etc. any good art lately? What was I watching? I've seen something really terrible.
Oh.
So...
That wasn't the question.
I know. But I just thought of... Because I was thinking about media I've engaged with recently. And then I was reminded of something that was particularly bad. Do not, under any circumstances, watch RE:monster on Crunchyroll. It's so bad.
Oh.
It was one of those things where I watched multiple episodes mostly out of the fascination at how bad it was. Like, outside of just the egregious sexism and weirdness and bleh, like, in general, it's also just, like, so incompetently written. It feels like a show written by a 13-year-old who's just like, and then this happens, and then the cool guy, he does this thing, and then he does this thing, and it's so cool, and then he does this thing, and it's like there's no anything to it. Like I think I finally found a piece of media I can genuinely say does not have any intentional themes. or like it's sort of just it's just like literally just the most gross 13-year-old, like sexist 13-year-old boys, like wet dream of a weird, creepy, gross thing where it's just, and it's baffling because it's like what if like the worst fanfic ever written was given really good voice acting? It's baffling. I'm like, why does this exist? And things that are, like, bad, but in a way that I cannot comprehend how you even make it that bad, like, fascinate me even as they annoy me and are awful to watch. And I find it interesting. Yeah.
So I'm going to engage your hyper focus in a second here. But
yeah.
I've not seen this yet. It is sitting in my queue to watch. I saw the TV Glow.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to talk about that on stream today.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I'm writing a video, and also because it's
I know
sad
nothing about
and
it.
Makes me cry.
Yeah. I know it's a movie I'm probably going to cry a lot at, and I know it's a movie that you really liked, but I know nothing about it. So I'm just going to wait until I have the mental energy to watch it and have a good cry. So.
What I'd say is this: it's a heavy film. It's very hard, but it's an absolute masterpiece. And if you are trans, you should watch it. And if you are cis, you should watch it. But like, check your cis perspective at the door and try to be open to trying to understand it. Because my God, the way that cis people have acted in film theaters, seeing this film it's not good.
Oh.
I'll explain in a second. I gotta do Aspity. Please say that Aspity is still voice.
Yes.
Okay.
Ancient primordial blackness, I trace your steps with my hands on.
Look me in the eye, Aspity. Did you hand over my father's inheritance to me in full? Every bit and every part of it.
No, I didn't, I confess.
Explain yourself.
I've fallen in love with you, Don. I care too much. I so desperately want you to leave. You were brought up away from here. You've forgotten our rights and customs. You're in need of a friend here, a mentor. It was easier for me to keep your belongings for the time being. Easier than trying to explain why they're dangerous to keep, and even more dangerous to use.
What are you talking about?
It's a bone. A boss Primigenius's horn. Here it confirms that you are the eldest of the Buroks, that you know the right and preserve the art of a copyist Taglu.
Why did you hide it from me?
Intuition. Also, I have a strong feeling that this is the exact horn that had pierced your father's chest. I managed to snatch it from under the nose of Severov's crazed henchmen while they were inspecting the crime scene. Had I given it to you, you would have been rocking around the place with a murder weapon in your pocket.
What you did was right. And yes, this is Primordial Lizard Brain from Disco Elysium.
Yes.
You're correct,
Yeah.
chat. I'm so glad that it was recognizable just off the sound and nothing else.
The Buroks are a copious taglure. You know the lines. You know how to cut a body open. The right is your right. There are but a few families of the kind left. I had no right to make this choice for you.
Give me the bone.
It's rightfully yours. Take it and forgive me. I swear that I meant well. Had I not abused the situation, you'd have been dead by now. You'll now be once again accused of patricide by many. The week-old story will repeat itself. Be prepared.
It'll be different now. I'll take care of it all on my own.
Oh boy, is my reputation about to tank? Oh no, it won't. Haha! I was expecting a third day where I'd have to run through the town avoiding people trying to punch me so that I can, yeah. Thank you for the bullets. God, I really do just break this game's economy so fast. It's day 8. I'm holding 61,000, but that's because I've purposely not been selling anything because prices are low right now. And as soon as I'm done the daily quest, I'm just gonna go and buy as much as I can and then sell tomorrow when the prices hike again.
I mean, that is what you're supposed to do. Buy low, sell high.
Mike was asking me, what do you think of the abattoir? I find the abattoir in this game, obviously, like much of this game, is sort of abstracted, partially due to the pressures of development and the quality of graphics available to them, etc. Pathologic 1 is such an interesting game because it really dives into sort of metatextually justifying the way in which it abstracts the space you're in as more like the stage of a theater play, you know? It doesn't necessarily represent the actual thing, but rather points to it from a distance, semiotically. It's very interesting. And so I find the abattoir sort of an interesting space because you have this sense of almost chaos in terms of just how many people are moving around really fast, right? So it gives the otherwise very still game much more of an energy. And I think the way it's lit, the way like these look like ribs right as you come in, I think is a really interesting choice to sort of accent this idea of you are in the chest of the bull, you know, near the heart. It's a fun little design choice. But I don't know how much I have a conceptualization of the abattoir. I feel like when I play Patho 2 eventually, whenever I can get a computer good enough to run it, because it's such a poorly optimized game, I'll have some more coherent thoughts to give about it. And I do really like that the game, you know, you only enter the abattoir as the Harrowspecs. The one time Danielle tries to go in there, they just get their shit kicked in, get knocked out, and wake up at 2 p.m. the following day. Oh shit, I'm hitting high exhaustion. Yeah. Okay, big boy.
all.
Speak.
I've accepted my father's inheritance in full. Speak.
I see. A worthy deed. I know now that you haven't had the bone before due to ignorance, not cowardice. It is henceforth yours. What do you want to know? Speak.
Where did the blood you gave me yesterday come from?
It's the blood of a boss Primigenius, an image of boss Turok, who goes by the name of an Aurochs, an ancient steppe bull whose lines are akin to the line of the cosmic bull. It was left over from a sacrificial rite.
But the rite didn't go the way you wanted it to. You couldn't get living blood from the beast killed the day before yesterday.
That is so, but I can draw it from the earth. It is the blood that feeds Suok's body, the blood that flows through her veins underground, the blood that we have been pouring there since time immemorial, feeding boss Turok's body to be fed by him in return.
You've taken this blood from below the ground. How old is it?
Warmed by Suok's body, brought to life by Suok's breath, the currents of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of bulls cut open lie underground. Its age should be of no concern to you. It has been the living blood of Suok from the moment it was poured into boss Turok's veins.
Where exactly is the entry point that the blood gets poured into?
I will tell you that this too. Here, in the abattoir, the heart of the house of Suok, lies a well that is connected to the veins feeding the earth.
Can blood be extracted from there?
Only by an Odong, the foreman of the abattoir, who belongs to a long Teglur and knows the right. The blood rises from down below, heeding his call, but I will not call this blood for you until we are equal.
Why not?
Because I do not want you to have it. You are unworthy of thinking about it, let alone taking it. It was not you, but Vus Vlad that I gave the blood to before, to help him on his orders.
So how can I get this blood?
By making the sacrifice and fulfilling your father's duty, by passing every trial, completing every task, and proving that you are worthy of making such a sacrifice, not before that. Come tomorrow. We shall talk about it.
I will.
Okay.
Every time
Did
I say
they-
duty, I giggle a little.
Did they say what Boast Turok means?
I'd have to look that up.
I know Bos is the genus name for all cows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also the root word for the like steppe people language for like a boss, right? Boos. E-O-O-S. Is that a B-O-S?
Knowing's half the battle.
Mike said it's the main god in the steppe religion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Nice. It is only 5 p.m. I've already finished the entire day's everything. Cool. And tomorrow's only 2 quests, so. Yeah, it's the bull that is the world. There's also, like, if you really read into some of the lore and stuff, there's significant implications that the powers that be and the sandbox exist within the context of the void from Ice Pick Lodge's other game. There's some interesting stuff there if you really dig into it. Because technically, like, we're just magic dolls inside of a sandbox played with by children who were recently at a funeral.
Aren't we all just magical dolls?
I'm a magical doll, that's true. Actually, everyone in the call is magical. I do love the double entendre doll. Eating trans. It's funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, trans femmes.
Yeah.
Hell is more of a state of mind.
It really is. Wow. It's a state of mind. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. It's just it's too perfect.
Yeah.
I just really need to get to my boyfriend Daniel's house so I can sleep. Artemy and Daniil, funniest gay couple ever. They are a gay couple. Especially in Artemy's route where Daniil's like, "Hey, big boy, can you come help me, please? I'm scared." Pretty please. Scary plague. That's not great, Red. It is a joke.
Oh, so I watched the first episode of the new season of The Boys.
I watched the first 3.
I only had enough time to watch one. I liked it.
There's bits I find interesting.
Yeah.
I really do not love the 3rd episode. And I don't think it's meant to be literal, but the 3rd episode sort of implies that Homelander has DID with the specific bit at the end. That's not great.
Oh yeah, I mean
they've played around with that in.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like the last season they kind of they started doing that.
Yeah, it's particularly bad there.
Yeah.
Oh, great! I didn't save for a hot minute.
Oh. Oh god, the RPG, like, oh god, I haven't saved in a long time, like, terrors. I know them well.
Yeah. I should wait. But yeah, I'm interested to see what they're doing with this season. I do like that they're letting they're doing some stuff with A-Train and A-Train like learning a conscience and stuff. That's, I think, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much not invested in his redemption arc.
Well, it's not about redemption. I think it's more about like, I'll describe it. I'm interested to see what they do with that character. I think the show does a good job of saying, like, if you did horrible things, those things don't just go away if you try to do good things afterwards.
Yes. Yeah.
And so, oh, it's like already bad.
Sometimes it's your beliefs that are abominable.
Yeah, like I mean, it's a show full of like just awful people, and like a big part of that is like the situation that they're in, and they're awful because that's how they survive.
A huge point of the show, in my opinion, is saying terrible people come out of systemic pressures. Usually capitalism, pro-American views, all these things, but also like even our protagonists are all a little fucked up. And a lot of them are sort of trying to figure out how to function and like, do well as people after the trauma.
Like, none of the boys come out of this. Like, none of them come out of this with their hands clean. None of them.
No, and but also a lot of them come into it with a lot of trauma already. I mean, we're starting to see more exploration of like Huey having abandonment issues and stuff with his mom that I found really interesting about how they handle it. And that entire story has actually got some like really tragic, well-written stuff in it. Like, it does this good job of saying, you know, I think it's one of the few instances in the show where it says like, this person did something for you that was awful, but like without the perspective to understand what they were going through. It's you know, once you know, it's kind of hard to judge them. But it's interesting. It's an interesting exploration. I don't want to spoil it until people have watched it, but yeah, there's a really good conversation between Hugh and his mom where she explains like why she left, and it's it's interesting. It's very
Yeah.
interesting. I think it's like they clearly took the time to research, similar experiences and things.
Yeah.
I already did
I
the
mean,
dialogue,
maybe-
so I'm just skipping through it.
I mean, maybe one of the writers like lived through something like that. So.
Yeah, maybe. I don't like to
Yeah.
speculate on.
Mm-hmm. No, it's good. Yeah.
It's an interesting.
I'm gonna watch. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the next 2 episodes tomorrow. Because it's a show that like I was not expecting to like.
Mhm.
Because like right from the start, it's like, oh my god, this is like one of those like edgelord shows. Like, what if Superman but bad?
I feel like it's a show that's
yeah.
trying to draw that audience in so they can hit them with a bat.
Yeah.
Like it's trying to draw in those edgelord types and then be like, "You suck, bad."
yeah. So like, yeah, I was just like, I found myself surprised that like there was some actual depth there. That like they have something to say, and it's not just like you know, like ultra violence for its own sake, right? Because like, don't get me wrong, like, I watch a lot of like gory horror movies. I like gore, but like
I would say sometimes it goes a little far for the shock factor because that's marketable, but I do think generally the show is commenting on that, commenting on the spectacle, commenting on all this. It has things to say, and I do find it interesting how it explores those things.
Yeah. It's interesting that we have like so much like Superman but bad media that's actually good.
The thing that's funny to me too is that like Homelander is so explicitly just like, I think it's the thing of and Mike's point of like how are there people watching The Boys who found the Homelander speech inspiring, because the reality is that you cannot satire fascists to fascists. But you can make all of the people that are starting to have those views, etc., they'll still feel shame, so I think it's a bit of a balancing act of
and like, wow, just like what a performance by Anthony Starr. Like,
no, I feel bad for him because I don't think he's ever going to escape the effect of having performed this role will have, because like there are going to be people for the rest of his life, and I just know this from every other like time that people have played serious like messed up villains, is that like they're going to have to deal with people reacting to that and them pretty much forever. And I feel that's kind of sad because it's really not like he's doing the job so well. And if you watch any interview where he's talking about it, like he despises Homelander, as he should. He's like, oh, this is the worst human being that has ever existed. And no, I'm saying, Mike, that like you can't satire fascists to fascists because they just genuinely think all of those things. You can't make it seem more ridiculous because no matter how far you push it, it's just as far as they're willing to go anyway. So, it's like saying Starship Troopers has no value because fascists like Starship Troopers, but it's like, well, no, because Starship Troopers illuminates things for other people, And I think when we talk about like centristy types or conservative types, making them more uncomfortable with any sort of connection with someone like that is helpful.
I could info dump for a very long time about Starship Troopers and other Paul Verhoeven films.
Yeah.
I fucking love Starship Troopers so much.
Oh, there's a robber, and they just decided to throw a knife in my back. Cool.
Oh. The old backstab.
Yeah, you the thing about fascists is you can't argue them into not being terrible. You can't provide them with facts and things because their worldview fundamentally relies on believing in contradiction. Like, it's not immune, it's that, like, to get to the point where they believe these things anyway, they already have to be in a state of
cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance, yeah, sorry. I got focused on punching a knifer.
I'm good with the words sometimes.
Thank you. Ow.
This is why I write scripts.
Gonna take damage there. Oh, come on.
I love the little face he makes as he falls down.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah, I don't think that making art that will quote unquote work at upsetting fascists is like it's so hard to push things to a point of absurdity that will bother them, you know? Or they just won't recognize it as being about them. There's some ways you can do it. And I do think that, like, The Boys, you know, does what it can to do that. I think stuff like having Homelander be just the most, like, little man-child impotent dingus helps.
Yes.
Try to get across this concept, but yeah.
So a show that I think about from time to time, whenever, like, you know, fascists are in the discussion, is The Man in the High Castle, which, for those of you who don't know what it's about a Philip K. Dick short story about, like, alternate history where the Nazis won World War II. And,
yeah, that show's not very good.
I would say, so I think it's a very flawed show. It's a very messy show, especially in the first season. First season was very, like, hit and miss for me.
Yeah, LK's ranted to me at length about how not good that show is about a lot of things.
Yeah.
So.
But there are a number of things about that show that I find very thought-provoking. And especially, like, on how, like, hey, this is a world where the fascists won. Like, how bad is it really? And it's just, like, just the horror, like, the spectacle and the horror of it is just, it sits with you for a long time. So it's a show I find myself, like, I don't think it's a good show. I think there are some great performances in it, and I think there are some elements of it that are very good, but it's just, like, that idea of, like, that like, because I'm a sucker for, like, alternate history stuff. And just like that, like, what happens if we take, like, this ideology to its extreme, and, like, it's an exploration of that idea, and that's a part of the show that I quite enjoy.
I can see that. I don't know. I just can't unsee the significant problems.
Yeah. No. Fair. I would say if you don't want to watch the show, like, just read the book, because the book is
the
is
book
not that
has
long,
a lot
but...
of the same problems.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like it has a lot to do
I've not
with
read
how...
the book, so I just read, like, a short, like, synopsis of it. So
yeah,
so I was curious as to, like, what was different with the show.
Yeah. From my understanding, just I'm trying to remember a conversation I had a while ago that lasted for a decent amount of time, but, like, the show handles a lot of things very, very, very poorly or inaccurately, or in ways that, like... Did I get infected? I don't think I did. This is bullshit.
Oh no, look out for the brown thing.
Am I clear? I didn't get infected. Okay. Remember what? Okay. Anyway, the point is, yeah. And I've watched a bit of the show, and I wasn't a big fan of it. Anyway, okay, I gotta do voices.
Go for it.
Still announcer guy. Someone donate so I don't have to do this voice.
Money, please. I'll make it really easy.
1920s announcer guy. I'm happy to see you here. Still, it would be better for you to not come here too often.
Oh, well, I've been to the abattoir. The things that I've found there are hard to explain to an unprepared person.
I'm well prepared, though. I know your people's mythology. I know the legends of these lands. Tell me what you learned here. Tell me where the blood came from. I'll believe the most mind-boggling report, especially if it's consistent with my own data and calculations.
There's a whole system of underground tunnels beneath the town up to the Gorgon River. Sacrificial blood has been poured down there for hundreds of years.
Not surprised there. I've read about it when I was preparing for the trip. Furthermore, I know for sure that other peoples have similar cults. They all belong to different ethnic groups. Some of them are northerners.
The blood there is alive. It means the town nourishes it, and it probably nourishes the town. That's inexplicable, but it's a fact. Well, is it consistent with your data and calculations?
Well, I'll be. It is consistent with the calculations. As for the data, well, it also is. This is why digging wells is prohibited around here. This is why the rivers are so shallow and the Gorkons so clean. Yes, I'm impressed, but not shocked. I was prepared to encounter something unique, even though I expected the mundane.
How do you explain this?
Wait a moment. This may be a rather fascinating natural phenomenon, but you should look at it from a different angle. If there's blood circulating in the town feeding it, then it's alive. This is your SOT 1 if it all clicks, doesn't it? At least the size is fitting. What does Udurg mean?
A body that contains the world.
I'm simply interpreting Isidor's words. Here, I've written it down. He knew that said Udur was in danger. He knew that only a miracle could save its life. He knew that in order to cure it, one would require rivers of panacea. And so he decided to replace the foreman and regain legitimate control over the kin to get closer to the Udurg's bowels. Jesus, I can't word right now.
You are correct. Yes, it's true.
Well, I have a different point of view, but I think I'm reconstructing Isidor's thought process more or less correctly. The sign refers to some unnamed entity. It was silly of him to include this super being in the list amongst ordinary patients. It must have been boggling his mind, too.
Yes, that's my father, all right. If I try to put myself in his shoes and look at us through his eyes, that's exactly what must have happened. Am I done? I finished the quest for the day. Now for a nap and a theater performance.
I have to hop now, so I have
thank
had a
you so
lovely
much for
time, and I
coming.
hope you have a lovely birthday.
Yeah,
I will
thanks
try.
for being here.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Nice to meet you. Take care.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye.
Have a good one.
They're already gone.
Let me get there. Let me get there. Let me get there. Up, Twink.
You can't just call someone that.
I can and I will.
Oh, thank you, Lewis. I try to be entertaining.
Thanks for being here, Chandler. Well,
Well, I don't know. If it's a term of endearment, you can call them twink, but you can't just like call a random person a twink.
Danielle's a twink, though.
I mean, sure. I'm weirdly not concerned with the feelings of fictional characters.
Yeah, no, I think if you walk up to random human beings that are in real life and you're like, you fucking twink, that's weird.
Yeah,
That's a weird behavior.
Sup, twink. Like, don't call me that.
Yeah, you do that, I'm definitely giving you the biggest side eye of all time, but like, that's not what we're doing here.
Yes. I'm like dealing with this whole other thing on the side. So like, my favorite game just got discontinued.
Oh.
Like this week. And like they're still supporting tournaments for like the next year or so. And I'm just like, it's fine. So I'm like selling all my stuff. So I'm just getting like a lot of messages from people be like, oh, well, how would you sell this for? I'm like, I don't know. I just want it gone. So I had a guy come over today and just bought a bunch of my stuff. And,
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm really bummed out about it because it's like my only social outlet that like is in
I
person.
mean, a lot of games have survived past official support.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like I don't want to play a dead game. Is the thing. And, it's best that I just like move on a high note. Like I went to the World Championships this year. Like I had a wonderful time. I got to hang out with a bunch of my friends that like I only know online, and it was honestly it was great, and that's a great note to end it on.
Fair.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is.
I just need to
The
get to
day
the...
is over.
At least I know I did the quest properly, but my god, I just need to get to the cathedral for what's it? I'm gonna update this right now.
Oh, Mike, like I mean, I'm making it sound like I'm a lot more graceful than I actually am. Like I spent a great deal of time already crying and moping about this. So like I'm yeah, it sucks because like I said, it's the only thing that gets me to leave the house. Um and you know, I have a lot of friends that like I've made through the game that I'm just not gonna get to see anymore. Um and like, you know, I've been through this before, like with other games, but it just the timing really sucks because like I'm not having a good time in life right now. So I don't need this to happen to me right now, but it's not, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. Also, thank you so much for the dono, old Grease.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Ogres, you know you can request multiple things when you dono. So with that much money. Reminder. Yeah. So you mentioned Alan Rickman and and Arnold Schwarzenegger, but not characters. So, a reminder that what was the rule again? Yeah, for all reward tiers above $5, you can select one previous tier reward. For all above 50, like including 50, you can select 2 previous. So yeah, you get multiple rewards if you donate 50. So, go read through the rewards. Go to the exclamation point info and you can read through and let me know what you want. As I'm always happy to do the Alan Rickman one because it's fun.
Yeah, that is a fun voice.
Spawn, you fucker.
Oh, it's a dealer's choice.
Oh, it's dealer's choice. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll assign it to 2 characters that are appearing today that have voices I don't like. part of the point of the donos is that people can give me voices I hate doing. So.
The day is over. Yeah.
No, come on! I wasn't
allowed
moving.
your supporters to remain unarmed.
Game, I wasn't moving. Why did it spawn this many? There's like 7 fucking clouds. Fuck it, I'm doing a trick, an old trick.
The old save scumming trick.
It's not a save scumming trick. It's actually the opposite. It's it's
okay.
loading zones
The day
trick.
is over.
Okay.
Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Make it.
A foreman claims that the earth is nourished by blood. Could it be that this is the Urg your father wrote of? There are miraculous creatures all around us. I think some of them are so great that we cannot even feel their presence. How can we possibly recognize them? A man who would only accept something that he is prepared to acknowledge as a fact. Nevertheless, the town is alive. If it has a head, a heart, and a belly, there are veins running through its massive body. The town has its own memory. It breathes, it thinks, and it feels fear. Who knows? Perhaps the town can even feel love. A world in which towns have a heartbeat is the world I want to live in. I want to feel the earth tossing and turning beneath my feet.
Wild, Aglaya. What the fuck did that mean? Silence.
How many mysteries the earth holds. The more terrifying the mystery, the deeper it lies, and the fewer wells can reach them.
The bowels of the abattoir were turned inside out. There are beasts there?
It's filled with roots and dirt. The underground doors opens easily, but you can only go through if there's a grave behind it. Hopefully you catch my drift?
There's nothing to lose anyway. The soldiers will be here tomorrow. Let's risk it.
You're free to go anywhere. To the right, to the left, upwards, and even downwards a bit. You're welcome to make sure there are no tricks.
Who cares? It's all the same in the end.
Yeah, these cutscenes are so quiet. Like, they're drastically quieter than the rest of the game.
Oh. So, like, I turned the stream audio back on. That's like, Airnock, why'd you say it twice? It's like, oh yeah, great.
That's really repetitive of you. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
I love these interpretive Russian cinema things that they do.
Oh my god.
These actually have some dialogue marked.
Oh.
This chain.
Oh,
I
so when
was
this is
sad.
over, I want to
Yeah.
talk about Russian cinema real quick.
Oh, okay. 8 lines. What voice do you want the poem read in? Dealer's choice. Alright. Block already has a voice that I like, I think. Oh, yeah, he has Guy Ritchie character, which is so good for Block. But Oyun does not have a voice, so Oyun is getting Arnold Schwarzenegger, because it's like perfect for...
Yes!
I don't remember how to spell his stupid name. Whatever, he's right wing. I'm kidding. I do actually care. Respecting people's
thank
names.
you so much
is
for the
important.
donation, Aurelia. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the donations. Everybody who's donated, I really appreciate it. Okay. The voices. Alright, and I need something else. Voice. Okay. I don't know who Mishka is, but Mishka's getting Alan Rickman. There's someone we meet on day 10. Actually, wait. Significant day 9. Probably Aglaya. And that would at least free me from... Yeah. Aglaya's part today. Aglaya's getting Alan Rickman. It frees me of 1920s guy. 1920 guy is fun, like, when making a little jokey thing, but it gets tiring when I have to do it for, like, 6 sections of time for, like, paragraphs.
Yeah, fair. Plus, you want a little bit of variety, right? Like, you don't want to do the same thing all the time.
Oh. Cutscene time.
Oh.
It's time for the military!
Oh.
As soon as this is done, Grace, I will read the poem, and I will... I'll read it sincerely. I love that his name is General Block.
This block's for everybody. It's a general block.
Oh, I didn't notice that, Mike. I must have missed a play on one of my... on both of my bachelor routes. Oh, no, it's because I think it's because, there's a specific... Right, yeah, because you get knocked out. Yeah, that makes sense. And I purposely let myself get knocked out instead of doing the glitch to avoid it. Artist and queer equals play pathologic? Yes! Always! Okay, finding... I have to scroll up a bit. Okay. This is a poem by Old Greece. I'm gonna mute the game really quick, just while I'm reading it, so you're not having... Whoa! While I do that. Where do you stand on the shoulders of giants when they stray from grace? Are you bold or defiant? Where do you turn when the idols you followed, like Christians follow the Bible, go hollow? When once you thought you walked a brick road so golden, then find the earth beneath is sick, cold, and stolen. What do you think when you can't even tell how much of your thought came from heaven or hell? Interesting little piece. I'm not the best at poem analysis. It's not something that I really practiced or trained. So I think of how to analyze it. I can analyze themes. I think it's an interesting little piece. It's clearly coming from a very specific emotional place, and it's very personal. I think the best art and the best poems generally come from a personal experience and trying to express that to others. Something I think about when I'm writing.
For sure. Yeah, I kind of have the same perspective on poetry. It's just like I've never really learned how to appreciate it. So like I feel like I'm just like not equipped to really read or understand poetry. Yeah, and it's like I feel that way about like a few other art forms as well. So yeah, because like I mean, I was never an
It's
art
not that
kid.
I just don't think that like I'm the best person to try to give you feedback on or perspective on poems. Because my perspective is usually like, that sounds nice. Like
Yeah. Probably the closest I come to like appreciating poetry is with song lyrics, which is like, it's a kind of poetry.
Yeah.
And just like the poems that I do like are like the ones that like are more like are telling a story. Something like, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Like I really like that one.
I also just learned that you can move faster by strafe walking.
Oh, look at that. Shaving seconds off your speed run.
Not really, just giving me more time in the day.
Yeah.
This is the wrong wing. It helps when you go to the right place. Did you know that? Oh, I forgot to unmute the game. I'm like, this feels too quiet. Something's wrong. I'm so used to the sounds of the city. Thank you. Yeah, Mike, you noticed right as I did.
I got a Richie character. I'm a Burok surgeon.
I am a Harrowspex.
What does that mean?
Harrowspexes were ancient priests. They cut bodies open to learn and fulfill a higher purpose.
You were recommended to me as an extraordinarily talented doctor, who's also knowledgeable in the practices specific to this place. Were you born here?
Yes, my parents come from the can, and there's no need to roar, General. I can hear you just fine.
I heard reports about you. Is it true that you've managed to make a cure for the disease?
Yes, it is.
Good. It is very good. You deserve a commendation.
Why?
Because now, thanks to you, the Inquisitor has no reason to be here. She can hand a short leave and march back to the scaffold. She won't be getting in my way, and that'll make things easier for us.
What are you
Three voices.
What are you planning to do, General?
I find it puzzling that the Bachelor disregards his facts so easily. He's not as spirited as you are. Is there a way to make as much of this serum of yours as possible?
There is a chance, but it's elusive. Send soldiers to the abattoir and demand that the foreman grant you access to ancient blood.
Ancient blood? What is the rubbish even supposed to mean? Blood can only be living. That you don't have to even explain to me. And why is the chance elusive?
I know the breed. Facing death and enduring pain come easy to them. They won't reveal the secret.
I've already sent troops to the abattoir, lost 2 platoons there. We barely managed to get the professor out, the Bachelor. They beat us back.
Naturally.
I've heard that you're a stepman yourself. Can you gain this subterranean foreman's trust and find out how to get the abominable blood? Abominable?
How are you planning to handle it once we have it?
Why, you'll be the one doing the handling. I'll be simply report to the capital. Mission successful, conscience clear. Obviously, I'll do it over the head of that scheming fox who wants to outsmart us all and profit from it too. She'd have us dance to her tune and make us think we're doing our duty. While playing it directly in her hands.
I see.
Any results. Everything else is secondary. Do you copy?
Fine, and leave Aglaya alone.
Tend to make the Inquisitor and the General into playable characters for talents for others. Interesting, Mike. I'm not sure how that would function, but I could see it.
Oh, I know Mandalore Gaming. I've seen a couple of their videos.
I like the reviews, yeah.
Yeah.
Prices should have skyrocketed up. Yeah, fried fish is back up at that.
Yes! Yes! I can sell things now for big money.
Make that money!
We made a little bit of money.
Oh, right, I have 99 alpha tablets. And this is why I waited to sell, so I could maximize my profits.
Of course. I mean, it seems like the game wants you to do that.
It doesn't. You're not supposed to play like this. You're supposed to need these resources. I'm just a god.
Yeah. But what if you didn't need them and could sell them for a profit?
Right? Also, 1 second. I think I'm going to order some food and then we'll continue streaming. I'm just very hungry and I don't want to cook. And I don't want to stop streaming to go cook. Should I just order something real quick? And yeah. Want to.
I'm just now realizing I didn't really eat.
You should eat. It's important.
Yeah. Like I did have like some food right before stream, right before I hopped on the stream, but like it wasn't like a full dinner or anything.
I actually made the worst pun ever. Eat's important. Like it's, but also eat.
Oh. Yes, yes. 6 out of 10.
That was a solid 7 out of 10.
6.5. We'll split the difference. 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. I know hunger can be stated with the food. It just my issue is sometimes I'm just like not hungry. So like I eat when I'm hungry, and if I'm not hungry, I don't eat. So It's also like my brain gremlins really mess with my appetite. Sometimes I'm like ravenously hungry and I just consume everything I see. And
Yeah.
other times I'm just like, I don't deserve to eat. Bleh.
Which is not great.
I know. Oh, you don't need to convince me. I'm well aware.
I get it. What I mean is I deal with it too. I deal with it too.
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about Russian cinema. So the one like Russian movie that I've seen, it's a Soviet era film, science fiction film from like 1978, I think. It's called Stalker. Um,
Oh, no stuff.
is a Yeah, it's a fascinating film. It's really good. So like I got like a movie night together for that because like pre-pandemic I used to host like movie nights on my place. And I had like Russian themed snacks for this. So like I got a whole bunch of like Russian beers
Nice.
and I made a cheese plate, which was a Russian roulette cheese plate, where there was three kinds of white cheese that all looked identical. One of which was like just normal ass white cheese. Another one was like a really strong um, like there was one of them that was like really super strong, and like
Yeah.
yeah. So it's basically you like didn't know what you were getting with the cheese. Um, and the movie's like it's so unlike any movie you would see come out of Hollywood or the West because the movie is like aggressively boring. And I realize that like sounds like I'm like making it sound like it's a bad movie, but it's like it's boring in a way that's like it's very complicated. Like where
It's
it
contemplative.
really
I think is a
yeah,
better way of approaching
yes.
it. Than boring
It's
necessarily.
yeah, but it takes a really long time and it sits with every scene. Like there's no like quick cuts.
Hmm.
Like it sits with every scene for a very long time and it really builds up the idea of the movie. So Mike, the name of the movie is Stalker, and like the Stalker video games are based on the video on the movie.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's like the premise is like these like I forget how many of them are. I think it's like 2 or 3 men. They go into this like exclusion zone, and it's like there's some sort of weird thing going on in there. I think it's meant to be like a nuclear accident or something, which is prophetic considering this came up before the Chernobyl disaster.
Yeah.
And it's like if you go into the zone, it's like it changes you in some way. So it's in a lot of ways, this is a film that inspired Annihilation, and that's the reason I wanted to watch it because I really liked Annihilation, and I was like, oh, like it's based on this old Soviet movie, like I'm gonna watch that. So yeah, I recommend it. You
Really,
can watch.
really recommend watching any and all videos by my friend Maggie Mayfish on Tartakovsky's work in general. She has one that touches on Stalker pretty heavily.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it's the one where she's comparing Loki, and it's a whole thing. It's very interesting.
Okay.
Everyone should watch Maggie Mayfish's videos in general because they're just really good.
Yeah.
Maggie's one of the people I'm really excited to get to go
Yeah, I'm excited to meet her. I've never actually watched any of her videos, but like I loved her performance in your animated Star Wars short.
meet.
And I keep hearing everyone say how great she is, and I'm really looking forward to meeting her and maybe checking out more of her stuff in the future.
She's a really good video essayist. She's just a really nice person, and yeah, I'm excited to get here.
There's a lot of people I'm excited to get to meet, and like I'm sure there's people there that I have no idea who they are, but they might be new friends after. So
yeah.
Yeah, I bought. I don't know if I already told you, but like I bought like a little lavalier mic set, like a set of 2 lavalier mics to record interviews with.
cool.
Yeah, because I want to do like a podcast episode where I just do like a bunch of like quick like 10-minute interviews with like the cast and hopefully Jesse. But I imagine Jesse will be busy. But
Have you talked to Jesse about that already?
I mentioned it to her. I don't know if she actually read it or not. So yeah. I mean, if she tells me it's like, hey, please don't do that. I was like, that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget specific ghost locations. Most of the town I've memorized, got it down to a science. But sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, there's a floating plague cloud there. Yeah, I definitely won't end. I don't think I'll end this one with anywhere near as much money as I made on The Bachelor Out, but that kind of makes sense because you start with way less. You get way less from quests. Artemy, money-wise, is much harder. I wouldn't just say the vibe as well. The plots of the two things are basically the same. They both go into this mysterious zone affected by unknown sort of magical something, and while there they experience weird phenomena and stuff. There's altered creatures and like both. I don't know if the Stalker film has a bear. I can't remember. I still need to watch the film, but
I don't think so.
But the media of Stalker does have like mutated bears that are very similar to the one from Annihilation. Like you can even just see like certain aspects that seem directly influenced from the games, I think.
Yeah. I would say like the plots are quite different, but it's clearly like Annihilation drew a lot of inspiration from it.
For context, Stalker is based off the book Roadside Picnic.
Yes.
The film doesn't. The book it's based on in the Stalker universe does. Well, it's not necessarily supernatural. You don't know if it's supernatural or if it's weird sci-fi. The lack of explanation is kind of an important bit. So Annihilation might have taken as much influence from like the games and the book as it did the film.
What is this body made of?
Okay, cool. Wasted a bunch of time walking over here. I can't even start the mission until later in the day. I'm gonna loot a bunch of houses.
Looting!
But what else are you supposed to do with your time?
Yeah. I mean...
Waste the resources I don't need?
Hello? This is, like...
This is pathologic.
This
I
is
need
a
to
video
win.
game. You loot every house you find.
Yeah, how Tartakovsky represents it isn't necessarily explicit. But the media it's based on very much does.
I want to rewatch Annihilation. I really like that movie a lot.
Wait, what? Put on day. Oh, I loaded the completely wrong save.
Whoops. So did we time travel?
I'm like, we should be on day 9. Why is it saying day 8? Concern. I need to save more. I've seen a burnt zone for looting.
I have heard that the Annihilation film is very different from the book.
This is an infected zone, isn't it? No. Where would a burnt zone be?
I don't know, next to those guys with the flamethrowers?
No. It'd be yellow skies.
I don't know. If I was looking for something burnt, I would look for the people that have the fire.
Yeah, that's not what it means, though. It means like the illness has already burnt its way through that district and left.
Oh.
I guess I'll go see Grief. Need to waste time, I think, until 6 or 7. I need to make sure that I have minimal exhaustion. Sold. Unfortunately, organs aren't worth much. Trading with the step people. Like, whatever, but they're only really helpful if you're. Yeah, this is not an affected district. So. Yeah, it's burnt. I can't explore houses in this district, so it doesn't help me that it's burnt. I have seen that the Bachelor won't have combat in the new version in 2.
Alright, they're making a new Pathologic?
Patho 2 already exists, but it only has the Haruspex route. It doesn't have the Bachelor or the Changeling yet. But the Bachelor and Changeling will play differently in that one. In Patho 1, all 3 characters do differ a little bit in gameplay, but not drastically. Especially not the Bachelor and Haruspex. They differ mostly in writing.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought Patho 2 is has been out for a long time and already has all its content.
No, they're still developing it.
Okay, that's because I mean this is an old Patho 1. This is an old game, yeah. This is
yeah, it's pretty old.
Okay,
that's relatively old.
I don't know. I for some reason I just thought that Patho 2 was just from that similar era.
No, so technically, classic HD edition's from 2015, but the original game's 2005 or 2007.
Okay.
So.
Punch.
Patho 2's from 2019, apparently.
Okay, so that's not that old. It's relatively recent.
Do I have a gun, Old Grease? Yes. Am I an expert at hand-to-hand combat? Yes. Never waste bullets unless you need to use them. Even when you've become a god like I have at this game and overplayed it too much.
You might need them later.
I really hope that they do some work on optimizing the game a little bit so it can actually run semi-decently. Gleam to you too, Killian. Zach, I'm gonna go check on the boy.
Okay.
Right back. That's my food. Here in 14 minutes.
Mm.
Oh man. Oh man.
All right, chat. Everyone say nice things about Aranok, and also give her money if you can. There's the donate link here. I'll put it in the chat for you, so it's really easy.
Hi.
Little
cold guy.
yes.
It's oldie.
It's her birthday.
Look at this little guy. You always a little
You
guy.
want to say nice things about her.
Cold. Out in the main room. It's cold outside.
Aww.
The AC is dictated by the upstairs because it's all one system, so it gets colder in the basement. So.
Yeah, it's kind of cold here. Although we're supposed to get this ridiculous heat wave like next week. Like I think like Wednesday or Thursday it's gonna be like 45 degrees. I don't think Aaron can hear me right now.
He's currently sitting motionless in the blanket.
Okay.
He doesn't know what to do.
He's like, Mother, what have you done?
I just think we're gonna get like this like ridiculous heat wave next week.
Oh God, really?
Yeah.
I'm happy to have good AC then.
Yeah, so like it's I think like midweek it's gonna be like 45 degrees. I'm like, oh, that's too hot. That's 45 in like regular degrees for Americanos in chat, not freedom degrees.
Not in the special American category only Americans use.
Yes. I mean, I call them degrees of freedom. Which, like, you're one of the few friends that I have that gets the double entendre there. Yeah, I just find it
thank you so much for rating in, Adnan. I hope you're doing well.
Oh. Hello,
have I played a lot of
Raiders.
Arkham games? If so, how much ass have I given? I've played a bit of the Arkham games. Not a ton, though.
They're fun.
Welcome, Raiders. I'm Aranok. I'm a trans video essayist and a writer, animator, voice actress. And, it's my birthday. Well, my birthday tomorrow, but I'm celebrating on stream today, and then I'm spending tomorrow with my girlfriend.
Everyone say happy birthday! Also, we're doing a whole bunch of donation rewards. So Aranok is voicing all these characters in this game with all sorts of fun voices. So if you would like to donate and have Aranok voice something in a voice of your choosing, you can type in !info in the chat, and you get all sorts of information about that. Or if you just want to give her money because it's her birthday and for no other reason, you can do that too.
Whatever you're feeling like.
Yeah, whatever you're vibing with.
I can't find a good burnt district, and I just keep finding infected districts, which is not helpful. I need time wasted. Skyrocketed the prices on tourniquets. I'll buy more another day. I say as if I don't have like hundreds of thousands of coin. But my goal
buy their whole
is
inventory 10 times over.
Yeah. Adnan, thank you so much. Let me go check the message. My food's here.
Oh, thanks so much for the dono.
No. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Adnan. That was very kind. Appreciate it. I do love that filling water bottles in this sounds like you're taking a piss. It's very funny to me.
Or he does.
Almost got a flamethrower there.
Oh, geez, yeah.
I dodged it.
Yeah, that guy was not fucking around. He's all right. I got a flamethrower and I ain't afraid to use it.
Thank you so much for the donation, Anonymous. I will check the message in a couple of seconds. I need to punch this guy in the face.
Yeah.
To death.
Thank you. Thank you,
organs.
Anon.
Thank you, Adnan. Oh, and thank you, Anon. I see.
Yeah.
My brain was very confused. I was having a moment.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I'm
Yes.
gonna go check what the message was, and
I was
Oh my
not going to
God.
comment on that. You could have just let it slide.
161 words is reasonable. Thank you so much for the $50. That's really, really appreciated. Okay, I need to go find this thing. I might need to quickly check it over just to make sure, because it has a content warning at the top. So I'm like, I don't know if this is something I can read on stream. Miranda, would you mind just giving a really quick glance over?
Oh, yeah. Is it just on the Ko-Fi page?
I'll just send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
To be clear, it's not a no. It's just I need to make sure that it's okay for me to read it on stream, because I could get demonetized, or if it's got sexual content. It's unfortunate. YouTube is very, let's see, interesting with its. You know what I'm gonna do while I'm waiting? I'm gonna walk out into the step, and I'm gonna get just a fuck ton of for my organs, because I don't have anything else to use my organs for. And then come back, nap, and then I'll get quests. That should waste 3 hours of in-game. Yeah, not ignoring your donation or your request, just making sure that I can actually do it without getting in trouble.
Yeah. So far it seems fine. It's kind of long, but yeah, I'm still going through it.
Oh yeah, in this game you trade organs for plants, as one does. It feeds the earth. Oh jeez, Morty Smith donated. Thanks, Morty.
Morty!
Morty, get over here.
Gotta hide him right up your butthole.
Jesus.
Maybe not that.
Ah, jeez, Rick, I didn't want to murder that guy. He has such a distinct and odd voice. I enjoy it.
All right, so I read this story.
Nothing
there
I
are
should...
parts of, I mean, there are parts of it that are a little risque, like nothing like super explicit, but like there are parts of it that like definitely have sexual imagery.
Hey,
I mean, it's more
what type?
metaphorical.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's. Hold on, I'm gonna highlight one line that's.
Yeah, if you want to send me any lines that you're like, just so I can be
Yeah.
aware of it. I might skip
yeah,
a
of
line, in that case, but.
So here, I'll. Oh God, I really hope you don't.
Old Grease
really
just
hope-
said, I just scroll past the post about praying mantis centaurs, and has anybody come up with human tids yet? It sounds awful. I don't know what that is, but it sounds awful. Anyway, just let me go check the message.
Yeah, I really hope you don't like forget what the context for this was and like read it a couple days later and think that I am being very, very inappropriate with you. Yeah, those are a couple lines where I thought that's a little risque, but like
that's a lot to me.
Yeah.
You know, there are some things that maybe I don't want to say out loud on the internet as a woman.
Yeah, that is absolutely fair. So yeah, I thought those were
I'm
the
going to
two
have
most...
to politely
So-
decline just because of the like. Maybe not ask me to read stuff with sexual content like that, please. Yeah. As I say in the document, I will read any short poem, copy pasta, etc. within reason. I cannot get me banned, doesn't contain slurs, etc. So yeah, definitely. Maybe I should just add a thing. Contains.
Yeah.
Because those 2 lines are a lot for me.
Those are the 2 that I thought were because the rest of it is like very tame in comparison. But like, if you are starting to feel uncomfortable with those 2 lines, I would say like always like go with your gut on that. So
I'm sorry to whoever the anonymous is. If you want to message me through Discord, you're welcome to, and I will give something else in return.
Yes.
'Cause I was like, no.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I don't think anyone here wants you to feel uncomfortable.
No, I don't. I would hope not. I just feel really bad because there was like they donated, and I want to be.
No, like I mean, your safety and your comfort are more important. So.
Yeah. Just there are some things that are a little bit outside of what I'm comfortable with as an ace person, as a trans woman, and as a public figure woman. So yeah, I have changed the rules to make that more explicit.
Yeah, I mean, no need to further justify it. Like, we're all about respecting boundaries here. So like, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And like for chat, it's like it's not like that bad, but it crosses Aeronoc's boundaries. So regardless of how good or bad it is, like that's really the bottom line. Doesn't matter how explicit it is. If she feels uncomfortable with it, then that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Also, I realized I said all of that with this creepy looking goober on the screen.
I know. Yeah. Sorry about that. Whoever that donation was from.
Yeah, I mean,
have
feel
my
free
own boundaries about what I'm comfortable
with. Of course. Don't apologize for setting boundaries. That's part of it, helping.
You're right. I shouldn't. That's not. Good. Anyway.
But hey, whoever donated, feel free to select a different thing for Aeronoc to read that is less explicit, and I'm sure she would love to read it for you.
Yeah, I feel quite awful that I'm not comfortable reading.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay. You don't need to apologize for it. You don't need to justify it. That's the end of it. Like it's,
like
we're here to have.
Yeah, it's called desire, and I'm even just looking at the last paragraph, and I feel like it's kind of about a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So hey, this is your stream. It's your birthday. We're all here to have a good, fun time. Fun time. So
I'm also just like I think part of why it makes me more uncomfortable too is that it's an explicitly straight thing that I'm like, so yeah.
So
just consider when you're sending something like that in how that is going to look. Someone like me, because and I want to be very clear, I have the utmost and absolute respect for all of my friends who do sex work, and there's many, but that is not the type of work that I do. So if you're looking for that, please go donate to friends of mine who do that work. because
Yes,
they
we-
are
we
doing that
support-
work, and
yes.
they will be much better at accommodating your desire
Yes.
than I ever will be.
Yes, we love our sex worker friends.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I would recommend you do.
yes. I'm very pro sex workers, so I'm very pro sex, and I mean, as an allosexual, I'm very sex positive. You know, I wish I was having some, but hey, I'm glad other people are having it that want it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, and like feel free to tell me to shut up if I'm being inappropriate, because like this is how the allosexual brain works. Is so we're just constantly thinking about it's like all. So if you want me to move on, I will.
This is why I know I'm ace. Like I just don't have that at all.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, my food should be here any second, so I'm gonna go check on that and grab it. And I will be right back, chat. And we'll continue, and hopefully that person can contact me something more in my area of expertise, let's say.
Chat, you got me for a bit, so you want to ask me any questions? I'm happy to answer. I'm also happy to just info dump about my special interests. Also, I keep saying this in chat, but like, remember to like the stream. If you're watching this on YouTube, there's a like button. It just really helps with the algorithm and with discoverability. So like, yeah. So just make sure you hit that like button so that YouTube promotes this stream to new people, and just it also helps with like recommending Aeronox other content. So
I'm back.
all right, welcome back.
I'm going to eat my food.
Oh, go for it. Yeah, questioning is so I put it out to the chat if they want to ask me any questions or if they want me to info dump about special interests. So I'm definitely here for info dumping about my special interests. I guess what I have on the brain right now is like, so I'm doing a whole like Let's Play series of Baldur's Gate 3 on my channel.
Yeah.
And this week I finished editing like next week's videos, and I got an episode coming up that is the House of Hope boss fight with Raphael, which is by far the best boss fight in the entire game. If you know why, you know.
What's the House of the Hope again?
It's when you go confront Raphael at his place.
I'm not one yet.
Okay. I won't spoil it for you. Is like
I've already been
legitimately-
spoiled.
Oh, okay. Well then.
TikTok. It's a musical.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's the music, and oh boy, I've had that song stuck in my head all week. It's so good, and like my reaction to it.
I wish I
is
enjoyed the
just-
song. Everybody else
Yeah.
seems to really love it, and I'm like, eh.
It just really unexpected.
Hmm.
Like you walk in and you're used to like just the regular boss music, and then it just like and then it just kind of starts chiming in. It's like what's going on, what's happening? And it's just it's like lives, all mortal lives expire, souls go to their doom
Okay,
in
that's
flame
good.
forevermore. And you're just
That's-
like, what is happening?
We're good. But yeah.
It's so good. My guy sings his own boss music. Like, so yeah, that
Raphael's
that
an
is some-
interesting character to me.
Oh, I love Raphael. The actor did such a wonderful job. He's just like, you're just every single line he's just relishing. It's so good.
He understood the assignment. The assignment was be
Yeah.
a stinky little devil, so.
Yes. Yeah, it's fantastic. I wish people watch my Let's Plays because I think they're fantastic.
I haven't watched Let's Plays in years.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. It's like, I mean, like, I like mine because, I don't know. Like, I make videos that I like to watch. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, I watch my own stuff, and you know, I think they're super entertaining. I get that, like, the Let's Play format is very like 10 years ago YouTube. So I just like, it's like I have all these VODs, like I have all this footage. I want to do something useful with it, and like how I got started with doing like Let's Plays, it was just like I wasn't working, and I just needed something to do. Like I needed a project to work on. And that was just a good way for me to like get back into video editing and like try to like build my channel a little bit. And oh, thanks for the dono, Anonymous. And yeah, so like that's kind of like that's the base that I built on, and then I started doing video stuff. But I'm eventually gonna stop doing the Let's Plays. Like when I run out of footage for the series I'm doing right now, I'm just gonna stop doing them and just only do video essays. But yeah, I like my videos. I think they're a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the donation. My Discord handle is just Aranock, Aranock. So if you want to send me another thing to read, please do. I'm sorry. Like I want to be clear. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, or that it's something I wouldn't read on my own time. There's just a very different feeling to performing a work versus reading it. I'm not saying it's a bad work. I'll probably read it when I'm off stream. I'm just not gonna read it where I perform it because that's on the internet, you know, and that's gonna stay there, and people can clip it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just don't. Hi, Killian.
Unfortunately,
enjoy Killian
on an internet where people will do nasty things with something like that.
I unfortunately have some experience, not specifically with exactly that, but with people harassing and being shitty to me and stuff. So I'm a little bit more paranoid than most creators would be.
Yeah, and with good reason. It's not paranoia if they actually are out to get you.
You're not eating my pad thai. Thank you.
He's like, but I want it. I want pad thai. Mother. Mother, I want pad thai. Mother, I'm hungry.
You're always hungry. You're literally hungry all day, every day.
Yeah.
Even when you have food, you beg for other food, even though there's food in your dish, and you like that food. You're a Goomba.
Every cat that I've ever known is like that. Where it's like you're about to feed them, and they're screaming as if they've never eaten in their entire life. And they continue to do so as they're being fed.
I'll be right back. I love you, dearest. Not in the mood. My hands are not a toy. Bye. Jesus. Ignore that happening. We're fine.
It's all fine here.
It's fine. Fine here. It's all fine. Didn't.
Yeah. How are you, Chad?
Nothing's built out, so we're fine.
Yeah. I like pad thai, but I find like I have to be in the mood for it.
Yeah, I'm in the mood for it right now. That's why.
Yeah, no, I mean, I assume so. It's just because like Ottawa's like 50% like Viet Thai restaurants and like 50% shawarma places. So I'm just like, I get sick of it. Like can I have something else?
99.9% of the time, I cook all my food myself, and I also often cook for Herb and Pen. You know?
Yeah.
So it's really nice when I get to not have to cook.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Birthday break.
Fair. Hey, like treat yourself. I used to cook a lot more, and it's like last few years, like my health is like really declining, so I just like don't have the energy to cook. Especially like cooking for one person is a huge pain in the ass.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Cooking for multiple people as a disabled person sucks ass too.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. Like,
it uses a lot of my energy. Like, I do like doing it, and I love cooking for other people, and if I didn't have disability, I would do it very freely and all the time, but it does make it tough some days.
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. And like, I mean, I enjoy cooking for others because like that's like food is like a love language for me. So like that's kind of how I express my love for others is by cooking or you know taking them out for dinner or whatever.
Me too. Like strongly me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a friend visit like a few weeks ago, and like I cooked for the first time in like a couple years, and like it was exhausting, but like it was like I went full out. Like I went and bought like nice steaks for us, like you know $20 steaks.
Yeah.
And like you know I made like this
Jeez,
whole
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, well, just because like I just haven't done it in so long that like I was like, do I even still know how? And like, yeah, no, it turned out really well, and like, it really gave me a lot of joy to like you know cook like that for someone that I care about a lot. So, yeah, but like if you ask me to do that for myself, like I'm just out, because like that dinner took me like an hour to prepare.
Oh yeah, no, it takes like an hour.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap either. So like the steak by itself were $20 each. Yeah, so like, and it's fine. Like you know, I'm in a fortunate position where it's like I can afford stuff like that, but it's more like it's the cost and energy to me, where it's just like the next day I was just knackered, like I just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, no, it takes your energy out.
Yeah, for sure. But no regrets. I'm glad I did it. It was nice to have like a really good home cooked meal for the first time in a long time.
Makes sense. I might start trying to rush days a little bit. Just so I can get through all the days today. I can. Town is dying. It all ends in less than 4 days. Day 9, in which it becomes apparent that the Haruspecs will have to fight for the kin and the land of his ancestors.
The town is dying. It all ends in less than 4 days.
Why that voice?
I don't know, because it's funny to me.
I wasn't expecting it.
Yo, what's up, Adam? Welcome to the stream. We do enjoy Aeronox's wonderful videos. Alright, I think I will go eat something, so I'm just gonna mute myself for a little bit.
No worries, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'll still be here, like, in the call, like, I can still listen, but, like, I'm just gonna mute myself.
I'm sorry, riveting conversation of me eating. And bullets going off in the distance, but, yeah,
Gotta go fast, gotta go fast. It's not simply the future of the town that we're to decide on. It's not merely the fate of a random settlement that hangs in the balance, but the fate of one of the last places left where this rapidly disappearing culture survived. Societies that are able to direct their efforts to creating impossible things are obliterated within the merciless passage of history. The rulers lack even the nominal kind of authority. Chili dogs. Aglaya's hands are tied.
activation phrases are so funny.
While she's still alive, she won't let the commander raise and demolish it well. However, keeping the military in check is a task that will claim the entirety of her attention. There are not that many people left here who are able to make meaningful decisions. This puts great responsibility on us both. I suppose, unless one of the chess queens is removed from the board, their conflict will end in a stalemate. This will give us the opportunity to influence the ultimate decision. They may also lead to our demise. Be very careful.
To the abattoir. I'm almost done my food, and then I can actually focus on, like, trying to talk about anything else. Sometimes I wish I could just make the nutrients already be inside me and then, like, I wouldn't have to eat at a specific time. You know? Be nice. Alas. Saddled with a corporeal form. And corporeal forms can't just exist on blood sacrifices and souls, unfortunately.
No, it's bullshit. Why can't I upload my consciousness to the digital realm?
No, I don't want that.
I do.
Just ever since I've been trapped in this corporeal form, you know, after being taken out of the Eldritch realms, I've had to eat. It's a lot more work. Somehow. Also reminder that people's names appear on the bottom left of the screen during streams. Whoever's talking in the call. You dare come back. Oh wait, no, Foreman. These are not Schwarzenegger, right?
Annie, you dare come back, Half-Blood One!
Oh, why would I not, Elder One?
You're not brave, you're thick. I can kill you with my breath. I can kill you with my touch. I can burn you with my gaze.
I've come back to ask you, Elder One.
Ask once, there's no second question.
Is it true that the Urdark is everything that surrounds us?
You're becoming wiser, Kindred One. You've asked a good question, fine. You will have the answer in a gulp of Boss Primigenius's blood. I will know that you cannot withstand the answer. If you pass the trial, you will be rid of your strength.
I agree.
Thus, Turak's house has been desecrated. A bad omen for unkind times. A snakeskin-coated intruder has gotten in here last night. It must have been that he that has stolen leather bottles filled with living blood. I'll give you an answer if you find out where the blood is gone.
Have it your way.
Oh boy. Okay, I need to check what I'm supposed to be doing. It was the drink he gave me.
Yes.
Okay. I don't see a drink. I don't understand. Odds I hope something isn't bugged, but I'm gonna save game just in case. Jesus. I'm glad y'all appreciate my really little... Oh, this is anxiety inducing. Oh boy. I don't know if I can make it all the way across town in time.
All right, my corporeal form has been fed.
Excellent. Lemons?
Lemons?
That destroys a bunch. Works though. Lemons decrease exhaustion.
Oh. I thought we were gonna do the whole lemons thing.
Haven't quite hit 4. Oh no, is that 300? I might actually have to do that. Second. Okay, that'll be really funny though. The lemon speech as Jennifer Coolidge is going to be incredibly funny. As soon as I've done this anxiety fucking inducing quest, I will do that.
I think you should do the lemon thing as Arnold's. It's like, the lemons.
No, it's a player character. Plus, I think Jennifer Coolidge will be funnier. Arnie's a voice that's good for a couple of like one-off lines, but not for like a speech. Awesome. Hey, yeah, okay. Okay, I get it. I can't move. Yeah, awesome. I'll probably have to end up doing this section multiple times. We'll see. Thank you so much for the subscription. Oh my god. Like, what the fuck is this? Why, game?
Oh.
Multiple in one go. That's...
The brown mist.
Probably more in here as well, because why is every district infected on a day where I have to run across the entire fucking town in a limited amount of time?
Just fast travel.
Yeah. Okay, this is the first time that Patho, the Harrispex route, other than this in the prison, is like, oh, okay, we're back in Patho time. It's another infected district. How many infected fucking districts are there today? Literally all infected, like... Oh. Bite of food. Sorry, I'm like so concentrating.
She's in the zone.
Hardcore, intense, pathologic gameplay. Wow, this quest is truly something. Let me see if this shop has anything useful for me. Have coffee, have coffee, have coffee. Motherfucker.
That's what I'm like every morning.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. Like, you get to certain quests and you're just like, oh, it's time for the game to kick my teeth in. Is the game gonna load? It might crash. We'll see. Oh boy. We do a little minor game crashing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it took this long to crash.
Allow me to remind you that an epidemic of unknown origin has already eradicated a few genuinely distinctive towns.
The like close-ups on NPCs, like they get me every time.
It has
Like,
that.
"Ah!"
It has that. It has that. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion like
Yeah.
weird zoom thing that I really love. If I don't kill this guy, he might throw a knife in my back against to kill me. So.
Well, then killing him is self-defense. It's a preemptive strike.
No, it's more.
morally
It's more about the time wasted.
Also that.
Can you leave me the fuck alone? Oh, cool. And I'm fucking starving. Hey, oh my god, game. It decided that it was time to randomly get difficult for once, I guess. Wow. Truly something.
Truly, truly outrageous.
I have a lot of bullets. Mike, I'm doing this quest right? I'm just supposed to run across town while exhausted? Alright. Oh, you're supposed to just sit at full exhaustion for most of the quest? I shouldn't use up my lemons right now, should I? My boy, where's my boy? Tell me where he is.
I fear young-kind's lack of restraint. He'll definitely pull a stunt or two.
I don't even know what happens when you get full exhaustion. I've never experienced it because I'm too good at the game. Eva doesn't have a voice. Okay. I pray that the soldiers don't break into here. I need the bachelor. Where is he? He left for the polyhedron and he hasn't come back yet. I'm worried. What are you worrying about? The soldiers, do you know what they're doing? They kill, burn, and that's a word I'm not gonna say on stream. Okay.
Oh yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, we can't say that word on YouTube.
Yeah. Hearing noises from the other room that could just be Theob doing something with the dishes, or could be Killian breaking something. And I'm not sure which is which.
I mean, when they wash the dishes, does it sound like they're breaking them?
No, but it just sounds like dishes are being clinked around and stuff, and that could be Killian knocking things over, which would be unusual. Or it could just be... It could be... Don't know. Okay, well, I don't... What happens when you have full exhaustion? I guess I wasted a lot of lemons there. And food. I was just freaked out because I thought if you hit full exhaustion, you like pass out or something.
Do you die? I don't know.
I didn't know either. You know what happens when you have full exhaustion? Anyone in chat know? It's not something I ever encountered in the game before.
It's like, I'm not bad enough at the game to know what happens.
I mean... Okay. What are the dog heads? Don't have a voice. Okay.
Howdy, Chief.
Is Bachelor Dankovsky here?
Captured, as you can see, he's our trophy. The man's taking his last few breaths.
That's inconvenient.
Remember me, Chief?
You think I can see who you are behind that mask?
You let me go a week ago, the day the old man died.
Ah, I see. Well, hello there.
So what do you want?
I'm looking for a specimen for my experiments, a bachelor-sized one.
Ah, sure, you can have him. Tit for tat, let me talk to the guys.
Thank you.
Not killing the child paid off.
Imagine not killing children on this stream.
Shit, Pathologic makes you say, not killing the child paid off. Hey, little kid, please give me some bullets. Here's some needles. Gotta go fast, gotta go fast. Thank you. If it weren't for you, those little buggers would have split my guts. However, you shouldn't have let yourself be run by them. The kids are arming up, and I have a strong suspicion these arms may go off at any moment.
What the hell did you want with that tower in the first place?
I have every reason to believe that the polyhedron plays a key part in the history of this settlement. It's not actually a part of the town. It stands on its own. Yet they do have an inextricable connection. Sonic's struggling, okay? One cannot last long without the other.
More coins, more rings.
Tell me.
Tell me. Never been to the abattoir?
I have. Why?
Did you take the blood from there?
I didn't. It was the reason why I went through it in the first place. I wanted to take a soil sample and talk to the foreman. He didn't seem the talkative type, though.
Have you taken something? Anything?
No. But you know, it was that little mite that announced when the pass was going to open. What you may not know is that it opened because they have carried a parcel out.
Who has?
Butchers and those hide-clad thugs.
Where did they go?
I took no notice of it. It was dark, and I ran inside immediately.
You are no coward, Oinon.
Jennifer Coolidge's voice brings me such joy.
You know what I just realized? This voice is like a femme Alan Rickman.
No, it's Femme Owen Wilson.
Wow.
No, I know,
Wow.
but like it also sounds like femme Alan Rickman to me.
Interesting. I do not hear it, but I trust your perspective.
This has that same like nasally aspect to it.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Capella, and then I'm gonna sleep for like a chunk of the day. Whoop!
damn it. God fucking damn it, Dave. Oops. I didn't mean to fire my gun by accident. Oh my, oh my god. It's literally, like, if you move out of the door... Oh, I fucking love this game. It's so troll. It's so trolly and rude and shitty, and I love it. Like, what other game would just be like, you have to go in this place. There's a plague cloud 2 inches outside. Have fun! Like, they know you're just gonna save scum. They designed the game with the save scumming in mind because it meant that they could fuck with you more. That's funny. It's extremely funny. Like, it's not funny haha, it's funny what the fuck.
It's funny, but not haha funny. I realize that reference does nothing for you, but maybe someone in chat got it.
I feel like I've heard it before, but I don't remember where it's from.
It's from The Simpsons.
Oh, I've seen the clip as a meme.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm annoyed that I wasted all those lemons for no reason in the food. I thought having full exhaustion would matter. But actually, it doesn't affect anything. I mean, I'm sure it affects something in the game, I just don't know what it affects. I want to try something. Oh. Great. It doesn't end at the trial. It ends it ends when I finish the quest completely back at the foreman. So I guess I'll go to the foreman first. That's fun. What even is this? Game? Okay, well, I need to go this way anyway, so I should... Now I'm curious what exhaustion even does in this game. I'm looking it up.
Ooh.
I can't find anything on how exhaustion works in game 1. I found it. Okay, fatigue increases the day passes. The meter reaches full. The player's health will slowly decrease. So I guess it's just been
decreasing at such a slow rate that I didn't notice. I genuinely can't tell if it's lowering. All I know is this. Laws are just threats made by the dominant socioeconomic group of a given nation. The police are basically a standing army there to enforce them. Do you want to make some bacon?
What?
I love Brendan Lee Mulligan. Just anytime I think of the sentence, all I know is this, immediately my brain's like, do the speech, the echolalia, echolalias. Is it going down?
I don't even know where your health bar is. Oh, there it is.
Thanks, factory man. I love the dialogue in this game. I think the maximum exhaustion must have bugged or something for me. Because it is not lowering my health. Maybe it is. It's just doing it slow enough that I'm not caring, so... be fine. Yeah, that's what I thought, Mike, so... what's going on? Yeah, I think the game might be bugged, which is fine. As long as I get the day's quests done, I don't care. To be honest, I get things done so fast that it doesn't really matter. That's so funny, me freaking out over the exhaustion, like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
God, could you imagine if it was just like instant death?
I wouldn't put it past Patho to instantly kill you. Here's what I would expect it to be, which is you pass out in the street and you either get like infected or robbed or etc. etc. You know, that's what I would expect to happen from a full exhaustion bar.
Yeah, because like again, my only experience with this game is watching you play, and I've learned that like this game just punishes you the most awful way possible at every turn. So I would expect something like that for full exhaustion.
Yeah.
The fact it's like, no, you just lose like a little tiny bit of health. Oh, right.
That's chill.
Rare chill moment in Patho.
Might make you more susceptible to damage, or maybe you do less damage as well. There's probably hidden effects.
Like some kind of like awful consequence.
Yeah.
Mother Bottle warns her kin. Bottle's veins feed them.
Oinon didn't steal the blood. I can testify to that. He saw 2 butchers and 3 bone breakers take something out of the abattoir.
It sounds true. 2 children of Baldo and 3 worms are missing. You've passed the trial. What do you want to know?
I want to know the truth.
Ask me then. Here, inside the vein of Baldo, no one will dare to lie you. That is why knowledge drips scarcely from me like clotting blood from a wound.
What did my father have in mind? What's this O'Dirk creature marked by this brand?
A creature of that kind's always around. The body that contained the world.
Any body contains a world.
Yours doesn't. Mine doesn't. The world in your head is not a world, it is mold.
What sacrifice am I meant to make?
You'll learn that tomorrow if you pass the next trial, Kindred One. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I'll come tomorrow. Oh, wow. Guess I'm spending time with the knee.
That was a bad pun, I'm sorry. Just felt like something this Artemy would say in character.
Sure. Totally wasn't because you wanted to make a bad pun.
True, Mike. Okay, yeah, no, my health is taking a hit. I'll get it so it's not hurting me in that. Or this make you throw away a lot of resources the game wants you to have to ponder about your actions. Do we eat this bread or give it to the people who are struggling is only meaningful when you're starving. Yeah, no, exactly. I think being good at pathologic goes directly counter to elements of the thematics of the game. Like, I'm genuinely good enough at the game to break its storytelling. Because it's like, oh, this is so hard, what a difficult thing, and then me like, I have all the resources in the world, yippee! Yeah. It's kind of funny. Oh, true, Mike. I do think that Patho 2 does some things better because of that. Here, like, you can give morphine and stuff to random people in the street to increase your reputation and help people survive longer, but, like, I don't need morphine.
Does anyone need morphine?
I mean, for pain in-game. It's a healing item. Your health slowly goes up. Jesus, that shot surprised me. Yeah, the town's doing great. Doesn't it sound okay?
Looks alright to me. That's not blood, is it?
It's mostly infection.
Okay. Kinda looks like blood.
It's an interesting game. You have bullets for me, small child? No. Merely medications. Write it. Do it. The world deserves more patho video essays. Ammo.
Guests are always...
Primordial blackness. I know you. Oh wait, no, she's fucking Super Smash Bros. Now.
I know you said Super Smash Brothers, but my brain translated to Smash Mouth.
Okay.
Super Smash Brothers, Mario, Kirby, Ganondorf. I know you've been told that I'm a witch, not a saint. They may have even told you that I am the sandpest itself, wearing the masquerade of flesh and blood. They certainly must have told you that I saved the castaway and condemned the ingenious. They say that I break the courageous and force them to submit to the plague. Mario, but let me tell you one thing. Saints and miracle workers are always covered in blood and filth. Their acts are not necessarily comprehensible to the common folk, who expect kindness instead of good and courtesy instead of love. This is not who I am. I know that will happen in 3 days. I will be able to avoid the contradictions that keep you and the Bachelor in the dark. Remember, I will perform a miracle in the end. I will perform it with the help of the outcast and the evil. Bad Grief the thief, Form the villain, Alexander the cruel, Katarina the deceive, Laura the vengeful, Yulia the unbeliever, Anna the egotist, Aspity the heathen, and Reuben the oathbreaker. They will survive in order to die, and upon dying they will claim life everlasting. I need them for the miracle to work. Remember that. Clara.
Am I missing something? Oh, it's 6 p.m. Okay. In game. Oh wow, so yeah, you just have the first quest and then the second quest way later in the day.
Have you seen the cannon? They say you can hit to the moon with it.
What is Capella? Rules card! Yes, that deal with the fires was a mess. Bad fortune seems to be at my heels, but it was most likely inevitable. It is always those who are a part of my design that end up in danger. It is all a trial, and I've got no one to turn to. But you.
And who are these part of your designs?
Several kids, I told you before, and your father before that. The outcast children, those who didn't fit in the pulley he drowned, and those who have left it willingly. Tai Chick, Notkin, Sticky, Murky Grace, and one more boy, but we'll talk about him later.
Why do you need these kids?
What do you think each one of them will grow to be? Can you guess? I can. Mother has whispered the truth to me in my sleep. The outcast children are destined to achieve great things. If in 10 or 12 years they become rulers, the town will change beyond recognition. A new age will begin.
I see. So why did you call me?
The fires were put out. I don't really care about the fires themselves. In fact, I'm glad they're out. They made me feel terrified and made the town look truly doomed. Sticky is risking his life because of them now. What are they for, anyway?
What if someone comes here from the steppe?
Only outhounds would, and they have their own gut feeling anyway. It'll be their fault if they try to come here. But I'm worried about Sticky. He's always looking for trouble and always at the wrong moment. The place is crawling with soldiers. Oh, it must be cruel fate.
What does Sticky have to do with the fires anyway?
I don't know exactly. I think he and a friend of his were trying to catch the elusive albino by a fire, and now they want to light them up again in order to catch those who put them out.
How can I find him?
I don't know. Perhaps he is still at home. Talk him out of going there. The fires will be lit without him just fine. I'll ask the Bachelor to issue an order.
Okay, I'll talk to him.
Really, really giving her with that voice.
That's what Rule's card is. Rule's card needs to be like 10,000 leagues above what should be going on. He needs to be completely absurd. He needs to be just what the fuck. Like, because for context, it's a voice I made when I was doing my last birthday stream, when I streamed Deltarune, and Rule's card is based on the way he speaks, where he adds like extra E's to words and like rolls his R's and stuff. Yeah. He's a funny little guy.
I've not played Deltarune.
It's good.
Yeah? I'll add it to my wish list.
I adore Ruby Fox's games. I will finish this Undertale video eventually. I have so much stuff that's like partially completed but nothing finished yet. I'm in the process of editing my next essay, but I am going to be fully honest, had like one of the worst depressive bouts I think I've ever had last little bit, so I just haven't been very productive. It's like all I've been able to do to just like exist and function and eat and sleep.
I'm sorry you're going through that.
I don't know. It's I'm feeling a little better now.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that like the LA trip will kind of let me reset a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be back to it soon, and I know it's like the instant I get over this, whatever this is. I think I'm autistically burnt out. I think what like I finished uni and my body went, "You're finally done." You know, like
time to collapse. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I've been dealing with some shit myself, and it's just yeah, it's hard. And yeah, I'm in the same boat where like I really want this LA trip to, you know, reset things and you know, at least have something to look forward to, and like,
yeah,
know, just enjoy myself and just forget my life for a couple of days. And,
it'll be nice.
Yeah, but like, you know, you can always reach out to me. Like, I know the depression brain is like, man, nobody wants to talk to me, nobody cares about me. Well, like I know, like
it's not that. I just
yeah.
When I want to talk, I'll talk, and when I don't want to talk, I won't.
Yeah,
you know, it's just
fair.
Like this is more just like burnout. I think is the biggest thing, and it's just making it hard because I want to be productive and I'm trying to, but like.
Well, I'm gonna take care of yourself first.
If people don't know what like autistic burnout is like, it's like you can barely do things. I don't know how to describe it. It's like there's a full mental block on your brain.
Yeah. But yeah, like no, I definitely respect like when you don't want to talk, but like I just want to make sure you know that like you know, I'm always here for you.
No, I appreciate it.
Because like trust me, I know from experience how hard that shit is. It's not a fun time. So you don't have to do it by yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Boy Ripper, I'm Stump. Remember me?
Are you guys making fires? How about I tag along?
That'd be so cool. We're not no fool, but I can do it with a self-made lighter. You see how great I am with flint and steel. Come with me, it's safer with you along. Perhaps we even find Sticky.
I'll go first. You keep behind me. You never know.
Okay.
It's time to shoot people.
Generally, autism is a genetic disorder. That's not the word I was looking for. Generally, autism displays across generations, and yeah, so most people will have autistic family members. I'm
There's
like
also-
90% sure some of my family's just undiagnosed, you know?
Yeah, and there's a lot of overlap between autistic people and trans people. And yeah, it can be a tough thing to diagnose because, like, you know, autism is the whole spectrum of disorders, and depending on where you are in that spectrum,
It's not a
harder
spectrum of disorders, it is a spectrum disorder. In that
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
So it displays with a wide set of symptoms, and
Yeah, and depending on like what symptoms you display, it can be more or less difficult to diagnose.
yeah.
Like there's some folks on the spectrum who are like, oh yeah, like this person needs assistance with their day to day, and it's very obvious that they have something going on. And there's other folks where they don't need assistance, and you really have to dig deep to see that, oh yeah, no, this person does function differently from someone who's neurotypical.
Yeah. I think I technically could have had a formal diagnosis placed on my records when I was a kid, but my mom chose not to for complicated reasons. That I understand.
Yeah.
But 2 down.
Yeah.
1 shot, 2 kills. I'm not even kidding. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, because definitely as a kid, if I had gone to see a specialist, they would be like, oh yeah, this kid is autism.
They tend to be better because a lot of autistic people learn to mask and everything.
Exactly. I've learned. Yeah, I've learned how to blend in society, so to the point where people, but I definitely needed that help as a kid and I didn't get it. So it's
yeah, mood.
Yeah. I recently did this whole medical / psychological evaluation where I got a whole 30-page report of all the things that are wrong with me. So it's yeah, it's a little eye-opening. It's like, oh, I wish I wish my parents cared enough to do this for me when I was a kid, and this would have been useful information at the time.
Yeah. Only hit one of them.
Ugh, only getting a single kill with a bullet? What is this? I thought you were good at this game.
I got no kill on that bullet, so...
Oh, wow.
Okay, what the fuck? Can you all see this?
Oh.
Hi. Thank you. Oh, I got a smouter!
Boom, headshot. Oh, House of the Dragon Season 2 starts tomorrow.
I'm excited. I just watched the first season last week.
Nice. I think I'm just gonna start with Season 2.
Seriously?
Jump right in. Yeah.
I'd recommend Season 1, genuinely. Even if you don't like Game of Thrones, I'd recommend Season 1.
I mean,
Season 1 is a really interesting exploration of systemic misogyny within, medieval monarchy structures, and, yeah, I genuinely really liked Season 1.
Yeah, I mean, I like Seasons 1 through 6 of Game of Thrones.
I liked it more than Game of Thrones.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because it handles women way better.
Well, that's not saying a whole lot, but yes.
Yeah, but it's a big part of why I like it a lot more.
Yeah.
I'm rewatching
'cause,
Game
like,
of Thrones, and it is.
Because, like, I do like the lore and the setting of Game of Thrones. I'm just like, but just how bad, like, the last 2 seasons were. I'm just like.
But it's a different
Is it-
creative team. It's kind of like
Yeah.
comparing Disco season 1 to 4. Like, they're such different shows. But even more
See,
drastic
I
is,
have-
like, there's no crossover in characters because
Yeah.
they're set hundreds of years apart. And so.
Yeah. So, like, I've only seen Disco seasons 1 and 2. And I have heard that it's a different show afterwards.
A better show. Okay, where the
Yes.
fuck is
Well,
Sticky?
I really disliked season 2 of Disco. Like, a lot. Like, I thought the first one was fine. Like, it was
I despise
messy.
season 1 because of its handling of SA as a topic.
Handling of what?
I can't say the actual words. SA.
Oh,
Letters.
yes. Sorry. I thought
Can't say the
you were
words
saying
on.
like essay. I thought you were
No.
saying like essay as in like, you know, a video essay, or essay as in friend in Spanish.
No. No. Handling of SA.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I liked some of the ideas in the first season. Like, I really liked like the whole Mirror Universe like arc that they did.
I hate Mirror Universe episodes at baseline. They're
Yeah.
often my least favorite thing in Trek, so
Yeah. I mean,
if you enjoy, I want to be clear, this is a personal flavor thing, like this is but it was like the mishandling of SA, the super heavy focus on the part of the Star Trek universe I've always found the least interesting.
I will say that like Mirror Universe stuff was definitely like overdone, especially in DS9.
I don't like DS9's Mirror Universe stuff.
No, I don't like DS9's Mirror Universe stuff either. Like that's when like I started to dislike Mirror Universe stuff, because like the original episode, like Mirror Mirror, that was great. And like DS9, it's like the first one, it's like, okay, yeah, that was fun. And then it's like they come back, it's like, all right. And then they come back, it's like, okay, like enough. It's too much. The Enterprise Mirror Universe episodes, those were a lot of fun. I don't know. I like them.
I totally get why other people would enjoy them. I'm incredibly towards Mirror Universe at baseline. They feel a lot of times very sort of pointless to the shows, the characters, or the plot. Like, it just kind of feels like, what if everybody was evil and shitty? And I'm like, this is the exact opposite of what I come to Trek for.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
what if fascism?
I just see it as like just like a fun distraction where everyone can like
Yeah.
enjoy the scenery, and I don't know. I appreciate them as like just a fun distraction. I can definitely see your point of view.
Yeah. No, I it's that thing of certain.
Yeah,
But it's like I'm not saying they're bad episodes. They're just not for me.
That's that's totally fair. That's absolutely fine.
And definitely, Mike, like, it is much more chill over in Harrowspec's land compared to The Bachelor, where The Bachelor's like, I feel like someone needs to make that, you know, that TikTok sound that's like, like freak out noises, and then I'm floating like a ballerina. That's like, because the last couple of days, for context, day 9 for Bachelor is you get knocked out and wake up at 2 p.m. and have to sprint all over the entire town and all the way up the polyhedron multiple times, with way less time in the day to do anything. And I can't remember what day 10 was, but it's funky. I think day 10's the one where you have to go fight the dudes. You get knocked out in the train yard at one point, and like dumped in the graveyard, presumed dead by rogue soldiers, and you have to go back and kill them all to keep one of the Stamatin brothers from getting murdered.
Oh yeah, so like going back to Disco, I really disliked the season like a lot, to the point where like I I was just like, no, I'm done with this show. I'm not watching it anymore. And just like the last, especially like how they ended the second season, I felt like I was wasting my time by watching it. Like the whole ending where it's just like, oh, none of this matters. Also, hello, Lady Knight. Welcome.
Hey, okay.
Happy birthday. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing pretty good. This corsety thing is actually pretty comfortable, so.
Oh.
Yeah? Good. How long has it been?
I've been, I started streaming 5 hours ago, so I've been in it for about 6 hours, so.
Good. All right. I was concerned, Miranda, I was concerned. I was like, I need you to wear this for several hours because I was very concerned that if she put this on having not tried it, we would end up at the premiere and she would get suddenly very uncomfortable. Just like tummy troubles and stuff. And,
I knew it would be fine, and I was right.
You said that, but like, listen, I've worn some corsetry and like cheap corsetry, which like anything you're getting online is going to be on the scale, kind of on that end. And yeah, varying degrees of comfort in my experience.
Yeah.
I went to see
but I find
Turf Wizard movie in a corset from Hot Topic.
What?
I went to see a Turf Wizard movie in a corset from Hot Topic.
That was
it was my sister's idea.
That whole sentence is awful.
It was my sister's idea. My sister, especially at that age, was kind of edgy. And so she was like, we're going to like upset all the Harry Potter fans by like wearing corsets. Like Hot Topic bullshit.
Why
Anyway.
did you think that was going to work?
I don't know. Nobody gave a shit.
Why would they?
I gotta read some dialogue so I can continue because I do want to get through these days, and it's yeah.
Silence.
Stop! Don't go any further. There's an ambush. An ambush? Are you referring to yourself? No, there are Khan's dogheads up ahead. Forget their age. They're merciless. They'll shoot you where you stand. I'm growing less and less fond of the guys. Khan isn't like that. They're actually really swell. They're just all agitated because the army. They want to play war. Right. Play soldiers. Why'd you come anyway? What do you want? Where's Sticky? Must have found out about the ambush. Sneaked up on them or something. I don't know where he is. Hiding at someone's place, perhaps. Who would let him in, though? Everyone's scared. Okay, I'll find him. LK, don't type during... with the mic
God
on.
damn it! I'm sorry! I was trying to be quiet!
It was like...
All I hear is LK's furious typing.
It's trying to be quiet!
It was like a machine gun.
God damn it!
Like, it was like...
I was typing something important! Keep going, I'm sorry!
1 second. What are we doing?
I was like, what's happening? Did you lose your place?
I just got distracted by something
Oh.
unrelated. Okay, what was I doing?
Reading.
Well, I already got through the dialogue, so we're good. Now,
you did?
Now you can chat. Now you can chat. 'Cause I got
Okay,
a long
I'm
ways to
sorry.
walk.
I didn't mean. I wanted to tell chat that they should give you money for your birthday.
Thank you.
I don't remember if I did the keyboard thing correct, but that's how I was trying to be like, give her monies! Monies for birthday!
I've been all over it for this entire stream. I've been
Everybody give her monies for birthday!
Yes,
Birthday money! Oh, I put the exclamation point above this.
It's okay.
Wow, I mean, you put it in the right place if you were writing a sentence.
Yeah.
Just not
But
for, like...
I know. I never remember these. She's told me several times, and I never fucking remember them.
Reminder, you can decide character voices and stuff if you donate, and there's other rewards if you donate more.
Yes.
Yeah. The one person that
Yeah,
donated earlier and said something I could not read on stream.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I
god,
had to-
what
I-
is
I had
this
I
game?
had to vet it. I was like, I don't think you want to read this.
Yes, and sorry for my cursed story. I just had a very edgy sister who thought she was even edgier than I think she really was. But she was very convinced that she was super cool and edgy and Hot Topic,
Oh my god.
goth, whatever. Aeronaut, you've heard the stories.
I know. See, I can
if you
actually
think
pull
you're
off
edgy-
Hot Topic edgy and make it look.
Well, and the thing, it's not even like the looks was but like I think she thought that because she was wearing big clunky boots and black lipstick that like she was scary. And
No.
I don't think she was. And like the thing is, I don't think you're automatically scary just because you wear black. Like she's a little bitty thing like me. And very
thank
pretty.
you so much for the dono, Camden Dawn.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you
appreciate it.
for the monies. But yeah, so just like I feel like she thought she was very intimidating, and she was not.
Listen, and this goes out.
So-
this is mostly directed to all the young adults / teens in the audience. If you think you're edgy, you most definitely are not. I'm sorry to break it to you.
The funny thing is that I know I can, I don't super like that I can pull it off, but like it has been effective at making people not be annoying to me in public. I can pull off the like scary woman in black energy. Like-
Yeah, and I mean the thing is like I don't know, Ariel's just very pretty, so like I don't think her looking scary and goth would really deter
yeah.
people because she's just very pretty. And like I think when you're a certain level of pretty, like I have hot friends who I'm just like I don't think any amount of scary is going to make some of my friends get left alone because they're hot. And it's just like when you're hot, I don't think you can be
No, there's because often people will think about doing it, and then I just give them the death glare, and they are like, "Oh," and I'm like,
Do you
"Yeah."
do the Sharon Warren thing where you walk and think of murder? I think about that a lot.
Yeah,
I don't
a
know
little
if it's working for me, but I do think about that a lot.
It's the thing
Like-
I talked about in the Nimona video of unfuck with
Yeah.
ability. Like,
Yeah.
if you know
Like,
how to give off an aura of like, don't fuck with me, I will make your day miserable. I think it also helps that like I look extremely lesbian, so
Yeah, no, that's my thing, is that I get left alone a lot because I think people look at me and go, oh,
Dyke.
dyke. Yeah, no, they do.
yeah,
I
no,
think-
like you can't just be worried about. You gotta have like, I'm a dyke and will not be having it energy. Like it's a mix of things.
Yeah, because like I don't know if I'm giving that off because frankly I find generally I've over the years, not recently, but like especially when I was in school, I would get approached a lot by strangers who were just like, she looks friendly and will give me directions, like that kind of thing. So like I think I am considered approachable, but I definitely don't get catcalled like ever. I think the last time I got flirted with was a DoorDash driver. Like,
unfortunately get cackled a lot.
yeah,
It's
you know,
annoying.
you told me, and I like the only time I've ever gotten catcalled is when I'm with hot friends. I've gotten catcalled with my roommate. You'll meet her. She's pretty hot. And my friend, a friend of mine from back in my old hometown who will not unfortunately get to meet, but she's gorgeous. I think I've sent you pictures of my friend who's into monster fucker bullshit.
Oh.
That friend, yeah, she's very pretty.
Yes.
And so like she's the one who like we were at the mall and like some guy cut us off in the parking lot and then yeah, and then he tried to like call out and like ask for I think really her number. And I just completely lost it. That was the Southern Belle day that I just walked around like for hours just like, oh, I gotta tell mama I found a man. He had a backwards baseball cap. Oh my! I could not deal with the fact that he cut us off in the parking lot and then catcalled. I was like, the order of events here is making me lose my shit. But I do think it's because my friend is hot.
Yeah, no, it's just that I know I get a lot of that attention if I don't give off that energy, and then the instant I wear stuff like that and look like that, I don't have to deal with that. I just also have to look like I... But then also people find me unapproachable. Other people don't want to interact with me at all. And I'm like, that's a different weird vibe.
Yeah. I don't know. I literally, like, the other day when I saw Furious, I did walk out of the theater and I was thinking of the Charlize Theron, like, Think of Murder, and just sort of, like, loping through the mall. Like, yes, I am a killer on the loose. And that was a fun energy, but that's definitely not something I whip out very often.
Yeah.
Do you ever just walk out of a movie theater thinking, what if I'm a badass just like those characters in movies?
Yeah. I deserve to be in that movie.
Dialogue
Not even that I deserve to be in that movie, just like I want to channel that energy for a bit.
Right. I'm very worried about Dad.
Has Sticky been here for long? Seems like I've been running errands for nothing.
He's only just come! You are not running errands, and definitely not for nothing. Had the people you defeated survived, they would have joined the ambush. Now I think the dogheads will go away when they realize there's nothing to see and do.
Is that so?
The soldiers are all over the place now. They won't risk staying in town for too long, but rather return to the polyhedron. I'm so thankful to you for helping Sticky out. You have my gratitude, Warden.
You're welcome. I'm gonna sleep here now.
No, truly, the Jennifer Coolidge voice is a level of unhinged that I'm not sure the stream was prepared for.
I love it.
Supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
The theater?
The theater.
Why don't you go to the theater? It's too long.
Also, Aeronauts, have you seen Hell of a Boss? Because I haven't seen Hell of a Boss. Okay, then none of us know what Millie from Hell of a Boss looks like.
No, I'm assuming that's a Southern Belle person.
Yeah, I have watched.
Yeah.
I have
My
watched.
shitty impression.
I know there's like a bunch of controversy or whatever, but the show was fine. I watched the other show by that creator that's on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, my understanding is that the main something hotel.
Has Been Hotel. Anyway, by the way, cutscene. Shh.
Oh, okay.
My orders were to destroy every building in this town, and then
I've seen this cutscene before.
who survives the bombardment.
So not quiet?
The military only comes when there's nothing
Well,
to fix
quiet
it
for the chat.
I'm keen on breaking that habit, though. I know that the people that
Keyboard's
can
very
change the
loud.
course of the catastrophe.
God damn it! I'm typing so quietly.
Turn on your noise.
You're not going to be able to. Yeah, turn on Discord noise canceling, but also the sound isn't coming from the key presses. The sound is coming from shockwaves through the desk, if that makes sense. Like I put my mic on top of like a padded surface thing to try to reduce that. And my keyboard's still loud. I know that.
One way or another, we'll put an end to this circus.
Weird interpretive Russian cinema time.
Ooh.
I've got 2 days of actual gameplay left, and then done, and there's only
Hooray!
a couple quests, and I'm pretty sure I can speed them up. I got 10 and 11. Okay. We are 6 quests away from done the game, and then we just have to walk around the town handing out panacea and etc.
I love that somebody in the chat said they were insulted by being called a Discord moderator. That's kind of incredible. As an insult. I don't know. I just really love the idea of imagining like a 12-year-old looking at you and going, "You look like a Discord moderator." I don't know. That gives me joy. I think that would make me giggle in a child's face.
Children's insults sure have changed since I was a kid.
I mean, yeah, they sure have. I was getting called other things as a child. Well, yeah.
Yes, I was getting called things as a child that I'm not allowed to say on stream. So let's put it that way.
I think I could say them on stream. They were just unpleasant. It was mostly things like dirty Jew.
Cammy, I'm going for a full completion on this, just like the Bachelor route, because I want to do the I want to see the powers that be and the ones that own you dialogues. So I will be curing everybody. I have gotten all of one Smouter though so far. I used the panacea to save somebody already because they're sick for some reason early in the game, which is annoying. I need to talk to them.
I was going to say earlier that, like, I have never once been catcalled, and I'm not sure how to feel about it.
Again, only been catcalled when I'm with hot friends. Like, it only ever happened to me when I'm with a hot friend who was dressed well. Never happened to me on my own. I did once get some creepy looks when I was wearing a cute dress and fishnets for a stupidly themed party.
Oh yeah,
but,
I mean, I get like dirty stares, like
not even dirty stares, just like too long stares, just like you are observing me in a man way, and it's unpleasant, and I'm not liking it.
It's not even from men. Like, so I was getting a burrito the other day, and this like Muslim lady, and like I'm only saying that because I'm also like I'm clearly Arabic, so and she's just staring at me. I'm just like, can I help you? Like. I always like have all these like internalized things that are going on whenever like my people start looking at
me. It's funny because like I live in an area where there are like a lot of like Orthodox types walking around. Literally, maybe yesterday or the day before, me and my roommate went to Old Navy because she wanted to go to Old Navy, and we were just like, I could see there was a kid with a kippah, and I saw 2 girls with him that I was like, they're definitely with him. They're like covered up in the like sneeze way. And as they were walking by the clearance rack, I noticed some pajama pants with menorahs on it, and I was just like, they might be amused by this. I very loudly announced, pajama pants with menorahs on them, and they immediately were like, ooh, and like walked over to look at the pajama pants with menorahs, and I was like, my day has been made. I will now walk away from this situation.
It is. That's definitely a funny thing in SAS, because you can never openly admit that you're like, hey, another queer person or something, you know what I mean? Yeah. But there's always the like, I find the experience of being, you know, visibly marginalized in some way here is that people are always just kind of giving each other like, I know, look, you know what I mean? Not even necessarily just with queer people, it's just like other marginalized people in general. You're just kind of looking at each other like,
ways that you would announce your presence, and like the
number of times here a common one is just the like slightly not obvious pins, and the I really like your pins wink is a super common one. It's partly why I wear queer pins out, because it makes it safe for other queer people in that space to
That's really smart, because like literally I remember one time being at a Starbucks and I was looking at these 2 ladies who were clearly a couple, both of them gorgeous, and I just clearly a couple, and I just kind of wanted to be like, you guys look amazing, but I was like, I don't know of a chill way to do that, so I just tried not to be like obtrusive in my staring and then walked away.
Yeah, no, it's always tough. And then there's the times where you're like, is that person staring at me because they're another queer person, or are they staring at me because I am queer and they are not happy about it?
Yeah. No, but like I wear a lot of pins too, so I definitely get a lot of like, oh, I love your pins. So
yeah. No, and then
it's
like one time.
Yeah, and it's just sometimes it's just like, you know, it's the old lady at the grocery store and she just likes how colorful they are, and sometimes it's like another queer person's like, yeah, respect.
Yeah.
There's a way of saying it that's different from, oh, your pins are cool, and like, I like your pins. You know, like you're like,
Yes.
there is meaning to my sentence. I'm exaggerating a bit for stream, but like,
yes.
you know, you're giving a like, I know what those mean. And I'm also like that. Yeah, which is partly why I because I can afford to some degree be queer in public. Like I pass well enough now that usually I'm just interpreted as a dyke, and not that there's no violence to that here, but there's a lot less.
Yeah.
If you're interpreted as trans,
yeah.
See my Midnight Mass video for a single example. But yeah.
So I don't know. Like I never get hassled in public because like, and I feel like a big part of that is like, I'm tall and I'm built like a linebacker. So it's like, if you're gonna start shit with me, be ready to go to the hospital. Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the energy is I'm giving off that does mean I'm left alone a lot, because I think I'm walking around pretty neutrally most of the time. But yeah, there are like little signifiers. Like a couple months ago, we were walking from like, I don't know, a mall, and again, just a lot of Jews in LA. And so like I saw a mom and daughter that were definitely dressed like the little one was dressed up. It was Purim, and I could see that the little one was dressed in like a cheerleader outfit, but like covered up enough that it was definitely a costume that a little girl was wearing to shul for Purim. And so as we were walking by, I just said something like, you know, Happy Purim, because I could tell they were dressed up for it. She was just like, oh, thank you, Chag Sameach. I'm like,
aww,
yeah, little greetings like that we have. So mostly I've had cute shit like that. There are the types where I'm like, I'm just gonna keep my distance because I don't know what level you're at, and like very orthodox men might be a little uncomfortable around strange women because like literally like very orthodox guys are like not supposed to physically make contact with any woman that is not their wife.
Yeah,
basically.
no, it's the same. It's the same with us.
Yeah. So like I'm just like, especially with like orthodox guys, I'm like, I don't know what level you're at, stranger in the market, but you know, like a mom and a kid, usually okay.
Yeah. I definitely had a lot of like strange experiences when I presented as a man. Because like I would go into like shops owned by like, you know, Arabs or Muslims, and like immediately they would start talking to me in Arabic, and like it's like, oh, assalamu alaikum, habibi, and like I would get like the brown person discount, and like this this wasn't even like in Canada. Like this happened to me when I went to Amsterdam, and I went to some random shop and it was a bunch of brown people. Like so like, but that has stopped happening when I started presenting them. Yeah, so it's
is it a lot of male shop owners still?
Mostly. I mean, the women just like don't talk to me. So I don't know, because like I feel like I pass okay, but like I'm also like, if you have a few brain cells, you can figure out that I'm trans. Like I'm much larger than your average woman. So like,
I mean, I've met a tall lady or two in my time.
Yeah, so have I.
But a lot of cis women that are tall get treated as if they're trans. Like I know way too many tall trans women, tall cis women that are like, yeah, I have experiences of like violent transphobia because I'm tall.
It's so wild to me because I remember having like a really good friend in middle school. I don't know why this is the thing I remember best. She had a big crush on Eleanor Kent. Weird thing for a middle schooler to have, but she did. And yeah, she was just really tall, and it was like my first day in public middle school, and I remember her being one of the people I approached because I just noticed her because she was so tall. And I did like the cheesy like how's the weather up there kind of a thing, but I
haven't heard that one before.
I know. I was a goofy 12-year-old. What do you want?
Sure.
But like, yeah, we ended up sitting next to each other in like art class and being friends, and I just remember, she was hella tall, and I just think that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know why men
thing.
are such cowards about
Yeah,
tall women.
I have always loved tall women.
Men are just kind of generally cowards in my experience.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, even before I realized that was a girl, I was like, yeah, tall women are dope.
No.
Sign me up. Sign me up for a woman who can like pick.
Sorry,
me up in
that
her
was a
strong
mean
arms
joke.
and-
That was a little too mean
Yeah.
towards men. I'm sorry.
All right.
Men know what they
mean
did.
The
Even the
ones,
men who
the
aren't
ones,
shitty.
the
yes.
ones who it applies to know what they did.
Yeah, no.
Even the
to
men
be clear,
who
there are
aren't
lots
shitty
of
know how shitty men are. So.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
I also know that it probably doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
But yes, I do find that there are a lot of cishet men that, when it comes to women in general, are weird and.
I'm just like literally. I looked at a friend the other day. I have a friend locally who the way I met her properly was during lockdown. We were in a fan Discord for a podcast, and
it was the Adventure Zone one, isn't it?
Yes, this was the Adventure Zone. But she was posting in like the venting tab, and basically she lost like 2 or 3 relatives within either a week or a month. Like too short a time to lose that many relatives. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you okay? Do you need cookies? I think you need cookies. I had never met her, but I was like, I'm gonna make you cookies and I'm gonna drive them to your address. And because it was COVID time, I'm gonna leave them at your door and social distance away so we can wave at each other from, 10 feet apart. But like, you need some fucking cookies. Are you okay? So that's how I met her. And recently we were at a party and she was talking about like, yeah, I was thinking about getting built and getting swole. And I looked her dead in the eye and I was like, literally, if you did that, you want a girlfriend. Because I love strong women. She's not even tall. I just like buff ladies as well.
No, same.
Yeah.
Buff
if they were
ladies,
tall and buff, that would
Yes.
be like the holy grail. But
Oh. What if
Yeah.
I was tall and buff?
you live in another country.
It's true. I know.
I am also very sensible about my crushes, and they cancel out very easily when there's a logical reason that would make it difficult.
Yes. Oh, I wish I was that sensible with my crushes.
It's not even sensible. I literally have talked about like I might be fickle. I've fallen out of crushes very easily.
Oh.
I've not I've had crushes on friends and I've never told them, and it just kind of went away. And I'm like, don't know what that's about.
Oh. I wish I could. I wish I could do that.
Again, I've talked with Aronach about like maybe aromantic. I'm not sure. It might be.
I think
don't know.
you might be gray arrow. Like, I don't think you're arrow. I just think you're not like. I think you might have the same relationship to the arrow spectrum that I might have to the A spectrum. I think you experience more on average, more romantic.
I
stuff
love
than
the
I do.
idea of love.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about when it applies to me specifically. I love the idea of love though, fictionally.
Sure.
When it's other people, I
In
love
theory.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Listen,
I am so the other end of that spectrum.
Yeah.
If anything, I am envious of the arrows.
I am like frothing at the mouth right now for like fictional characters in Black Sails. Literally, Aronach has heard some of those rants. By the way, I am currently like deleting just dead space in my voiceover for chapter 11, the final chapter.
The essay is huge, but it's so good.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's too long. It's too long.
I mean, hey, I'm not going to judge you for falling in love with a fictional character because I'm in love with Karlach from Baldur's Gate 3. I have dreams
Not even
about
like
her.
in love with a fictional character. I'm in love with their relationships with each other. Like, I'm so feral for their relationships with each other. I have an entire rant about Flint and Silver. And, like, are they best friends? Are they boyfriends? Are they exes? Are they arch rivals? What are they? I love them so much.
It's great.
Yes, and I did write that into the video. So I will have my rant about how much I love their relationship. It's the epitome of compels me, though. The whole show is the most, like, every relationship is so
They're all
messed
so
up and-
fucking messed up and weird, and I love them, but they are so weird. All of them.
so weird. Just
They're like
a
the
show
most
full of weirdos.
interesting weirdos. It's just
Oh
a
my
show
God, just
full of just they're
compels me,
all
though.
yeah, they're all so weird.
They're
just talking-
all just fucked up little guys.
They're just all fucked up little guys. They're little weird little guys. They're having
my
a
God,
good time. They're accidentally doing murders.
Or on purpose doing murders. I think Flint's doing them on purpose a lot of the time.
There's a couple that are not. You didn't want them to happen.
Well, no, but that's not him doing the murders. That's other people who did the murders, and he was upset about it. He's very on purpose going into towns and, like, killing people.
Yeah.
And, like, blowing up Charlestown. Like, he's very on purpose doing some murders. Silver's the one who more accidentally, like, murders happen near him a lot for the first 2 seasons, while he makes a face like, oh no, uh-oh, oh, whoa, like, the whole time. Yeah. I literally, the amount of times I have stopped to, while I'm editing, just flap my hands around and giggle or make a sound like a little lunatic and just be like, I'm not normal about these guys.
That's how you know it's a good video. Like if you're not like crying or laughing while editing your video, like
that's happened a lot on this one. It's
oh yes,
especially unhinged. Like
Yeah.
I've reached new heights while talking about my pirate children.
Nice.
They are all my children, and I love them so much. It's so funny. I was talking to my sister, and like she is literally experiencing the plot through my video, because she checks over the chapters for me. And so like I was telling her like an end of the series thing, and she actually got like, oh, so and so's this, and I'm like, yeah, let me tell you about it. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I love it.
It's funny because yeah, she watches and gives me notes, mainly just like catching stupid little editing mistakes. But like a lot of the videos are on things she does not give a crap about. It's fun when she does because then she'll be more invested, but like
right.
does not give a crap about Black Sails. But she is like texting me about like certain jokes that she enjoyed, and I'm like, yes.
That's the best though when you're like, does this joke land? Yeah. Like I love getting to show pen videos when I'm working on them. So just be like
yeah, no, like she texted me about a joke in chapter 5 and I was like, yes, perfect. I actually did call her up because I had a joke that's really bad. It's really bad, and it would only make her laugh because she was into this very specific
Okay, you need to send me this joke.
I don't... Do you remember who Dane Cook is?
Yes.
I know who Dane Cook is.
Oh, my sister was into Dane Cook in the 2000s.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's whatever. I was young enough that it just sort of went in.
I mean, a lot of people like Dane Cook in the early 2000s.
Yeah, and it's just, it's not a joke that would play well now at all. It was in poor taste even then, more so now. But I just like, there is a scene in Black Sails that makes me think of one of his bits, and I had to explain it to her, and the joke did make her laugh, and I was like, this can't go in the video, it's deeply inappropriate now. But this would be funny to you specifically because you had one of his comedy CDs and used to play it in the car.
Off stream, I want to know what it is.
I will tell you off stream.
Off stream.
It's very problematic. I remember some of his bits really vividly because she used to play it in the car a lot.
There's stuff that I remember like super vividly that I'm like not happy that I remember super vividly.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like. I mean, I'm a little older, so I remember listening to like Andrew Dice Clay, and oh boy, that stuff has not aged. Like it was horrible for the time. Like he was like a shock comedian at the time, and like whatever shocked people in the 80s is super duper inappropriate too.
Yeah. And like I don't know, I feel like both my sisters were kind of engaging with like some edgier comedians, although I will say I think some of John Leguizamo's stand-up does still hit. because I remember some of his stand-up specials. One of my sisters really liked him.
I didn't even know he did stand up.
Yeah, he did stand-up in like the 2000s. Like, it was really weird when he was in Ice Age, because I remembered him as the little guy from Moulin Rouge and from stand-up.
See, I mostly remembered him from a little film called To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything.
Fuck yeah.
Julie Newmar.
I really need to actually sit down and watch that movie. Like,
So
it's
do
been on
I.
my list for years. It's just, every time I look, it's not on streaming.
I watched that movie several times as a kid, and that really should have been a big signal that's
find
like, oh,
a
maybe
method. Okay, I'll find a method for us to watch that one.
Yes.
I want to do that one video at
And it
some
could be
point.
while you're here. That could be one of the things that you do while we're here, along with
Maybe.
Black Sails and showing me I saw the TV Glow.
Yeah, we're gonna watch I Say the TV Glow.
Aw.
Cried about it with my girlfriend. Now I need to cry about it with my best friend.
Aw. I'm gonna cry by myself when I watch it.
I genuinely I do think that everybody needs to see it. I just need okay, doesn't need to be told this, but I need cis people to approach it with the check your cis perspective at the door a little bit and
The same way you
actually
should be coming to
engage.
the Matrix.
Same way you should approach the Matrix, yeah. Because yeah, the number of people I know who went to the theater and had awful experiences of just cis people being openly homophobic or transphobic during the film. Or oh my god, that's awesome, Cammy. That's incredible.
Yeah, and also Aronok knows this. I am very much a coward. I am very sensitive to specific kinds of horror. So also Aronok's gonna watch it with me so she can prepare me for certain
Aw.
bits. Because I'm really bad at horror.
I'm so happy you two get to hang out.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. Because, I don't know, how... I feel like we have, a weird, I think, series of things that led to our friendship in that,
yes,
we just found each other, and we're like,
sort of
oh,
fell
you're my
into
best
it.
friend now.
Yeah,
you're my...
we sort of walked away from our first meeting being like, all right, so we're twinsies in an interesting way, and then we just kept talking.
And then we just never saw. I genuinely, the funniest thing to me is that in that first meeting, everyone else thought we must have been old, friends for a long time. I think it's one of those sometimes you meet someone and you're like, do we know each other in another life or something?
I literally day one was yelling at you about Kingdom Hearts.
Yes,
literally how I
we were
opened
already
the
unhinged. We got dubbed the Chaos. The first time we hung out, we got dubbed the Chaos Twins.
Aww.
Yeah.
It was on a charity stream.
It was on a charity stream, and we just kept coming in it. The part I remember really vividly is it was 3 a.m. and I really needed to go to bed soon, but I lost my shit because I typoed Martin Scorsese as Martin Scorsese.
Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, and I couldn't stop laughing for 5 minutes, and neither could you, and we kept setting each other up, and the moderator was having to shush us to do, charity stream business.
Yeah, we were chaotic and instantly joined at the hip pretty much from moment one.
I definitely think there were a few really good conversations we had privately that really bonded
cemented
us further.
it. I think it's but it was we already were just oh, you're my person. Okay.
I just I started yelling about Kingdom Hearts and you went, yes, and
No, I think genuinely part of what made us connect so fast is that we both have the same instinct towards each other's comedy. Of we instantly jump in each other's bits and are oh, I need to yes and this. And we have a weirdly compatible sense of humor and
I was gonna say compatible PTSD.
Compatible PTSD, that too. I think we have compatible neurodivergence. We have compatible neurodivergence and PTSD.
But yeah, no, it was. I just remember that I started like I explained the like as if fuck you, and you immediately were like, "This is hilarious. I'm gonna join in on this bit."
Yeah, like we just got. I don't know. Again, the fact that like within the period of a single day, everyone was convinced we must have been like old school friends that had known each other for a decade plus. So Gabby just called it enabler energy.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
so
basically, LK and I are enablers of each other's nonsense.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know. Sometimes you just meet someone and you're like, yes.
So yeah, Aeronoc's gonna hold my hand during I Saw the TV Glow, or just tell me maybe like
I'm gonna let you know whenever.
Yeah, just like maybe be like a bad bit's coming up, just like prep.
Yeah, I will probably reread a synopsis, or even I might watch it again this week before I come down, because it's on streaming now, so I should be able to get a decent quality file. I already bought the Blu-ray. I really do not feel bad about other methods. When I've already paid for it.
I already have it sitting in my download folder. So.
Perfect.
I already have pre-ordered a copy of Monkey Man.
It's not streaming as in like it's on a streaming service. It's streaming as in you can pay for the film online through digital. I think it's on a couple of different services. So you have to pay, but I bought the Blu-ray, and I'm like, I have to wait until the end of July to get the Blu-ray. I want to watch it again before then to work on the video.
You know, Monkey Man's supposed to arrive the day before you leave, so I might actually be able to show you Monkey Man.
That'd be hype. That would be so hype.
Yeah, because I did pre-order
Monkey Man. What
is Monkey Man is
you don't know Monkey
Dev
Man?
Patel's.
Is it a retelling
debut.
of? Is it a retelling of the?
No, it's more like Dev Patel wanted to make John Wick, but way better, but also with like set in India with a lot
Are you
of
sure
like.
It's not a retelling of Journey Over the West?
No, not even slightly. It's like
it's more John Wick if anything. They literally call out John Wick in the movie.
That's
no, Monkey Man is a myth in Hinduism.
Hanuman they have nothing to do with it.
Hanuman, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's about Hanuman. Like he literally he wears a monkey mask and he does like this wrestling thing. He's like being Hanuman a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's called Monkey Man when he wrestles, but like that's kind of what it's based on. And it's rad, and literally like teams up with a horde of trans women at one point in the film. And Dev Patel went through hell to get this movie made. Like it was made during COVID, and like borders were closing, and he was like literally losing cast members because borders were closing. Like certain people were cast who were not able to. He got pink eye and broke his wrist, I think, his hand.
He broke something.
Like on day one. Yeah, I think it was his hand. He broke it like day one of filming, and some guy put like, you know, some sort of like pin in it and basically was like, so if you fuck this, your hand's never gonna work again. And he went, all right, and he made an action movie. It's like, wow. And then at some point he got pink eye. There's an action scene in a bathroom, and he was rolling around a lot in like dirty water on the floor, and he got pink eye. This boy went through hell to make this movie. I think he might have dislocated his shoulder at one point too. Like just went through so much, and it's such like I need to see it again with subtitles because I have the audio processing thing where I struggle sometimes with thick accents, and there are some thick accents in this movie. There's like two characters who, like one of the big bads, he had lines. I cannot tell you what they were. I was like, those are sounds. I am not getting a thing. I watched everything with subtitles when I'm at home anyway. So it was one of those things where like at a point during this movie, I was like, I'm going to need to watch this again with subtitles and then I'll have a great time. So I pre-ordered it because I loved what I followed of it so much. And I'm so compelled by what he did. And just there's a few bits where like he like half stabs a person, and then because of like the way the fight is happening, he drives the knife in further with his teeth, and I'm gonna think about that forever.
Okay.
I'm gonna think about that for a long time. He said it in interviews, he's like, I like things that are like gross and dirty, and I wanted it to be as like the grossest, dirtiest movie possible.
Interrupting for a second.
The morning of the 10th day has come. It all ends in less than 3 days. Day 10, in which it becomes apparent that the Haruspex' victory will be defined by him making the right choice.
This headache is splitting. I need some rest.
I've heard of the puzzle you're trying to solve. So, you appear to believe that your father gave an oath to save a creature of a sublime kind. A supreme being in corporeal form, so to speak. Am I right?
Oh, that's way too complicated for me, Oinon. Could you use shorter words?
Stop making fun of me. My words are way shorter than the chance of your people's backwards beliefs anyway. Anyway, have you considered... Fucking hell, Daniel. Have you considered that your father may have actually had something very complex in mind and not as simply a huge beast? Something so recondite that the only way to describe it is with that term of yours?
What else am I supposed to think?
Then your father's will should be interpreted as a metaphor rather than a literal description.
No, it should be interpreted literally, Oinon. If you don't want to see it that way, then stay out of this.
I think I'm going to say so. To continue the quest, I think I have to, unfortunately. Oh my god.
Well, it seems like I've accidentally found the thing that you've been looking for all this time. I'm standing on the verge of an extraordinary discovery.
Well, don't leave me hanging.
I'm gonna play a little unfair now. I suspect there's an ancient archaeological bed, so to speak, under this town. The place where the herdsmen of old used to live before the factories were founded, when the abattoir was twice as tall as it is now.
And
I wanted to ask the foreman about the precise location of this place, and pointed on the map. I only need him to tell me under which district this bed lays. Not much, is it? Then I'll tell you my interpretation of your father's will. I think it'll clear up your confusion.
I have my own issues with the foreman. I can barely pry the information I need from myself from him.
I'm in a tough spot myself, Artemy. Don't get me wrong, I've tried everything I could. I don't have any other way of finding out what I need. What I can tell you, though, is that I need information to neutralize the commander. Or would you rather have him raise the town?
No, of course not.
Then help me, Artemy, and I'll help you back. Try to make the foreman talk, and if he doesn't, the commander won't have a choice but to turn this place into a pile of ashes.
Fine, I'll try.
Is Daniil Jennifer Coolidge or Sonic?
No. Daniil's Sonic. Artemy is Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh, okay. I forgot about who the player character was.
It's okay. It's a little confusing because I'm voicing everybody. So
Well, and also because there's significant lag between like what we're hearing and what the stream is seeing. So
yeah. Okay.
But yeah, Monkey Man, awesome, really good movie. I can't wait to see it again and further develop my thoughts on it because I really enjoyed it the first time, but also I missed a lot of it, and I did have to go to the bathroom during like a climactic moment. I thought I was like, I know how this scene is gonna go. I was waiting for like 40 minutes for like a moment when it might be a good time to go to the bathroom, and it was like, okay, I have a pretty good idea of how this scene's gonna go. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom here, and I apparently missed a really cool scene.
No.
So I was just like, more reasons to see it again, and I just was like, rather than go see it again in the theater and not understand half of the dialogue, I was just like, I'm just gonna wait, buy it on pre-order it on Blu-ray, and watch it that way with subtitles.
Yeah.
Although the other day I did accidentally end up seeing a captioned version of Furiosa. I didn't realize I was going to see Furiosa captions. Not a bad thing, because I watched stuff with captions on a lot. But when I saw Furiosa, it did have subtitles, and I was like, that's fascinating. I didn't know that was going to happen.
I still need to see Furiosa. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either.
I've mostly heard it's decent. It's nothing compared to Fury Road, but
not
like...
the same vibe. Like, it's just... The thing I loved about Fury Road is that it felt like being strapped to the front of a car and just going for like 2 hours.
The whole movie is a thrill ride.
Yeah, and this is not that. You will not get that feeling. Like, there's
that's fine.
Yeah, it's just that was the part that I was hoping for. I was told it was different, but I was hoping I would get that from it, and I didn't. And there were parts of it that were interesting, but there also were scenes where Chris Hemsworth kind of yelled the themes at Anya Taylor-Joy. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You can't just have characters announce what they're feeling.
It wasn't what they're feeling. It was the themes. He yelled the themes of the movie at Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah, those are two very different things. It's one thing to be like.
I was making a reference to Futurama.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and just like I literally was talking to my dad about this because
holy fuck, the amount of what's it I'm getting spammed with. I took a bad word anyway. I just got like boom, 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 like of just infinite. And I finally got hit by one of them, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
My mistakes, scum. But yeah, I was talking to my dad about it, and just like, I love whatever weird things George Miller decides to do, even when I don't necessarily vibe with the end product. I think he's an interesting enough filmmaker that I'm like, I hope people continue to give him money to make his weird passion projects, because even if I don't love them, I think they're deeply interesting. So I had a similar feeling about 1,000 Years of Longing. It was Idris Elba.
1,000 Years of Longing. That sounds right.
That sounds right.
It feels right. It has truthiness.
Like, the thing with that movie was that actually I was really wondering about, like, is this movie doing an Orientalism? I was wondering that a lot during the movie. I was wondering what people from the regions that he's setting these stories in were feeling about it, because it feels very inspired by, like,
Wait, did George Miller direct that film?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It was even marketed like a Mad Max movie. Like, I think they marketed it as more bonkers than it actually was. It was another movie that was marketed as like, whoa! And it was actually a much quieter, talky film.
Yeah, that's funny, because I maybe it advertised differently in the US. It was pretty chill in the advertising here.
Yeah, no,
it looked like a sort of like slow romance movie, maybe?
Which is more what it is. The trailers that I saw were like, you know, from the director of Fury Road, and there's like all these crazy zooms and people making faces and stuff, and it looked more gonzo than it actually was. And so I walked in expecting kind of a gonzo sort of a film, and it wasn't. And it was strange and interesting. I do wonder about the Orientalism, because it feels like it's playing a lot off of like Arabian Nights type shit. And you know, George Miller is Australian, so I'm like, might be doing an Orientalism. I don't know.
Now I'm curious about this film.
Yeah, like I
have not seen it, so
I walked away from it going, huh. And it was an interesting but I do wonder, let me know if you watch it and you have thoughts on it, please tell me, because I'm deeply curious. And I didn't hear a lot of meaningful discussion about it when it happened. I feel like it kind of slipped under the radar.
Yeah, well, I definitely have thoughts about portrayal of Arabs in media. So.
Yeah, absolutely. and like, I know that a lot of times portrayals of Arabs are just doing Orientalism shit. So again, I messaged you the other day asking about those turbans, because I was like, I don't know. I still don't know if those turbans have a special name, because I know that there are certain head wraps that have special names. And I don't know if and also it's the thing of like, I know I did a bunch of research on,
which is it's for audio.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you do me another favor? There is more bad news. I'm not surprised anymore. Every crucial person will have to face a dangerous trial now.
How is it this time?
This time Clara came to Murky, and now Murky wants to go outside. Clara did something bad to her. Murky is anxious now. I can feel it.
What happened?
I don't know. Nothing at all, perhaps. All I know is Murky is very anxious, and she's not the type of girl to be very easily scared by fairy tales. You'll be the one scared of hers.
Why do you care for this Murky anyway?
When Murky grows up, she'll replace Sabarova. She knows how to listen to the soil, and so she'll make a good mistress of Earth. And the rat prophet's dirt-piling services will not be required anymore. Murky is clean.
Okay, I'll stop by your place. Okay.
All good?
Oh, Mishka is murky. I see. That makes more sense. I was like, who the fuck is murky? No, who the fuck is Mishka in the list? But it's okay.
You're done with chat?
I'm done with the in-game chat. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Basically, when I did a bunch of research on like Sikh stuff, one thing I got told a lot from people I spoke to was that sometimes the turbans that Sikh characters are wearing in movies, that's just a bunch of fabric shit they put on their head. It's like sometimes that's a real like, you know, proper styled turban that they're wearing correctly, and then sometimes it's just they just put crap on that actor. And so I'm also like wondering if Black Sails just did that. I'm like, is it actually a properly style of turban, or is it just they put a bunch of crap on these actors and didn't know what they were doing? I don't know.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough about it to really.
No, I know it's fine. I just like
because I know like especially like so with Sikhs like the turban is obviously a big part of their culture, but like like the color has like a certain meaning to it and like worn and so like the colors of head wraps, there's a lot of different cultures where like it can denote like their social class or like stuff like that. So
and it's like very clearly like with Black Sails, it feels like just they came up with like, well, they want to cover their faces because they're running around doing things and maybe want to hide their identities a little bit in this moment. I think also the showrunner might have just liked the moment where they pull back a piece of fabric and reveal, it's so and so. I think the showrunner might have liked that bit because it happens more than once. But like it does feel more like they just sort of wanted something like that and worked their way backwards to turban.
Sure.
And the show never mentions them, for instance, meeting any Corsair pirates or anything like that that would justify even how a bunch of white folk came upon this style. So messy.
Yeah. So I looked it up. The movie's called 3,000 Years of Longing. So we're off by a factor of 3. And just scanning through the cast list here, seems like they did cast a bunch of Turkish actors, so like good for them.
I mean, Idris Elba plays a genie, so he's not.
Yes. No, he's not. But a bunch of the other characters are played.
That's good.
By Turkish actors. So, I'm assuming they're Turkish based on their last name because, well, I know what Turkish.
Listen, I'm assuming John Steinberg is Jewish based on his name.
Yes.
Sometimes we do that.
Yes, I mean your name is the signifier of your cultural identity. So that's not just a Jewish thing or Arab thing. That's an everybody thing. So
I do have a bit in my video because I have a side tangent about Jewish pirates, and I think John Steinberg, the showrunner of Black Sails, should make a show about Jewish pirates because he made a really good pirate show, and I would like a piece of media about that.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to find a spot somewhere in the conversation.
No.
I saw you. Oh, you saw me. I live here. This fan. Rosie.
Sometimes it seems
Is that you?
like Clara
But she didn't come back.
two different girls.
Oh. Doll. Not Clara. My doll. Doll went off. Can you imagine? She probably went off to get food. She has nothing to eat. It's my fault. Did Clara take her away? No, she left on her own. She was hungry. Where did she go? She eats herbs that grow by the bull burial grounds. You know those. They have bullhead stones. What is that doll to you, anyway? Mommy and Daddy left her to me. She's the one listening to the earth. Personally, I can hear almost nothing. She tells me everything. She's nice. So which stone is she by? No one knows for sure, but there were worms there. Worms mean herbs. Stay here, I'll bring you the doll.
Wild.
Worms, you say?
Yeah, worms mean herbs. Wow. What a turn of phrase.
Worms mean spice.
Yeah,
this
I
is a very
basically
different
had a whole-
thing because these worms are like things that walk on two legs. They're just these like, weird little creatures. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they look like weird frog dudes.
See, I thought they were just like normal ass worms, like earthworms.
Nah.
No,
It's
they're
hot.
like dudes. And they run around like wee.
Yeah, no, I knew that, and I forgot.
But yeah, I had a whole tangent about Jewish pirates because Jewish pirates were mainly a thing that happened around Spain. Jews that were mad about the Inquisition, getting revenge on the Spanish for the Inquisition. And I'm like, I would like media about this, please.
Yeah.
I think that would be sick. And I think John
Yeah.
Steinberg could do it right because he made a good pirate media. And so I just put it where I'm like, hey, John Steinberg, did you know about this, John Steinberg? Hey, John Steinberg, I think you should make a show about this, John Steinberg.
Yeah, yeah.
And just a little like, and I'm making some assumptions based on your name that this might be of interest to you, John Steinberg. You might be a lover of bagels and schmear, you know, a match. It's very unhinged.
I'm not sure why that flamethrower dude just shot me up, but that sucked.
LK, I'm bringing you to every single pitch meeting from now on.
Cool. I'd be great at a pitch. I don't know if
Yes.
that's actually true, but it would be funny at the very least.
Yes.
It would be very funny. I might be very bad at pitches, but I think I'd be very funny.
I think my strategy would just be like, buy my thing that I'm selling, or I'm gonna leave her here.
She'll annoy you to death. Wow. I
Yes.
mean, listen, it might work.
Oh my god. Not that I have any pitch meetings coming up right now.
No, but like, what if you did? I'm very bad at elevator
hey,
pitches.
what what if
Oh, there's
what
just
if
like
I
fully a
actually,
storm going on outside. I just heard
What if
thunder
I
and lightning.
actually wrote that script I've been thinking about for years? What
Heard
if I actually
thunder
sat down and wrote it
falling.
one day?
Mm.
I have like that unironic, oh, I had a dream and I want to write a script about it.
Well,
Interesting. I wrote a script and it's been sitting unread. Everybody keeps meaning to read it, and then nobody reads it.
Aw.
I will
That's
read it
fine.
if you remind me to.
I mean,
But you're
if you
busy.
if you ask me to,
I
will
would make
read it.
time.
It may take me a long time to do it because I have a hard time with reading, but I mean, I would
Eh.
eventually get through it.
I know one friend has read it, and we're gonna talk about it tomorrow, I guess.
There you go.
So that's something. But my roommate's been meaning to read it since 2020, I think.
Oh.
Because I wrote it in like 2019 mostly.
Oh,
I've like poked at it since, but it's kind of just been sitting there. It's the one that like I described the ending to you, Aronok, and it made you cry.
Yeah.
Aw.
I don't remember it very
I-
well.
I
No,
bet
that's
it's
fine.
good.
I just know all the gays who have heard the ending have teared up. So I'm just like, a straight guy read it and didn't seem to vibe with it, but I also am like, maybe this is only for the gays.
Yes. The straights have enough things. Let's more things for the gays.
Oh, true,
I'm
by
just like,
yeah. No, the worms are also literally just worms in the children's sandbox because this entire game is
Oh.
very weird.
So I was right. They were worms.
Sort of.
But not in the.
But they're not.
When you walk around the game, they look like dudes.
No.
But
Yeah, but they
Also,
also
there's
they
a
are
weird-
actually dudes. Like
in the game,
they
that you
both
play,
are
but there's
and
a
are
weird
not.
metaphysical
The objects inside.
component.
I choose to focus on the part where I was right and ignore the rest.
But you're not. No. So they both are and they're multiple things at once. They're also characters in a stage play.
I think
Like,
Oh my
just
god,
reading
Aronok,
the
I'm
bit now.
I'm trolling you.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like this is a bit now, Aronok.
my autism doesn't like when not right.
Oh, that mood where I had to explain to my old roommate that sometimes the jokes she made just didn't make sense, and I didn't know they were jokes, and it sounded like she was just saying incorrect statements. She didn't like that I didn't get her jokes, and she got
Yes.
very mad.
Just for future reference, anytime I'm saying something that's obviously incorrect, I'm almost certainly joking.
Fair enough.
If the stream suddenly stops, it's because the power went out or something. Because that's genuinely a possibility.
Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had our big storms a couple days ago. It was a whole like tornado warning in this area.
Icky.
Tornadoes are scary.
I don't like them. Being from the South, I am familiar, well, more with hurricanes, but we did get the occasional tornado.
I mean, being from the tornado alley part of our country, where we literally had a tornado shelter.
Yeah.
And our house was narrowly escaped destruction of the great 1987 Edmonton F4 tornado.
Icky.
Yes, like literally, like if you drove like a couple kilometers away, it was like just pure destruction everywhere.
Yeah, no, we've been narrowly missed a bunch of times where I grew up. We would have hurricane days instead of snow days.
Yeah. Oh boy, nature can be scary sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we haven't had to experience tornadoes.
That's nice.
Saskatchewan doesn't have that type of extreme weather. What we instead get is just like the literal worst cold anywhere in the country.
Oh, yes.
By a large margin.
My dad says he's been to your area, but I don't know if he has. He just said it was very pretty and a lot of wilderness, and I was like, I don't know, that could be anything.
I mean, that is a good descriptor of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan is much prettier than a lot of people think it is.
Yeah, especially if you go into like northern Saskatchewan, there's a lot of like forests and stuff.
I just remembered Lola saying it was like the most depressing place she'd ever been.
That hurt.
I mean, yeah.
If you come during winter, I could see that.
Yes.
Ooh, I like the sound of rain on window.
Well, that's good. I don't really love rain, honestly. Or I don't like thunder, actually. Because loud. Don't like thunder. Makes me nervous. Yeah. Also because growing up in an area with hurricanes and heavy
am I
storms,
going in the right direction? I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction. I don't know. I'm supposed to follow herbs, but I don't...
I like thunder when it's like far away and it's not that loud.
If it's not too loud, I like it. Yeah. I like the low rumble in the distance. That's the type of thing. Yeah.
Whenever I see lightning, I have like an automatic urge to unplug all my electronics because I literally had a laptop struck down by the power of Thor. In Florida, lightning's enough of a problem that your crap can get fried. And my laptop did get fried in college. It died.
I have surge
outside
protectors.
Our apartment.
I have surge protectors.
I thought I had a surge protector, but I guess I didn't have enough of one.
I technically have two on my computer. Because there's a surge protector thing in the wall, and then the actual power brick for the computer power cord also has a surge protector, so...
I mean, I've got more now, but, I thought I was using, a charger cable that had a surge protector in it. And, lightning struck outside my apartment, and my laptop fried. It was struck down by the power of Thor. And it was just growing up a general rule of thumb that, you turn things off when the lightning starts outside.
Opposite way? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, currently I have an hour of VO and I'm just deleting all of the dead air between statements just based on waveforms because that's a thing I end up having to do. I can tell when it's breathing or silence. Yeah. And so I'm just cutting all of that out, which will save me time later.
Yeah. That's one thing I really like about Descript is that you can automate that. It'll do it for you.
Descript?
Yeah, so Descript is Well, it's technically a video editing software, although I wouldn't use it for video editing. It's more like we use it to edit our podcasts. So it's a really good audio editing tool because it does like transcription, and it has a whole bunch of like automated tools where you can delete like gaps, you can delete certain words.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't trust something like that because I like to space my statements manually because sometimes it needs 2 frames.
Oh, so you can review
frames.
them. So like you can like set it to like like each gap that's like longer than 1.5 seconds, and then it'll give you a list of all of them, and you can go through them like one at a time. Instead of just no, it's like I can edit like a 2-hour podcast episode in like 20 minutes.
Sick.
That's good to know.
Yeah, no, that's what we like. I'm not like the regular editor in our podcast, but I'm like a backup for whenever our regular editors like can't do it or whatever. So
What's your podcast, by the way?
it's a Genderful podcast. It's a show where we interview gender diverse people about their special interests. Aeronock has been a guest on it, and I highly recommend you listen to that episode.
I was gonna say this is a good place to plug your stuff.
Yes. No, we've it's a good podcast, and I was just saying how like because when they onboarded me, it's like we're going to train you to be a backup editor, and I'm just like looking at this and like this is a cakewalk. Like this is so much easier than what I do for my videos. Like I can do this in my sleep.
Yeah. That was the quest bone that I had to have the bone horn thing. I don't know if I still need to hold it. Mike was asking.
No, I think we're talking about video games.
Are you talking about? Did you say bone horn?
Yeah, the bone horn.
Okay.
Like a bone folder?
It's literally called the bone horn.
I know. I
have no further questions.
I was thinking of have I played you the McElroy bit about bone folders?
Got a bone down hard.
Yeah!
Oh my
god.
For context, bone folders are used for like I think it's for
conservation.
Yeah.
Like paper conservators in like the art world.
Yeah, but it's not just that. I think it's used in general for like when you're putting paper into a book. And the bone thing is for like getting it in there.
Hard crease.
Yeah,
that's what she says in the thing.
Okay.
And so apparently, her coworkers
bone down hard.
Yeah, her coworkers at her like art conservator job would tell her sometimes you gotta bone down hard. And her question was, how am I supposed to respond to that? 'Cause it's really funny. And her coworkers were older people who didn't understand why it was funny. And it led to this like 5-minute rant where the McElroys discovered that bone folders exist. And
you gotta bone down hard.
Yeah, you gotta bone down hard.
This is all.
You gotta bone down hard.
This is sounding so familiar.
Have you ever listened to My Brother and Me?
Thank you for the birthday wishes.
I have not
said them in chat.
I feel like someone has told me about it. It was
Possibly
probably
me.
you. It was probably you, and I just forgot.
I talk about it a lot.
This is definitely triggering some neurons in my brain, and I don't know what they're connected.
I've talked about them a fair amount because I've made a lot of friends through their podcast, frankly. And there's just a couple of bits that live rent-free in my head that I play for people sometimes. It's just an introduction to like these are these 3 boys who I listen to a lot. And it's the bone folders is one of them. One of the other ones that you can easily find is just Google My Brother and Me 7 Parrots. It's the funniest fucking thing you've ever heard in your goddamn life.
The Gom Jabbar.
Oh, Gom Jabbar. That's me and Aeronock's favorite is the Gom Jabbar.
Cause
specifically the animation.
Miranda loves Dune, so that animation will appeal to her specifically.
Yes. Oh my god.
Fear is a little death! I want the whole litany! Not a part of it, the whole thing. Also, thank you so much for the subscription, Morphine. I appreciate it.
Send that shit to me.
I will find it right now.
Yes, I will watch it later.
Yeah, it's really good. But I'm also going to send you 7 Parrots, which is just going to be audio. But, like, it's so good. It's so good. I'm really obsessed with that girl and her 7 parrots.
No. That's too many parrots.
Yeah, that's the joke. It really is.
Oh.
She came up and was just like, how do I, like, because...
Isn't there... I swear there's a clip of it when they're like where you can see her talking to the McElroys at the live show.
Maybe, but like the quality's poor, and you can just listen to it. It's audio anyway for most people. Like I think somebody might have pulled out a camera, but like it's fine. But
I need to interrupt for audio stuff.
Yes.
It's cold here. I need an oven. Oh, is this your doll? Poor doll, you're so tired. Have you eaten? We'll take care of her. Here, take this. It's not just a flask. There's blood in it. You know how to make medicine from it, don't you? Well, take some for yourself. Don't worry, it's no one's. Where did you get this? I got it from a puddle near the tower when I went looking for my doll. There's probably a whole lake there by now. The earth is all damp. I felt it. I thought my doll would want to drink it. No way. There's more where this came from. Take a look. If this is true, then I'll come back and ask you a few questions, so you stay here. Okay.
All good?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 parrots is too many parrots. My brother and me is supposedly an advice show. They don't give good advice, but that is the premise. And so people will come to them with weird questions, usually involving, because their audience is also socially awkward nerds. So a lot of it will just be like very weird shit, like, how do I talk to people about my family's 7 birds? They have the same reaction you do, which is like, 7 parrots? Wait, what was it about 6 parrots that made you think this is good, but we need 1 more?
So I'm of the sorry, I like got up to pee just now, but like I'm of the opinion that 1 parrot is too many. Because I don't like birds. I really I like the concept.
Nobody wants your birds, Brennan.
I don't like birds as pets, and 1 parrot is too many. No, no birds.
I'm neutral on it. I had a relative who had like a little budgie bird. And
a friend of
I'm
mine has
truly
birds.
neutral.
I think my issue is less birds as a concept as pets, and more the amount of people that get birds but don't actually know how to take care of them properly. Understand that they live a long time, and that they're extremely social, and they take a lot of work. Yeah,
and they shit everywhere.
And they're loud.
Yeah,
they make so much noise, and also like. I'm just afraid that like if I like had a bird like on my finger or on my shoulder or whatever, it would pick out my eyes.
Don't watch Hitchcock's The Birds. That would be triggering for you.
I mean, I've seen Birdemic, so that's the same thing, right?
That's that, but funnier. And The Birds is like that, but like they're playing it straight.
Oh my god!
Like
Birdemic might be the worst movie I've ever seen.
Possibly. I've seen clips, but like, yeah, no, The Birds is.
Well, I've seen the entire film, because like pre-pandemic we would have like bad movie nights. And
yeah, no, I've done.
I like me a bad movie. Like I've seen The Room probably a dozen times.
Wow, that's too many times.
Well, it's because our local indie theater
Panacea acquired.
They have a monthly screening of The Room. And we've been multiple times. It's a whole like Rocky Horror Picture Show where like people like.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. And like Greg Sestero has come down. Like I've met Greg Sestero. I have a picture of me and Greg Sestero.
I can't believe that he was in one of the haunting shows because Mike Flanagan is a fan of The Room. I think. Yeah,
that's hilarious. So
he's in Bly Manor. He's the groom, I think, in the couple. Like the couple that's getting married that like sit around to hear Carlo Gugino's story. If I'm remembering correctly, and I believe I am, that's Greg Sestero.
Wild.
And also, like, what's his face from The Dark Place is the husband who gets cheated on.
Oh.
From Garth Marenghi's Dark Place.
Yeah, no, he is.
Yeah.
He's really good in it. Well, he's just a good actor. Like he's a famous actor. Doing, he just also happens to have made Dark Place.
I didn't know he was a famous actor. That's the only
he's like a famous British actor. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I believe it's Craig Sestero who plays the groom in The Haunting of Bly Manor.
Interesting.
Which is all to say that like I'm an enjoyer of bad films. They are fun to watch. They're especially fun to make fun of. But Birdemic honestly was just painful. It was not fun to watch at all. Like it was.
No, Birdemic is an awful film. Like
it's so bad.
Outside of just, it's a poorly made film. I think it's just.
It's tedious
kind of a
and
mean
painful
film.
to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something like The Room. Like you can have fun with it, like because of all the strange choices, and like you can laugh at that movie.
Have you watched it with captions?
There's bad in an interesting way and bad in a just boring way, and they're two very different things.
Yes.
But like, have you watched The Room with captions? Because they captioned some really interesting shit that extras were saying in the background, and so there's just lines that, like, because again, I watch a lot of shit with captions, so we would get very interesting lines of dialogue, like, "Oh, what a beautiful tomato."
Yeah, so like I've never seen The Room at home. I've only ever seen it in the theater.
I watched it with friends in college, like in our college apartment.
Okay.
So I didn't see it in a theater. I've never seen it in a theater, but I saw it with my friends.
I've also been to the premiere screening of a Neil Breen film, and that was
oh my god, what?
That was an experience. So like,
yeah, I bet.
Like before the movie started, like the owner of the theater came out and like told us about like how they were able to get the rights to screen the premiere of the movie, and like he had to like call Neil Breen on the phone because Neil Breen refused to email him because the government is watching him.
Oh yeah, Breen is fully like a conspiracy theory nut.
Yes.
He's really
he's out there.
that
So like they had to
stuff.
like negotiate a bunch of like special details for the screening of the film. Like he was adamant that it was not allowed to be a midnight movie. Like so that's why the screening was at like 8 or 9 p.m. instead of 11. And it's just like it had all these conditions for showing the movie, and wow, like so the movie was Twisted Pair. Was it Twisted Pair or was it? Oh my god, what are the more
whatever movie?
Twisted Pair is wild, from what I remember.
Aronach, I know a movie that's probably worse than all of those, and Birdemic, and you watched it with me.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No! Don't remind me.
The Singing Forest.
The Singing Forest is what the fuck do you describe that film as?
Barely a film.
Barely a film, sort of a porno, but the version that we watched had the porno part like cut out.
Yeah, we're pretty sure because a lot of them, when you look up reviews for this movie, the runtimes are longer than what we saw. We saw our version was like 93 minutes or something.
There's three different releases of the film, all in varying lengths, all with like we still got more than we wanted ever.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty convinced that what was cut out was one, sex, and two, maybe
more
some
sex.
plot points that maybe would, but also like we didn't know who was a Nazi and who wasn't. I'm convinced that in one of the cuts.
Oh yeah, sorry. We need to explain. This is a gay Nazi porno with multiple like reincarnation shit.
Yeah, it's a bad Holocaust film.
Are Nazis allowed to
So
be
we
gay?
watched this as like part of watching because LK was working on a thing about like Holocaust representation in general, and so we watched it like very explicit because we knew it would be bad. Like we understood that it would be horrendous.
Like, a guy who basically like researched specifically Holocaust films said this is the worst Holocaust film he'd ever seen. So like we knew it was going to be bad. And it was extremely bad, but like bad to the point that like
it's not just the worst Holocaust
film. Got the color
film.
Triangles wrong. Like basic shit.
This is the worst film I have ever seen on every possible level. Taste.
Like there is a scene
quality of writing, editing, everything was wrong. Nothing was done right. They couldn't deliver a single sentence correctly.
Yes. There was a scene with sexual assault where we weren't sure who was doing the assault. Like we legit weren't sure who was experiencing and who was doing the assault. We're pretty sure we know who it happened to, but we definitely weren't sure who did it, and we were concerned that it was this woman's husband, but we couldn't tell because it was inscrutably filmed. And there's this whole bit where like this guy thinks he's like reincarnated, like in his past life he had this gay lover who's now his daughter's boyfriend, and one of them was a Nazi. Unclear who, because the movie that we watched did not explain. There were flashbacks to like their past life, and I could not tell you who was who, and I spent most of the movie going, which one of them was a Nazi? Because the poster has 2 boys, and one of them has a Nazi armband. So I was watching the whole thing trying to figure out which one of them was supposed to be that guy.
We'll continue this in a second. I gotta do a couple of conversations.
Lord Vader, have you seen the ball?
Oh, what ball?
Yeah, anxious the commoners are, only stir. A dying aurochs have appeared in a lot.
That's getting Russian.
Rule the galaxy. Although the 4 minutes supposedly killed the last one. So, he hasn't killed it to death then. Or what? Can it really be something supernatural?
Oh, I'm losing the voice.
Rise, Lord Vader. Something supernatural, so to speak.
I'm doing a terrible job. I usually can do that voice so easily.
Maybe your voice is just tired.
Probably. I think it's a harder one for me to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know. I don't know. It's the torture over there. You be careful though. What if it's a trap? Oh, Mona, you know. You two are locked in combat now. Pray forgive me. You could fix something like this. An ambush seems likely.
Thank you, Bruce. Your help can prove to be invaluable.
So funny is his normal voice is not like that. That guy, before he became all wrinkly, his voice was not as wild as that.
I know,
and
he's
then he gets all wrinkly, and he suddenly sounds like that, and it's like, how did being electrocuted?
You have lost!
No, it's the instant he goes Sith, he's like, it's maximum Sith times, baby.
Yeah.
Before that, he's like, have you heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I was literally
It's not a
laughing
story
about,
that
like, what
Gendy
if Darth
would tell.
Plagueis shows up at the Acolyte?
He won't, it's too early, I think, in the timeline.
That's what everybody's told me, and I was like, boo.
Yeah, because there is a secret bad guy. We don't
Thanks,
know their
James.
identity. So,
anyway,
it's
Taya
the least
doesn't have a
interesting
voice,
part of the
so I
show.
can just do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Hello! Your prisoners told me of a bull, Mother. Any idea what he's talking about? A Supreme. Do you know what Supreme bulls are? They're very, very important. This one has just appeared without warning. He's intended for you. Go ahead and check on him. You have to guess what's supposed to be done with him. It's your job. Nothing to laugh at, Mother. Where is it? The bounce stick lot. You know, the yard where big stone sticks out from the ground. They say it's a splinter. Suak was walking there, but her legs got stuck, so she tried to free herself and has broken a bit off. That's why any Shabnak has pointy bones for feet. Any wise advice? I won't offer you advice, but I'll offer you the same answer to the question that you so desperately want to ask. Yes, of course. As in, of course he has to be. As in, he has to be alive, but you don't really have to take him off. Now think. More talking in riddles, huh? Okay, goodbye.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, continue chatting. We can chat again, sorry.
Well, yeah, so that's one of the worst movies ever, and it's really funny.
Sounds
how bad
like
it is.
it. Wow, it sounds like it.
Yep. Boy, was it a time. Yeah, that and the one about Anne Frank was quite bad. The Anne Frank one, though, was bad in a funny way, at least. Like, I was able to find humor in it. His temporary tattoo swastika was really funny.
Oh my god, that one was funny.
Yeah, that guy, the Nazi who had a thing for jam. I love jam. It's my one weakness. And that's a better German accent than that actor did.
I love jam.
It's
One and only weakness. It was so bad.
so
I actually can't do that bad of a German accent. Like, it is physically difficult to do an impression of how bad this man was. Like, it wasn't a regular speaking voice. It wasn't like he was doing no accent. It's that he was just...
Oh, and his Party City eye patch.
His Party City eye patch. I love jam.
It's
my
like
one and
it would
only
be getting-
weakness.
His eye patch was so big, I kind of wanted it to get bigger every time he was in a new scene. Like, I just wanted it to take over his face. It was a film made by some
I
Christian
think that would
fundamentalist.
require some self-awareness. To do a joke
Oh,
like
absolutely, which they had none of. This was made by a Christian fundamentalist group.
Yeah, they're
Of
just
course.
they're just like
They
that.
make the best films.
Yeah, and it like opened because it was part of a series of videos that they did called In Search of
course.
Heroes. So like
It's always the
opened-
series.
Yeah,
The
opened
opening
with this-
was like...
Yeah. Other cultures' trauma set to Back to the Future music. That's the only way I can describe it.
No, that's the best description. Also, I forgot to update that we're on Tay-10. So, boy, I don't know if I'm gonna get all the quests done. I hopefully will, because...
It's like, why do they have to be a series? It's like, there are multiple Kevin Sorbo, like, God's Not Dead movies.
Oh my, they're so bad. No, this was like a mini-series
Educational
type thing.
series.
Educational
It was-
type series. It was...
Yeah.
It was giving, like,
This
what
was
if a
clearly-
PBS special series was the worst thing you've ever seen?
And made by Christians. Like it was
Made by
it was-
Christians.
it was-
Made by Christians. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. Like one of them went to be involved with Focus on the Family. That group.
Yeah. I cannot get
So-
over that fucking film being like, what if we made the Anne Frank story about a little Nazi boy from the 2000s?
Yeah, who needed to learn that Jews are people. So let's time travel him back to Anne Frank, stick him in the attic with her, have a weird romance with this child, and then have the gall to go to Birkenau, and her head wasn't even shaved.
Yeah, it was bad. Okay,
Wow.
I'm
And, like-
interrupting for conversation again.
Okay.
Annie, the rumors are true! Several children of Bodo have betrayed the kin last night. They stole sacrificial blood from Suak's flesh and fled, abandoning the depths and cutting themselves off from Boss Turok's body. You are here to find them and kill them.
What how am I to find them?
They have left a horrid trail behind them. You will find it when the spirits talk to you. Do not eat until you bring the blood back. Don't you dare take even a single breadcrumb, otherwise it's all useless. Schwarzenegger.
It sounds French.
Oh,
It's getting French.
stop! It's gonna make it worse.
What will become of this blood when I bring it back?
When it is cleansed, I will give it to you.
Where are the butchers?
I will give you a drink now. You will feel hunger at once. You will feel pain. You will go to the Ragai Stone and fall asleep against your hunger pangs. You will sleep until a spirit tells you what the trail smells like. Then you will find them. You will kill them. You will return.
What is that drink?
It will cleanse your guts. To bring back the blood, you must be clean. Don't you dare take any food. If you take as little as a bite, blame yourself.
Give me the drink, I'll be back. Oh boy, my hunger's gonna increase super fucking fast. That's fun. As if the previous day wasn't already a pain in the ass.
Well, you like the game that's about pain.
I do. I have a problem.
That and the Jennifer Coolidge voice is real fun.
The Jennifer Coolidge voice is so fun, but I also feel bad
No,
because I've been doing it so much today that it will happen multiple times tomorrow, which also will cause Penn to use the Jennifer Coolidge voice, and we will just spend half of my birthday talking in Jennifer Coolidge voice back and forth.
Do it. I think Jennifer
It's okay.
Coolidge would approve of
That's
this.
not quite as bad as the oh, Mr. Frodo. Just
Long way to Mordor.
might not have like jokingly been flirting. Like, oh, Mr. Frodo, it's a long road to Mordor, Mr. Frodo. Hold me close.
It's incredible. I have been thinking about if I don't do Florence, I'm like maybe I should try to verbalize like the borderline religious fervor that I have about the Lord of the Rings films.
I would be so down to help with that.
like, I don't even, because the thing is, it's like, it's one of those things where I think a lot of Tolkien's issues have been pretty well covered, and I think people generally know about them. I would probably make some passing discussion. I would do some reading on the anti-Semitism with the dwarves, but like,
because other people like to deny that that's a problem.
I mean, yeah.
No, this is a thing I can't talk about on stream.
Yeah,
but
Miranda, we can tell you this
after.
But somebody got very mad at me in person about bringing this up.
A person that is fairly
well-known.
famed.
Okay.
Yeah,
like might have.
We'll save that for off stream.
Yeah.
They had an interesting reaction, and that's all I will say.
Yeah, I got yelled at in public. Disneyland, which was really funny to get yelled at in Disneyland about that.
That was.
And she's a Gentile too, so completely out of pocket. But yeah, and really all it was that I wanted to make a joke about how I reclaimed Gimli, because I was very upset when I learned that the dwarves were anti-Semitic. I didn't know that for a long time. And I learned, and literally, like, it was a conversation with Aerodot where I'm sitting there like, no, it's just they just did for gold and
I'm like, they have extreme greed as their like mortal sin.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh, and I was just getting sadder and sadder. So like I would do some reading about it just to back up my claims.
I gotta quickly interrupt, but yeah, no, there's extensive. I mean, anyone who's actually engaged with Tolkien scholars would know these things.
There's like papers and shit.
Yeah, like this is a topic that, like, I swear to God, I've seen like an itinerary of the like meeting of Tolkien scholars where like this was one of the topics in their list of things they were discussing.
Like, it's mentioned on his Wikipedia. Like,
this is not some like obscure thing. This is like he talked about it in his lifetime.
Yeah.
Said that he also, if I remember correctly, also like mentioned like regretting aspects of how he handled certain things because
I don't know. All I know is I read this quote that I'd have to hunt it down and like I guess try to determine its veracity.
I'll try to find that other quote as well because that might be useful.
It was him saying some cringy ass shit about Jewish people.
Yeah,
like,
not
very
great.
Condescending Gentile shit. So
the
like,
worms are Emperor Callus. Okay, I remember. Sorry.
Okay, you gotta read.
Grow fed with strength, Guardian. You see he is dying. You cannot come closer, neither can you touch. Do not even try it. You won't be able to. How can you? You are neither foreman nor warden yet.
Where did it come from? Wasn't the last one killed 3 days ago?
Your words, his blood wanted the earth, didn't it? So he grew back. Aha.
Give me some of its blood.
The children sense him. The little ones know what to do, ask them. They inherit the land you have other bound to. Bound together, connected with a single thread. Ask your bound. Ask the children.
Which ones in particular?
Ask my kindred ones. Each one of them has their own way of... My word is this. The soul and a halves have been here already. Their outcast leader, the warden of the beasts, the weak, and Bodo's little offsprings must have an opinion about this.
Notkin, I'll ask him, O'Dong. Thank you.
God, the Jennifer Coolidge voice is unhinged, especially coming off of
Emperor Callus.
Like,
I was just thinking, like, it would be really funny for you to do, like, Zimnus. Roxas. But, Miranda, you have thoughts about Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, so, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Lord of the Rings, but I definitely have some issues with it.
It's fine. I don't mind people I just specifically have a lot of feelings about the films. Because of when they came out and all the behind the scenes and stuff and the music and everything. I think they're perfect movies, but also I know that they have a lot of problems.
Yeah. So like, I mean, one thing is like everybody knows this. I'm not breaking any new ground, but like I mean, there are basically no female characters in this. Like, there's Arwen and there's Eowyn, and that's it.
And Galadriel, but they also put Arwen in the movie more than she's actually in the book.
Yes,
way more.
Yeah, but
which is an improvement and a good choice.
Yeah.
But
yeah, nobody really misses Glorfindel.
Yeah, so like I mean I've talked about Paradox before, but like I have some there's definitely some Orientalism and some not so subtle racism going on, because like again like I give Tolkien the benefit of the doubt that this is not his intention, but there's a lot of like shitters out there that will read this into it, where like the good guys are all whites and they're known as the men of the West. And the bad humans, we have the Easterlings and the Haradrim, which are Arab coded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yes. No, it's not good.
And especially like in the films, they are Arab coded as well.
Oh,
yeah,
the
and
films,
they're played by Maori actors, which is wild.
Yeah. So,
also, thank you to everybody who's been saying happy birthday. I haven't seen all. I think I saw my buddy Jake in there recently. Love you. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. So it's just like the only humans that supported Sauron are, the bad people from the East with dark skin. So it's like, yeah, it's stuff like that where it's like, again, like...
He's having a nap. Sorry.
Aww.
Just a little sleepy guy. Oh, God. I didn't exit voice. I stayed in voice in that reaction.
Oh dear. What is... Oh.
My YouTube player's not loading at all, so I'm not seeing any of what's happening.
So here, I'll describe what's going on. There's the little man in
is it one
a
of the
full
worms?
body... No, it's the man in the full body spandex with the white, like...
the mask dudes.
The mask. And just dancing over him and then giving him a little kiss. Just,
it was whispering information in my ear, but...
No, he was kissing you.
What are they called? Imperators? They have a name.
The Tragedians?
Don't they have a name that mask dudes? Tragedians, there we go. I knew they had a name. You were getting a Tragedian kiss, that's fun. No, like I know Lord of the Rings has like loads of racial issues, and it's buying into the whole like, the time of men, like this is the one man with the good blood can rule, and Denethor, bad king because he doesn't have the right blood, and like it's stuff that a British dude in the 1930s was right. Like it's got all of those problems, but also
but he's also leaning
interrupting
into like
for a second.
So.
Thank you so much for the donation, and I
Thank
hope you're
you
doing
for
well.
The dono, nerd.
Thank you for giving me Arena money.
And they said Gondolin was always imperialism.
Gondolin?
Remember correctly, Gondolin is a specific...
Because Gondor is...
No, Gondolin... Oh yeah, it was the secret city of elves in the first age of Middle-earth.
Oh, okay.
I was pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was the ancient elven city. But it's
that's Silmarillion stuff, which I never I tried and I couldn't.
It's hard to engage with. I think there's three what I'm gonna call tiers of Tolkien how do I describe this? Tolkien
engagement?
Over describing things in a factual manner while not telling a story.
Oh yeah.
The Hobbit is the least bad, and I actually think that a lot of the flowery prose about locations and things works really well in The Hobbit. I think it works great. I really loved that book when I was a kid. Like, yeah. From what I remember of trying to read
in Two Towers, it's
whereas trying to read Lord of the Rings is like genuinely agonizing.
Yeah.
I would say the beginning
I couldn't get through it.
I would say the beginning of Fellowship, the first like 100 pages are borderline unreadable. And then there's a chapter in Two Towers where they make rabbit stew, and it's the most boring shit you've ever read in your goddamn life. But other than that, I like those books a lot, and I really like certain sequences. I think the movies are a very good adaptation because it cuts a lot of the fat. I know there are certain sequences people miss. I know people miss the cleansing.
The scouring of the Shire is
Yeah.
the one thing
Yeah.
that I do think I would, like, if I could change something with the film, it's the only thing I would change. Is just adding that in.
Honestly, but the thing is, I think structurally for it as a film, it was the right choice. That movie is already long, and they keep. Honestly, the one thing I would change about that movie is they keep fading to black, and it keeps making you think that the movie is ending.
that was a running joke for a long time.
No, I know, and it's just there's a few edits in those movies that I'm like, if I like, there's a really cheesy edit in Fellowship of the Ring that everybody justifiably makes fun of. The overlays with Elrond when Frodo gets to Rivendell are funny. It looks really cheesy, but the fake blacks.
I love that. I know it's a terrible decision. I know it is. It's so fun. It's one of the most fun editing choices in any piece of media, and I would take that 1,000 times over like good editing because we have so little of that type of nonsense nowadays. Nowadays we edit everything the way you're supposed to edit it to some degree. Even bad films, like they might do things poorly in execution, but they don't have, like, it has flavor to it, you know?
Yeah, sure.
It's an artistic decision, not necessarily a good one. But
the fade to blacks in Return of the King specifically make you think the movie's ending, and there's like 4 or 5.
That one's bad.
Like I remember, like we were getting frustrated in the theater watching that.
Well, and the problem is that, like, because the story structurally has like 5 or 6 endings, I'm like, I understand why tonally the Scouring of the Shire was cut. Like, I do think it has good themes, but I also think it was correct for them to cut it.
Yeah,
because
it just would have been nice to have it like in the extended edition.
Yeah, I think like it could have. Although, frankly, I think the extended editions are perfect because the things that they add. I care a lot about Faramir. I care so much about Faramir.
I gotta interrupt.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry. I shouldn't have eaten a mint just before I got to a conversation.
You want to finish your mint, and I can rant about Faramir for a minute.
Almost done.
Of course, you do know what happened, don't you? We must remove the stake. Why does it upset you so much? Oh, my anxiety is understandable. He will be our most precious half, a divine beast. If we tame a beast like that, no Khan would ever dare touch us. We'll go from a street gang to a temple guard. This is serious. What fate do you deem appropriate for the ball? It must survive no matter what. At all costs. I don't give a damn. I'd be the first to give my life for it. Just pull the stake from its head. Promise? I hear your opinion loud and clear. Promise? I do. Stay put and stay in. God, this is a weird voice to be doing for extended periods of time. She just says things, you know?
Yeah. Is that the end of the conversation? Yeah. That was a really wild image, Miranda. That's a really wild image you posted.
I literally just went on the GIF search and just typing it in, holding it in.
Jesus. Wild. There's a lot on the eyes.
Yeah.
This image.
I gotta agree with Cammy that Doctor Strange 2 sucks, but the weird ass editing choices are very fun.
Oh yeah. There is a fun movie buried in there somewhere.
It's one of those things where I'm like, I feel like if Marvel corporate had fucked off, we might have gotten something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked America Chavez.
Yeah,
I read
she's
a couple of
great.
her comics, and I thought the actress was really good. And I was really interested anytime she was on screen. I didn't really care that much for Doctor Strange as a character in the first film, so I definitely didn't care about him in the second one. And I liked Scarlet Witch mainly just because the character in the comics is Romani and Jewish. But I'd given up on movie Wanda being Romani or Jewish because WandaVision would have been the time for that, and they showed us their family, and they were the most just basic white people family. There was nothing there.
Yeah.
And WandaVision was just kind of rough in general.
Like, it was really good until the end, because a lot
But
of
yeah, the last 3 episodes fuck everything up.
Yeah, and so it was just
the last one especially, like,
yes,
oh my god,
yes,
yeah.
So like, yeah, I love Doctor Strange, but yeah, no, I care a lot about Faramir because, as somebody with a not great dad, his whole thing of just like he just wants to impress his dad, and he's just trying his best, and he's not the favorite sibling, which isn't even necessarily my bag, but just like it just really, really got me in the heart when he says like, "You wish that I had died and Boromir had lived," and Denethor went, "Yes," and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm never gonna recover from this. I'm never ever gonna recover from this. I'm gonna be thinking about this for the rest of my goddamn life." When him and Eowyn find each other and are just like, "Hey, we're both 2 traumatized individuals. Want a hug? Let's get married." I'm like, good for both of you. You both need a hug so bad.
Aww.
I'm so happy for them. There's a lot of things that like I remember really stuck with me from the books and things that stuck with me from the films. One bit that I think landed more for me in the books, but I still liked it in the film, is the sequence where Pippin finds Merry on the battlefield and like takes care of him. I teared up when I read that, I remember, and like there's just little things in the books that really I got a good giggle out of. Like I just distinctly remember Gimli's version of swearing was going hammers and tongs, and I thought that was the funniest thing ever. And like, you don't quite get it in the movie, but like when Merry and Pippin meet back up with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli in the books, there is this chill session that they have where they catch each other up on everything that happened, because the Ents takeover of Isengard happened off screen, so it's something that is explained to you secondhand for Merry and Pippin. But they just hang out, smoke some pipe weed, and catch up with each other, and it's really nice. And I knew
but I
that
also
the movie
think
wasn't gonna happen.
That's a good example too of like how much of the books are so embedded in Tolkien's experiences in war, and I love that he was always like, "It's not about that. It's not about that," but it so is. And I think that idea of being separated from your companions and them going through hardships, and then you like reconnect on this battlefield that you've won, and like that's.
It's just, yeah, I have a lot of feelings. The books occasionally, because I am a poetry bitch, and the books do have sequences where they will just say poems, and the movies do it to a degree. The books do it more because they just can. It's not good for pacing, but it's fun for me, and so like there's a lot of that I just really dug, and I love the "All that is gold does not glitter, not all who wander are lost." That little poem, which I think is somewhere in the film. I feel like somebody says it.
It is said.
Arwen.
Those lines are said at one point. Just don't remember by whom or when.
Arwen, probably when they're reforging his sword, is my guess.
Probably.
Return to the King is the one that I've watched the least because it took me years to not cry while watching it. Like I
still cry when I watch those movies.
I watched it 14 times before I didn't cry. Like, it took a lot of viewings for me to not cry at Return of the King. And I still get teary-eyed sometimes watching just the behind-the-scenes shit. Because, like, they really loved making those movies, man. They really did.
Yeah.
There was a lot of heart in those first 3 films. I care a lot about that.
Absolutely.
There's still probably some fuck shit that happened on the first 3, but like not as much as happened on The Hobbit.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like, you know, the Hobbit films are just, you know, cashing in a paycheck.
Oh yeah, no, super that, and I just the first 3 movies are the reason I got interested in filmmaking. Like I would watch the commentaries, the behind the scenes shit.
That's
to
so
the
cool.
point. Yeah, like Aronach knows this. I've made her listen to at least one of the commentary tracks. We will eventually get to 2 Towers and Return of the King. But like there's literally shit from the commentary tracks that I can recite because I listen to them so much. Like just weird little rants that they have about like the game that Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan made up one time and convinced Elijah Wood was a real game. and it wasn't, and they were just making up rules specifically to make him lose. And
Calvin Ball.
Yeah, and Sean Astin joined in, and then Elijah Wood came over and went, "What game are you playing?" And they said, "It's a game called Tig." And they have this whole bit in the commentary: you can't tag on a tog, you can't tag on a tig. If you tag Billy, you have to get up and do an elephant impression. If he takes you back, you have to get up and pull down your trousers. Like, there's shit like this that's just embedded. The weird, like, the Easter eggs on the extended editions, the fake interview that Dominic Monaghan does, where he pretends to be a German reporter, and
my god,
because I think he has family from Germany or something, and so like he pretends to be a German reporter and asks Elijah Wood the weirdest questions ever, and Elijah Wood can't see the reporter, so he thinks this guy is real for a bit. At some point, he realizes he might be getting messed with.
Elijah Wood has such, like, innocent boy energy.
Oh yeah, no, I saw back in the day when they did Punk, I saw Elijah Wood get punked, and his response was, "Oh no, I'm so sorry," like the whole time until like Ashton Kutcher popped out of a bush. He was just apologizing profusely. It was kind of sad.
He seems like just a sweetheart from everything I've ever heard about him, from anyone who's interacted with him. They're like, he's just nice. He's just a nice person.
Yeah, he seems very sweet, and just, so he's getting asked these weird questions like, you make a movie, Flipper, very famous movie. The dolphin is dead. Did you know this? He's like, no, that's terrible. And he goes, died in a car accident. and then there's this bit about wigs where he's like, have you worn wigs?
Will you wear wigs?
Maybe. Then will you
wear wigs?
Then Elijah Wood just starts laughing.
Elijah's so baffled at this point too. It's so
funny.
good.
And then at the end, when he reveals that it's Dominic Monaghan, his response is, "I knew it! I fucking knew it! Oh, I miss you so much! This is amazing!"
Aww. They're actually
like,
so cute
precious
together.
Yeah. Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan have gone.
I still can't get over the behind the scenes where we just fully get it's Aragorn's actor, and I think Billy. No, it's not Billy. It's
it was Billy. No, it was Billy Boyd. Are you talking about when Viggo kissed Billy?
Yeah, when Viggo makes out with Billy, and Billy describes it as one of the best kisses he ever had in his entire life. Like,
wow.
Yeah,
they're wild. They have the most homoerotic tension as a group. Like, it reminds me a little bit of some of my
video because it's not my place, but boy, it's something. I will tell that story though because it's funny. Basically, when they were filming Sam's wedding to Rosie, Peter kept making them do more takes. He said they weren't happy enough. There wasn't enough something. So like, Billy ended up being off stage, being like part of the audience clapping to like try and jazz him up a little bit, and then it wasn't working. So like, he got Viggo. And then Viggo, at some point, just, I guess to get a reaction out of them, grabbed Billy and made out with him. And supposedly, that's the take in the movie.
Yeah. And they film, I think that show, like, we get a shot of that in the behind the scenes.
Yeah, there is. There is a behind the scenes. You can see Viggo making out with Billy Boyd. And then also Dominic Monaghan said something about, like, Billy having made out with half the cast.
Yeah, no, so They fascinate me.
Aragorn's crush on one of the bearded ladies is a thing that exists, and all we know about it is Viggo very quietly going, "I can tell some stories about Dominic Monaghan, but I will not do that." Dominic Monaghan is just going on this whole thing.
It's wild.
They're such a fascinating group of boys. And then it's really funny when they have like a Liv Tyler on set. She talks about like just in her little Liv Tyler voice, "You're so cute." She also talks about how she specifically played Arwen with a deeper voice. She's supposed to be like, older than time or whatever because she's immortal, which I believe Aronach, you said is part of the reason you thought she was like.
She has trans vibes. She has trans vibes. I think I'm correct on this one. She has trans vibes. She does speak with a deep voice.
Specifically in the bit when she's slowed down, but in general, she does talk with a deeper voice than Liv Tyler has. Because if you watch her interviews, she talks like this. She has kind of a this voice. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Breathy
when she
voice.
talks, if they follow, would you know?
Yeah.
We weird bits from the movie that I heard a little bit of Elvish. Samwise Gamgee, what are you doing? Those rights are still out there. I don't know why it gets more Australian every time I do it. This has been happening for years. It's the most Australian line Samwise Gamgee has ever said in my heart. For some reason. I do this thing sometimes when I'm listening to movie soundtracks, and I know what line of
Conversation
the
time.
movie was.
Has anyone seen that?
Sorry.
In the lot.
Oh.
Warms have a bit.
Sticky
okay,
is
she's
Shadow the
complicated.
Hedgehog. That's fun. Okay.
Those damn Chaos Emeralds. Oh, but I can't go outside no matter what. Even I understand that's no-go.
Working on that intelligence thing already, are you?
Holy
I
shit.
can barely stand.
Oh, but I can't...
Oh, okay. I guess I'm not at that step of the quest then. Oh, talk to all the worms there. Then talk to Sticky? Okay. Oh, wait. Is this not Sticky? Am I dumb? Sticky's Sticky's
Does it say
place.
sticky?
Yeah, and I talked to Notkin.
Is it Darth Sticky?
Such a dumb thing.
Darth Icky is
Yeah.
the thing you're thinking of?
No, Darth Sticky is his brother.
Oh, this is... Okay.
I didn't know there was a Darth Icky. There's a Darth Icky? Is that real?
No, this
In
was...
Star Wars, I would
So when they were
be
when they were
surprised.
making Force Unleashed, they had George, and they're like, hey, if the character ever had like a Sith name, what would it be? You know, because we think it would like really add to the whatever da 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 da. And George just goes like, you know, well, I was thinking about it. No, what is it? Little, George has such a weird little voice.
Yes.
I need to hear it to like do it.
It's
I
sort
think
of,
I think we
it
went
would be
a
my
little too
imitation of
far
my
in a
Aunt
few
Laura.
places. Yeah. George Lucas. You know, I think I was thinking about it, and I have two options: Darth Icky and Darth Insanius. And you're just like, George.
Yeah.
George.
My favorite part of that story is like the whole writer's room went quiet, expecting like him
A
to,
joke?
Like,
You know, like, to
I
laugh
was
or
expecting him to like it was they thought it was a joke, and then they were just sat there in silence, and they realized that he wasn't joking.
He was
My
dead
favorite
serious.
on Star Wars, the time that he just wanted a small ship that could do light speed. And Dave Filoni was like, but you said this line in the movie that like the small ships can't do light speed specifically. And he went, but this one can.
What's important to understand
about
about George Lucas is that he doesn't give a shit.
he doesn't give a single shit.
And it's so funny watching people be like the most pissed off little whiny piss baby boys whenever people change things for Star Wars, and I'm like, y'all understood that George didn't give a shit about this, right? Like,
Not
you're disrespecting George Lucas's legacy. And then meanwhile George Lucas is like, it's whatever you need it to be, you know,
Yeah.
it's whatever. It's
Yeah,
fine."
George,
there's a guy
George sold his legacy to Disney for several $1 billion.
Yeah, he
So
did.
I don't think he
there-
cares.
There was a guy who died in the second prequel movie, I believe, and Filoni really liked that guy. So he wanted to bring him back in Clone Wars, and everybody was like, you can't, he's dead. And he went to George, and George said, sure, whatever.
Which
So
guy?
that guy who got blown up on a ship in Attack of the Clones is in the Clone Wars cartoon.
Oh yeah, Panaka, I think. I think Captain Panaka.
Oh yeah,
Probably.
he's like the captain of Padme's guard.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I just
Yeah, he
remember
just
this
like
happened, and I
reappears
thought
in
it
the
was
Clone
funny.
Wars for no reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because Dave liked him. That's why.
That's
Whatever. He had a twin brother named Panaka.
I mean, again, Darth Maul comes back from getting sliced in half and thrown down a fucking
Well,
shaft.
I
So
mean, they give him cyborg bullshit to like justify it.
Yeah, he's got
He was
robot
cyborged.
legs. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
but,
got
like-
robot legs.
it's really funny.
I do think it's really funny when Obi-Wan has a line about like
Right.
needing to make sure he's dead because like we've been through this before. I do think that's very funny.
That's a great line.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I keep getting mints at like the most inopportune time.
Why are you eating so many mints, Aranok?
Because they're tasty.
Oh.
They're just tasty. I don't know why that was like way sassier than I meant it to be.
I can't wait until we're in person and you're just being sassy about your tasty mints.
Oddly specific thing.
I know. I just keep thinking about random shit and just be like, wait till that's in person. I'm so excited.
Aww.
It's like 5 days.
Why do you risk your life for not coming before me, kindred one?
That's not the right. Oh, I found and killed the butchers.
All of them!
Yes.
Tell me what you want to know. You can ask me one question. Choose wisely.
Who did my father have in mind? What is this Udurg creature marked by the brand?
The creature is all that you have seen around you. The earth and the settlement nurtured by it, from the abattoir, the house of Blush Turok, and the vein of Bodo, to the Gorkon River. They cannot be separated.
And I see what you mean by the little bit of French coming in there, yeah.
The town cannot live without the earth feeding it. The earth cannot live without a parasite feeding it. A question answered.
It should be more specific.
The settlement is dying, fool. Your father knew that the town would be attacked by the plague. He thought not of the people, the tiny parasites on the skin of Boss Turok, but of the Udurg, a creature so huge that the moon catches its sight and changes its shape into a crescent to create its counterpart, with its flesh proudly spread upon the earth.
What sacrifice am I meant to make?
You'll learn that tomorrow if you pass the next trial, Kindred One. Don't get ahead of yourself.
I will come. Thanks for announcing that, Jennifer. Wild sentence. To say in that voice.
I just turned my camera on so you could see my face because I was just sitting there going.
Oh my god.
The entire time. French Arnold Schwarzenegger is really funny to me. But I think I'm gonna go because I finished cutting all of the VO gaps out of my thing. It's the only part I can do while not listening to it. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do that part. But you have fun with the rest of your stream, and everybody give Erin up money. It's her birthday.
Yes,
give her money
you have to.
for
You
her
have
birthday. Give her money for her birthday. To say happy birthday. Okay, good night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I will probably leave soon as well because it's getting close to my bedtime.
No
but
worries.
I can hang out for a little bit more.
You're welcome to stay as long as you feel like, or as short as you feel like.
Yes. I also, at some point, I need to
feel
put
like
my
I
brain
might-
on Pacific time so I don't, completely crash at the premiere, so...
Yeah, very fair.
Yeah.
I really want to get this route finished, so I'm going for it. And if people
Yeah, go
keep
for it.
watching, then I will.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I'm so close.
Yeah. I think the plan for the premiere is to keep sucking back some Red Bulls. Cause yeah, I'm on old person time where I'm like it's 10 p.m. I'm just like I want to go to bed.
Fair.
It really does when you pass 40 or just I can't stay up late anymore.
That. Very, very fair.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's only 9:42. That's not late for me.
Yeah.
Late for me
so
is
it's yeah, well, it's almost midnight for me, so it's like,
But I also have a natural
Yeah.
sleep schedule. Like, my natural sleep rhythm is
Mm.
fall asleep, like, 3, 4 a.m. So...
yeah. Oh, no, because, like,
'Cause some people are
I
just
used
like
to do
that. Some
I
peop-
used to be like that.
Yeah, well, some
Um,
people are just... That's their natural circadian rhythm. Unfortunately, that includes me. And I
Yeah,
have insomnia, so it makes it extra bad.
Oh, same. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, when I stopped working, I try to really enforce, like, strict, well, not strict, but, like, good sleeping habits. So, like, I wouldn't
Yeah,
stay
that
up,
makes
like, you know.
sense.
So, but yeah, no, like, when I was in my 20s and, like, when I was a teenager, like, I would stay up till, like, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, like, all the time. That was just, like, my normal rhythm. But yeah, as I got older, especially when I started, like, working, yeah, definitely my circadian rhythm completely changed. So now it's just like, I'm waking up every day like 7, 8 a.m. and like I start getting sleepy at like 9.
Yeah. I'm gonna try talking to Sticky one more time just to see if it works this time. So I'm technically supposed to talk to him for this quest, but it's not working.
All right, so based on your recommendation, I have acquired season 1 of House of the Dragon, and I will slowly start working my way through it.
Let me know what you think of it.
I will. And whenever I feel brave enough to watch I Saw the TV Glow, I will also let you know.
Yes, please do. Feel free
Because
to message me like I'm crying and dying.
Yes,
In a good
you
way.
might get like real-time reactions from me. So
I think some people miss some like subtle stuff that makes the point that like the ending is meant to be hopeful. The ending is meant to be. Why aren't you able to talk with me, Sticky, even though you're supposed to be? Anyway, so just an important thing to understand is there's a conversation on a bench. And they're going to talk about like opening themselves up and looking inside, and et cetera, and being too scared to do it. And then something's going to happen near the end, and that is meant to say this person's going to finally transition. They're going to do it. True, Maik, true.
I mean, you could just have like not have a hereditary monarchy. That just it's my
That too, but
that's because these succession crises can be avoided if you don't have a hereditary system where it's instead it's based on merit, or it's based on voting, or it's based on some other system that does not incentivize killing children. That's just my wild out there ideas.
not wrong.
Good thing we don't have any more hereditary monarchies in the world today.
Yeah, good thing our country isn't directly tied to one or anything.
Yeah.
Ties inside.
Yes, but yes, I will definitely message you whenever I watch it, because honestly, like, I just need someone that is gonna like listen to me like just babble on and cry about stuff. So.
Yeah. No, I'm really glad that I got to go to it with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
I also like phoned my mom after seeing it and just like bawled. Like I was completely
Aww.
incoherent for the first little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just been like not in a place for that for a while. Just because like, I'm not gonna talk about this on stream, but like, I've been dealing with some pretty serious stuff the last few months. So it's just like I don't want emotionally heavy stuff right now, so it's just like it's hard. But I do really want to watch this at some point.
Please be burnt and not infected. Please be burnt and not infected. That is an infected district. So close and yet so far. I'm getting these quests done. Hopefully I have enough time in the day to get both of them done, because they're... Seriously. Oh, no. I did a save. That's why. You are not the countries you were born in.
Yeah?
You are not responsible for their crimes.
No? Yeah, I mean, pretty much every colonial power has quite a lot of shit to answer for. We have a happy birthday from series of numbers and Chinese characters.
Thank you for the happy birthday.
I don't know if you know that person or not, but
no, I don't. I don't
right.
recognize the username, unfortunately.
That's okay. We're doing a little fundraiser for Aeronog to help pay for her rent and groceries and medications. So if you have the means and you'd like to help her out with a little birthday present, there is a donation link right there. And you can also choose a fun voice for the stream. So I will...
You don't have to apologize for your name. It's a perfectly reasonable username.
No. I just didn't know how to say it. So I'm just like...
It's hard to express,
right.
This person said this, because it's... Yeah.
Yes. So, no, it's okay. You can have whatever name you like, as long as it's not offensive. But yes, you are welcome here, as long as you're being cool. And you're extra welcome if you can donate some money there. That's a joke.
Okay,
You do not have to donate. I really want people to donate.
I appreciate
it. It is not a requirement, but it is encouraged. If you have the means, of course, because you got to take care of yourself first before you can take care of others. It's pronounced Ming Joan. Okay, thanks. Ming Jun.
I would assume that's a phonetic spelling. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a second message, I see.
Yes. I tried to learn some Chinese pronunciation when I was reading the three body problem books.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta interrupt for...
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey, you guys, it's cold here. I need an oven.
You're right. There's blood over there. What does this mean?
You see, I told you, and you wouldn't believe me.
Where did it come from?
Hey, you guys. I don't know.
It happens from time to time.
When we lived in the tower, we used to think it was a bad omen. We began playing Marsh or Coverlet immediately.
Yeah, but what do you think personally?
I think the abattoir people may know what it is. Shadow. I think the abattoir people may know what it is. All blood flows from there. They even make blood pudding there, and we aren't allowed to even think about the abattoir there.
It seems all the answers are there.
Where is...
Okay, so I can't talk to Murky either. Maybe talking to Notkin, like, fucked up the quest in some way? Or made it so that I can go talk to the worms? I don't know. Anyway, I still gotta finish the day quest, like the main quest anyway.
I liked how you turned into Sloth there for a second.
What do you mean?
The hey you guys thing. Sloth from the Goonies? That's like his line. Hey you guys.
Oh, I don't know the Goonies.
Oh, it's a good movie.
I'm aware of its existence, but no, like, that's not the reference at all. I'm referencing the devil from Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, yes.
The
mean,
fandom.
You can't say "Hey, you guys" to a boomer like me without evoking the Goonies. So it's just very iconic. But it's a good movie. I think it holds up quite well, actually.
Interesting.
Like not like amazingly. Like there's, of course, it's a movie from the '80s. But Sean Astin's in it. He's the main character. And it's just a really good kids movie. It's about a bunch of orphan kids, and like they have their found family, and they go on a little adventure, and there's pirates, and there's gangsters and stuff, and it's fun. It's a fun kids movie, and I still like this. It could very well be the nostalgia glasses for me, and I would be very curious to hear what someone thinks who didn't grow up with it. But yeah, it's it's not the best movie ever made or anything, but it's just a nice, solid kids movie. This is like Sean Astin, like as a kid too. Like I think he was like 15 in this movie, or 15 or 16, like. And I forgot the actor's name, but he was recently in the second season of Loki. And he was also in Everything Everywhere All at Once. I am blanking on his name.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes,
he's a phenomenal actor. I love him.
Yes. So like, he was a child actor. He was in Indiana Jones, the second Indiana Jones movie. He was also in the Goonies.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Bachelor.
I'm going to investigate this tower.
The foreman told me about the hors d'oeuvre. It's the settlement.
Did he word the phrase exactly like this?
I'm not sure he has a labyrinthine way of talking.
I think the mysterious sigil in Isidore's will stand for Simon Kane, your father's friend, a superhuman, the creator of this town and architect of inhabited worlds.
That's absurd. An hors d'oeuvre can't be a man. It's a body that contains the world. Oh yeah, Ki Kwan. And yes, watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's phenomenal.
Yes. Oh, it's so good.
Every person's a world, after a fashion. Simon was worthy of such a title more than anyone else. He was more than a man, and it is really appropriate to talk about him like that, like he's not there anymore?
I don't like your interpretation. I don't think you're truly sincere, Oinon.
I'd like to know what the Olgimsky Earl thinks about my interpretation. Capella. I'd also like to have the opinion of a person who I'm not allowed to visit under any circumstances. Katerina Saparova. I want to study these hypotheses at length. Maria may be biased. Ask these women, Artemy. If you're the one doing the asking, they'll talk.
What exactly should I ask them about?
Ask if Simon can be the hors d'oeuvre. Let it be a general question. A simple yes or no in response will suffice. They're tricky ladies. They seem to know everything about us in advance. Yet their knowledge is vague and devoid of specifics. They see very far and very little, but they'll know what they're talking about.
Let it be as you wish, Oinon. It's not so hard to ask. Hello, Katerina, Bachelor. I guess I'll head up the phone line on the way and hope that I can get the Panacea blood, because if I can't, I might have to redo the entire day, in which case,
see you next time.
Yeah, because right now I have only 3 cures. That would make me go up to 6, which should be enough to beat the game. But for some reason, it wouldn't let me talk to some of the other people I'm supposed to talk to, so. Great. This game.
Oh, no, the brown thing got you.
No, I didn't get God. I just
okay.
Damage for some reason. There's a rat ran up to me while I was near a flamethrower person while I couldn't move because of the red thing.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. I've accepted the consequences of it.
Just one with the bullshit.
That's Patho for you.
Yeah. Well, I think I am gonna go to bed.
Have a good one. Sleep
Yeah,
well.
it's always a pleasure to hang out, and
Always a pleasure.
I love you, and you're part of my chosen family. And happy birthday!
Thank you so
And
much.
I can't wait to hang out in person and give you a big, 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 big hug.
Me too.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
All right. Have a good stream. Take care.
Thank you. Amazing. Hi, chat. It's just you and I. What do you want me to talk about? Go to Capella, then Katarina. Mike, do you know if I've like bugged out? Stop talking to Grace. Not yet. I guess I should try that. Fuck, okay, I didn't try talking with Grace. I think that maybe what bugged it out. So annoying. I don't care about spoilers, I just want it to function, so... Like, in the quest thing it said to talk to Nutkin, talk to Sticky, talk to Mishka, go to Grace's lodge, talk to the girl there, optional. Go to the wagon near Mishka's home to talk to Grace there. I am quickly running out of time in the day. It's already 1940. 4 hours left. I'll do Capella, I'll try Grace Lodge stuff, and then I might have to reload earlier in the day!
Father has been avoiding me lately. Strange.
I have a question for you, Capella. Can we argue that Simon's no Durg, a supreme being?
I wouldn't call Simon himself that. He was born a man, after all. Men in the dark are different. Simon didn't reborn, though. As he transferred his spirit to a new vessel, a body huge, perfect, and able to let others in, then he could have been called that.
Is that possible at all?
I doubt that, but in theory, you're all talking about the local ideas and myths, are you not? A new Dirk is not the same thing to us these days that it used to be to the steppe people before. The Dirk is an idea now.
I think the long mark symbol my father used referred to an idea.
So that's what you are talking about. Of course it didn't. Your father most likely meant exactly what the steppe myths do. But creatures like this no longer exist. I don't think they ever have.
So what you're saying is,
if they had never existed, perhaps one day they will. Who knows?
Who knows indeed.
It's the same.
So supposedly there's a thing... somewhere around here. I'm wondering if finishing Murky's quest first is what bugged it out. Yeah, I'm gonna save game. I'm gonna see if I can get... So supposedly Grace is at a place near Murky, and that's the next person after the quest step with Notkin and stuff, so I'm going to take a risky venture through here, see if I can make it to the other side unscathed, and then... Oh, wait. I literally can't. Fuck. I love this game, but sometimes the, like, mandatory or basically mandatory quests fully bugging out is a little frustrating. My birthday is... Well, day before my birthday. The birthday stream's been pretty good. My birthday is technically tomorrow, but I'm celebrating that with my girlfriend, so... was I unable to ask Murky about the bolt? Yeah, I don't think I could talk to Murky about the bowl, so... I couldn't talk to Sticky and I couldn't talk to Murky about it. But Notkin functioned correctly. Right, yep, out of the way. Cool. Fuck you, game. Oh, that's so frustrating. I hope the game isn't fully bugged. It'd be really sad if I'd have to, like, redo the entire day off stream to be able to get enough Panacea to... Like, I really do wonder if finishing that other quest bugs out the Bull quest. Because it might be a little bit like some of the stuff on Bachelor Day 7, where it just is like, ow, sorry. You did this quest first. Now the game doesn't function. Yeah, I'm quickly running out of time, so... Yeah. I don't know. I've had a lot of experiences with, like, game-breaking bugs in the game with quests and stuff, so... I don't get annoyed at this game for, like, its genuine stuff, but when things full bug out, that's when it upsets me. That's when it bothers me, I think, because it's like... When the game's difficult or I'm not sure that you can play this on a... Okay. Mike, do you know where Grace is supposed to be? Is she in this one? Like, I'd have to go back to, like, very early in the day and do most of the day again, if that's what caused the bug. Means I'm definitely not getting this done on stream today. That's disappointing. Well, I know it's south of the train station, but I don't know where south of the train station. That's the other thing, is that, like, the guides are so unhelpful half the time. Or the wagon near Mishka's home, talk to Grace. Yeah, so it's not progressing that quest properly because I can't talk to Sticky about it, and I can't talk to Mishka about it. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's that flamethrower squad that was shooting me the one time. I didn't talk to Grace at all today, but I do know where Grace is. Got arrested by the soldiers, apparently. So I have to go fight those soldiers. Thank you, actually helpful wiki. Still might be able to get all of these quests done. Fingers crossed. That's so annoying. I was playing the game so well that it's just like, what if you got fucked? Fuck. Oh, this is so frustrating. I genuinely don't know if I load to like the start of the day or what. Alright, I'm gonna load to here. I'm gonna check something. And thank you for the birthday wishes. And I know where I need to load to. So basically, I'm going to get all of the steps of Murky's quest done, but I'm not going to hand it in. Yeah, Haley's thing might know, to be honest. I guess I'll leave Swebbery. But we're not going to go back and hand it in. Instead, we're going to continue the other quests. So, let's see. We're gonna go talk to Taya. We're gonna go do the starve for half the day bullshit. This should hopefully unbug it, and if it doesn't unbug it, I don't know what to do. Is that what I did wrong? Oh, I probably need to talk to, like, every single one of the worms. I did not talk to every single one of the worms. Okay, we're gonna save here, just in case. I need to load back to that. We're gonna go find... Okay, I found the save where I was talking to the worms. So hopefully we won't have to do redo as much as I thought we did. God. This is something. Okay, that's why it bugged. Okay. Sorted out the bugs. Just in case, I'm gonna hit this on the way to the Barrow, even though it's technically an optional quest thing. That's such... Patho sometimes does really weird shit that you can't anticipate. That will break missions, but doesn't make any sense why it would break the mission, you know? Okay. Well, at least we know why I'm a fool. And... we'll see if I can still get this done in a reasonable amount of time. Partly my fault for starting stream so late today. I meant to start earlier in the day, and I was just up really late doing a raid with my Destiny 2 clan. Oh, for... No, Mike, you're all good. You're not responsible for my mistakes. I'm the fool who messed it up, so I get to live with the consequences. I'm gonna change the spawn sequences, because I don't want to deal with that. Missed. Thank you so much for the help in trying to figure that out, because I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, they should all be available for conversation now. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Like, it does make a big difference, for sure. I'll check fellas. Cool. In the wrong way. I love Patho. I really do. It's one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game of all time. But in moments where I soft lock myself out of a quest because of really unclear things, I do feel a tinge of rage deep in my core. I find it interesting that so much of Haruspex' route is focused on, like, fucking over one of your stat blocks for the day, and you just have to figure out how to deal with it. You know, it's like, okay, you're exhausted for the day, you're hungry for the day, you have no reputation for the day, that sort of thing. I don't know, it's an interesting difference from Bachelor. Okay, yeah, I know this cutscene. Creepy man dance. Do the creepy man dance. Yeah. It's an interesting game to deal with because of those problems. Thanks, Cammy. Have a good one. Oh, interesting, Mike. That's good to know. But very patho of them. We're gonna teach the player not to go outside during this time. Haha, just kidding. We haven't talked to Sticky yet, but that's fine, because we're going to have to go across the map twice anyway. Because we have to finish this, and then we have to do the thing where we go all the way back here, and then we go all the way back to Bachelor, and then we go, yeah, it'll be fine. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I find Pathologic such an interesting game. Most of the time, like, moments like this, gameplay-wise, really, it's like chill. It's a relaxing thing. It is, it is. Not the health problems and the gotta move fast stuff. Just the walking. So chill. Remind me to go in some shops and buy some healing items. Yeah, true, Mike, and that's kind of unfortunate because I don't think The Last of Us. I've warmed up to The Last of Us. We already did this dialogue. Like I would recommend watching Action Button reviews The Last of Us. Both just because all of Tim Rogers' work is fucking phenomenal. It's the gold standard. But also because it made me appreciate The Last of Us's mechanical elements a touch more. But I generally am not a big fan of The Last of Us. I don't think that it is as a game, I don't think that it is caring much about being a game. And it doesn't, I think, incentivize using that as a primary method of storytelling. I don't think its ludonarrative is particularly important to it. I think it is, first and foremost, as with all of Naughty Dog's games, a film that you can control. And that's fine, but I think it misses out on some of the opportunities that the medium holds.
It seems like Chloe is too different.
You know, there's a bull in the bone steak lot. I do. My doll told me that. It hurt. It'll be over sooner or later. Poor bull. Oh wait, no. They're the devil, right?
Hey, you guys. I do. My doll told me that. It's hurt. It'll be over sooner or later, poor bull.
Is it an Aurochs?
It's not a real Supreme. The last one was killed 4 days ago.
Oh, it's a spell then.
It's not real, but it's alive. We need to get it off the bone. There's a sharp stake in its head. We definitely must take it off. It's hurt, and that hurts us.
I understand. Hopefully... Do I need a lockpick for this? No, I can get in now. Okay, save game.
I'm so cute.
I already know what happened. Oh wait, does Grace have a voice? Grace have a voice? Does Grace have a voice? Reminder that you can donate to decide which characters get voices. Grace does not have a voice. You already know what happened. A Supreme has appeared in the lot. I didn't get a chance to look at him while I was here. Why did they bring you here? I won't let them burn anything. No way. You cannot burn that which belongs in the ground. How are they supposed to live afterwards? How will they spring? How will they come back to the sun? The body is sacred. Burning is even worse than cutting. You cannot burn the dead. Listen, they'll leave soon. You must give your word that you won't get in their way. All right, I'll try to calm down if you promise you won't let them burn the most important body. You know what I mean? Go to the bone stake if you haven't seen the Supreme yet. You'll see a puzzle. It's meant for you. A puzzle sounds fancy. And calm the soul and a halves down there, striving to guard the beasts themselves. Fine. The officer has heard you.
Ordered by whom? Show me.
By General Block, 413th.
I'd be willing to let her go if you'd be willing to vouch for her. I want her to stay here, and now that she won't be interfering with my men's work anymore, she'll be apprehended otherwise.
You have my word. She'll make a statement now.
Even if we all have to...
Okay. Yeah, for sure, Mike. I'm not sure I want a big studio to make a Pathologic, but I want a big studio to try to make games that use the medium to their fullest in expressing their artistic intent. To maximize their ludonarrative consonance where it makes sense to. I don't think ludonarrative dissonance is inherently negative. I just think that it needs to be done with intelligent purpose. There's ludonarrative dissonance at times in Undertale, for example, and I think it has very specific purpose. I'll talk about that in the video. But yeah, I'm not sure I want a big studio to try to make Pathologic. I want a big studio to try to make their own work of art. I already have Pathologic. I don't need Pathologic at home, you know? Remedy tries. I'm not a big fan. I tried Remedy's games. I think Control is a bit of a mess. I feel like a lot of people get a lot out of it that I just don't...
I think the idea of control is better than what the actual game is. And that's the same with the first Alan Wake. I haven't played Alan Wake 2, so I might feel differently about that. And, but I think that Remedy does at least try to express a lot of their things through mechanical elements. Though ironically, the game that I think does the best from theirs isn't made by them, it's a sequel to their games, which is Max Payne 3. And I don't like Rocksteady. I really don't like Rocksteady. I fucking adore Max Payne 3. Agreed, Mike. I'd accept that. Okay. I need to go to the polyhedron, right? That's why I'm going north. Max Payne 3 is a really interesting game to me. I might genuinely write about it at some point. I think it explores trauma in really interesting ways. I think it's massively problematic. I do think that it has an Orientalist approach to its setting. See, the self-pity is what makes it interesting. Like, it's such a good, like, exploration of this man that is just fucking falling apart. Like, he is collapsing in on himself, and it's such an... It's a game that only works because Max Payne 1 and 2 are the games that they are, and this game is not those games. And it does this really interesting thing of taking a neo-noir character and then taking them out of the neo-noir context they came from. And, like, then examining what... like, there's a big, like, fish out of water, you're not supposed to be here feeling that the game captures really, really well. And it does these really cool things with the few flashbacks where you go back to Max Payne 1 and 2 style, like, visuals. And game feel, and it's just... It's such an interesting game. And then mechanically, I really, really enjoy the game. I think its systems are really excellent. Yeah. So, like, I don't think a 12-year-old is going to get much out of the let's explore serious drug issues caused by PTSD game. Like, I don't think that game is a game for a 12-year-old. I think that is a game for an adult person to, like, let's explore addiction in a meaningful manner. That sort of thing. That's what I get out of Max Payne 3, is, like, just a really interesting character study of a guy that's been thoroughly fucked up and chewed up and spat out by the world. It deals with the consequences, too, of, like, his knees are messed up. Like, part of the why he uses the painkillers is because the way he fights, like, fucks up his body. It's an it's not an anti-hero story. It is an anti-heroics story. It's super meta. It's a super meta story, and, like, Max is not a hero, really. You fail to save anyone. Max is this tragic, fucked character. And that's really interesting to me. And so, like, you needing painkillers to function combat-wise, and this came from Remedy as well, right, from the original games, but I think is explored a lot more meaningfully in Max Payne 3. Remedy's just like, haha, painkillers. Max Payne 3 is like, this is a man in serious decline, and every time you use these, it's kind of sad, because you're re-enabling that addiction and that experience. And I'm just like, oh, the writing. The writing's so good. I don't know, and just everything about the actor's delivery for Max and his, like, monologues are... That's my shit. I love that stuff. Another game that does something really similar really well is, oh, what the fuck's it called? Wolfenstein, New Colossus and New Order. Where you get a lot of, like, you really get into the head of BJ Blazkowicz, and he's got that similar sort of noir monologue thing, but I think it works really well when you're playing as a player character, and you're experiencing their inner thoughts, while experiencing the physical reality of embodying them. This is a lot of stuff that's really related to what I'm talking about in the next video, but I don't touch on this directly, more just conceptually. Because the next video is a lot about, like, video game avatars and how they are a way of seeing the world, and, yeah. I'm excited for you all to see the next video once I finish it. Editing it's just been really hard because it's very conceptual. It's not like, you know, when I talk about a piece of media, I can be like, oh, I'll grab this clip from the movie, and I'll grab this clip from the movie, and I'll grab conceptual things where it makes sense to grab them, but they're not central to being able to do anything. Yeah. Interesting, Random Nerd. Good to know. I am curious about Alan Wake 2. I would like to try the game. I do think that, like, from what I've seen, Alan Wake 2 is a good example of a game that is trying things, and is trying to say something meaningful with its medium. Yeah. I'm still so mad that I had to, like, redo all this stuff. Alas, poor Yorick, your tasks are not done. Especially because day 10 is just so much walking. It's so long. I think that's a lot, like, saying something that way, I think, is from a bit from Scott Pilgrim, if I remember correctly. Oh, I almost forgot to go to the right place. And it's so funny to me. I don't know why. Like, that specific intonation. I think it's Anna Kendrick's character saying, so boring. Something like that. I can't remember. Yeah. Sometimes I just get those, like, intonations or specific line deliveries and things that, like, stuck in my head. I saw the bowl of the bone pillar a lot. It's a supreme. No way. Why not? Wait. Sticky, do you have a voice? Sticky, do you have a voice? Do you have a voice? Shadow the Hedgehog, right.
Those damn Chaos Emeralds. No way. Why don't I ever get to see one? I've been lying in wait at night for so many times, trying to see the Odongs bring a Supreme one from the steppe, and it didn't work, not even once. Dang. So what did it look like? Was it really that huge?
Better tell me what I should do with it.
Heal it. You're a doctor, ain't ya? Take it off the spike. It made my head hurt in the morning, too.
Is that so?
And I think I wasn't the only one. An Aurochs is a sacred beast. Whatever happens to it affects everything around. Why do you think a foreman is to learn the right? Did your father even teach you, warden my ass?
Shut at you, I know all that.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I have talked to the 4 children. I should be able to go to the thing. Oh yeah, no, I know about that bit of, like, there is Alex Casey is the book that Yeah, no, that entire weird meta thing is very interesting to me. That's part of what makes me want to explore the series. But I've really ran out of bullets. I used too many looting houses, which like did net me a huge chunk of money, but I could see that being interesting, Mike. I think the most important thing to ask yourself when you're telling a story through video games is, what do my mechanics express? What do they say? What do they mean to the player? What do they do to how the player sees and interacts with that world? Right? Give a player a gun, and the way they're going to see through the world is through the barrel of that gun, right? So the mechanics you give players are going to dictate how they understand the world and how they interact with it. A good example of this is Mirror's Edge, right? Mirror's Edge gives the player the mechanical tools to move. And so the world, the way you see it, the way you view a level, and thus the world, becomes more free. You start seeing objects not as obstacles, but as methods to get to locations and get to things. And I think this is expanded much more heavily in Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2's thematic consonance between its gameplay and its story is something I want to write about at some point, but is really, really interesting to me. Regardless of if you like or dislike the game, I do think that element of it is super cool. So in Dying Light 2, you can choose to give districts either to the fascistic militarized group or to the people of the city, the free people. And giving it to the free people of the city unlocks new methods of traversal within the city. And giving it to the militarized things does increase the amount of options you have for killing zombies, but makes it harder to literally move through a space. It literally represents the thematic conceptual ideas of these political views through the mechanics of these things. And the game is very explicit that like supporting the militarized thing gets you the bad ending where you have a fascist city-state that's fucked. And if you don't, you get a much better ending. One where a arguably anarchist sort of methodology prevails. And the game has these elements all over the place in terms of like the community sets up locations for other people to be able to collect like free weapons and armor and things to help survive, and food and stuff. Like there's a sense of community that you build across the game as you develop the city and as you save the city from things and as you re-unlock power and stuff. It's a fascinating game in terms of how it explores all of its themes through mechanics. Another major mechanic is that like Dying Light 2 is very much about like how do you maintain your humanity at the end of all things. Dying Light 2 is also about capitalist realism and the idea that one cannot imagine a world without capitalism before they imagine the end of the world. And the game says, okay, the world ended. Now imagine. And it's so interesting. There's a lot going there. Like I would argue the central theme of Dying Light 2 is staying human. And like what does it mean to be a person? And it's very interesting. I'll dig into it at some point. I found and killed the butchers.
All of them.
Oh wait, we already did this dialogue. I'm gonna skip through. I will come. Okay, we already did this. I'm almost caught back up to where we were, but this time the quests should function properly. Frostpunk definitely explores a lot of thematics through mechanics as well. Yeah, I do think that's a good example. I'm trying to think of other good examples. Baldur's Gate 3 does a lot with perspective that I find interesting, right? And also with its mechanics all reinforce similar thematics regardless of the choices you make. They just do them in different ways. So if you make choices, and the game never says this is a good or bad choice, it just is a choice. But if you make choices that result in your characters acting in self-interested, power-hungry ways, you get really awful, fucked up endings. And then if you take your characters in the opposite direction and you go through a lot of process of healing and things, you get to see how, like, the abuse and trauma that comes from power affects people and how you heal from that. Yeah, I find that stuff interesting. I think ludonarrative consonance is something we should explore more. I think there's been a lot of exploration of ludonarrative dissonance. Maybe too much. But I definitely heavily lean towards interest at what consonance looks like. And how do we achieve it? Okay.
That is so. You have made your choice, Warden. Come tomorrow. We will preserve his life until then. Tomorrow at dawn, assistants will come. They will lend you a hand.
How are you gonna keep it alive until then?
We gave you some blood. Go, make panacea out of it. If you have it by morning, bring it here. It could be of use.
As you wish, O'Dong. The boy said the bowl must be taken off the state. He cares for it.
The only way, take his blood. Speak to the one next to me, speak to the Odong.
Farewell, kindred one.
Who is to give us orders? It is a shame you are neither foreman nor woman.
The Gravedigger's daughter said the bowl must live, kindred one. Its body must be left untouched.
Take the blood. Speak to the one next to me. Speak to the Odong.
Farewell, kindred one.
Who is to show us the way?
That's the same thing. The orphan said the bull must live. Isn't it real?
Chuck his blood, if you will. Speak to the one next to me. Speak to the Odong.
Farewell, kindred one. Okay. Pretty sure I've gotten all the blood. Okay, cool. So I can make 4 more panacea. Plus the schmouter gives me 6. I want 8 to be safe. And I don't know if I'm gonna get any more. I just got 4 vials, and then I got 3 from there, and then, yeah, I had 4 from the polyhedron steps, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head over to factory building, craft that up. That made the gunshots, like, ricochet sound. Come here. Fuck, there's no more in the route? Okay. That's not ideal? Because worst case, I think the worst case scenario is you get 8 infected on the last day. 4 of each of the other peoples. So I guess we're gonna save here and just door spam until we get a... We got enough time, yeah. We got loads of time. Is it even spawning anyone? Fuck me. I'm sorry, Triss. That sounds not fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get enough Panacea. Because I literally haven't gotten a single Schmouder trade for the entire run. So... That's fun. That was an inefficient route I just took for no reason. Oh, because I was trying to trade and I knew across the... Yeah, okay. Now I remember why I was doing that. Silly me. We're almost done. I'm gonna go craft these last couple Panacea at least, and then... I don't know. Fingers crossed we see some tomorrow. Can you trade for Smouters on day 12? Yeah, I literally haven't had a Smouter to trade for the entire route. Well, I'm glad that she didn't get into them at least. It's good. It would be not good if we had gotten them. Remember correctly, one of these is 2 black, 1 brown? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, let's just hope that I get lucky and I don't need more than 6 cures. But I already know that 1 person is sick. I think Lara Ravel is sick, so... That's at least 1. And there's probably going to be more, so... That's fun. Because, yeah, a random amount of the other characters bound get sick no matter what. None of mine should be sick on day 12 though, so... Well, hopefully I get to do it. I'd like to have the conversation with the powers that be and the ones who own you, but if I don't get to, I don't get to. That's fine. It is what it is. Alright, I just need to, if I remember correctly, all I need to do is talk to Dankovsky, talk to Capella, talk to Katarina, talk to the Bachelor again. No, Triss, it's not all of them. It's never all of them. It shouldn't be anyway. Unless you mess up all your quests, in which case, yeah, all of the adherents would be... That's not too bad, Mike, because I can just enter and exit that spot. Good to know, Random Nerd. That's helpful, because, yeah, I don't like flashy images. It sets off my sensory issues, so... yeah. Just fixing my clothing. More comfortable position. Please leave me alone before a rat appears and I get fucking torched. I should really buy more bullets. Okay. No, oh, come on! Oh, that's rough. That's so rough. You 100%ed Stardew Valley? Damn. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna end the stream after day 10 because this has been a brutal day 10. And we'll do the last 2 days another day. I feel like 100%ing Stardew would be much harder to me, personally. I like Stardew, but there's just so much shit to do. I say as if Pathologic doesn't have around, is it 68. 72 hours? Yeah, 72 hours or so of gameplay. Just to 100%, you need to do like 72 hours of stuff, I
The
think.
Inquisitor didn't see the commander still.
We already did this conversation. The only game I have ever 100%ed, as far as I remember, is Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga on Wii, minus one one glitch. There's a glitch on the Wii version where one of the mini kit thingamajiggies doesn't work at all. I didn't fucking save. I didn't fucking save. Oh my god. Dragon Age Inquisition? How many hours did that take? Jesus! Fucking rat. Oh, they killed the rat for me. I wish I could like Dragon Age Inquisition. I really do. Save. Oh my god. I really wanted to get this done today. Oh, what does it look like, Mike? Item duplication glitches. Weird, Mike. That's wild. How do you do that, Triss? I do like Origins to an extent. I think its gameplay is kind of a mess, but everything else is good. Like the late game, if you play on the hard, I think I beat it on like the second hardest or one of the hard difficulties, and genuinely combat is like the only way to do this to have a good time is spam the giant super overpowered mage spells. But the storytelling in Origins I did find interesting. I think it's the only time that a BioWare game has really engaged me. I did play through a chunk of Neverwinter Nights. And Neverwinter Nights too. They're alright. Nothing amazing. They're alright. Nice, Maniac. I kind of want to do a playthrough of the entire series for Veilguard if I ever am going to play Veilguard.
Father has been avoiding me lately. It's hard for
I'm curious about Veilguard. I've heard that it is single player focused, that it's not going to feel like a MMO trying to pretend like it's not an MMO, which is what Inquisition feels like. To me, anyway. No offense to anyone who likes Inquisition. I just found its writing to be a complete hot mess. And its gameplay to be... eh. But that is very, 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 very strongly a personal opinion. And not a particularly good single-player MMO? I don't know. I feel like Inquisition is a game that it can't figure out what it wants to be. Oh, great. Katarina's sick. Mike, should I wait on the Schmouder until the last day? Because she can get sick again, right? Fuck it. I'm gonna wait.
My eyes look just like
I want to know who the Dirk that my father used to take care of is. Leave your smoke and mirrors be for once and just say it.
Katarina said, nah, I always gotta be a confusing asshole.
Actually, I can't leave my smoke and mirrors be. Then tell me what you can.
I know for sure you're to destroy a woman. A beautiful woman. A woman that loves you already. Isn't that enough for you?
It isn't. That can be anybody.
Well, thankfully, the last requirement excludes me at least. I hope your knives will pass me by. Look for the Udirg among the people, not the chimeras.
Can a person be an Udirg?
Some men are larger than men. Now leave me. Your presence makes me terrified. You stink of blood.
The one stinking of blood is here is you, you cruel ruler. Gosh.
Okay, well, I talked to both of them, so hopefully the quest will work, because it didn't give any updates. Whoever decided to give her actually style nerd, Lamau, thank you for the entertainment. I am sorry, just going,
actually, I can't be not an asshole. Sorry.
It's so funny. Hey, can you just tell me this thing? Fucking no. Lamau. Katarina's such a weird character. She's not good at anything. She's awful to everybody around her. And like, I don't know, she's just, I kind of love that she just sucks. Like, I love that Pathologic is dedicated to just like, here's a character, they're awful. Enjoy. Here's another character, they're awful. Enjoy. Oh, I'm excited for the Changeling route. I'm excited for the Changeling route. I'm so excited for the Changeling route. It's partly why I wanted to get this route done. But it's already like 11, so I'm like, ugh. Who knows? Also, if you're enjoying the stream, consider donating. Donations let you choose voices and stuff for characters, and means I get to eat food, have medications. Yeah. Just in case. Just in case I need to talk to more people. I think the game can be sympathetic to Katarina to an extent, and also just is like, she just kind of sucks. I don't know. In the same way that her husband kind of sucks, and the Vlads kind of suck. Like, it's just a town of awful people, and it's really funny to me. I love them all. They're my terrible children. If this doesn't work and I have to repeat another section of the day, I don't know. I should really save more often. I'm bad about saving enough. Wow, she's bad at saving. Everyone has their own agendas, and everyone's kind of going about getting those agendas completed poorly. And I kind of love the game for dedicating itself to exploring that, exploring characters that aren't easy, ever. None of the characters are easy to understand, to engage with. It's great. I think it's excellent. Oh, totally, Mike. Like, she's
splitting.
Yeah.
I need some rest.
Oh, I've talked about mistresses.
Gotta go fast! Gotta go fast! Is Cabela a mistress already? Although it doesn't matter. It's of no importance at all. So what's the answer? Can Simon be an Oderg? Is that even in the realm of possibility?
It is, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, then the game is worth the candle. Even though it's going to be risky, I'll have to put my reputation at stake and triumph over the dreadful champion of the Scaries.
You've lost me here.
The key to solving these contradictions lies in the tower, the ones you locals call the polyhedron. It's clear that it is not what it appears to be to strangers.
What does my father's Oderg have to do with that?
All I have to do is check this theory from the optical point of view. I must be certain that it isn't idle superstition. I'll study the polyhedron from the inside. In exchange for that, you'll find the proof that the underground capillaries have in the shape that I imagine they do.
So eager to stick your nose into the abattoir again.
Don't forget that finding the source of the disease is my main goal. You're not allowed into the tower. I'm not allowed into the abattoir. Let's help each other. I'll send you a note tomorrow. We'll make a deal.
We'll see about that tomorrow. Bitch, I'm gonna sleep here because I'm tired.
The day is over.
Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain
unharmed.
A new line performance
is being rehearsed at the theatre.
Okay. I'll go to the theater at least. Hopefully it's not infected. Okay. Technically, I only need to do one quest tomorrow. The other two are extremely optional. I don't know. It is getting late, though. I do want to get up in a reasonable hour. I'm spending my birthday with my girlfriend. Yep, cathedral's infected. Fucker. Can I just have one nice day? No, says Pathologic. This is the game of not nice days. Kidding. Day 12 is always super fun and chill. I don't know, chat, do you want me to keep going? No, because it'll take like 4 hours to get to the end of day 12. I'll leave day 11 and day 12 to next stream. I'll do another stream probably before I leave.
The law of gravity is tragically incompatible with dream catching. Illusions have to be let go of in good time.
There is a tricky way to save the specular tower, but there will be casualties. What do you say?
The law demands that we remain silent, as if there's nothing to save but this ridiculous tower.
There is another tricky way. It allows for saving the town of men, but it also requires a sacrifice to be made. What do you say?
The law is impartial. The choice is yours.
Is there an alternative way to subvert your ridiculously unfair law?
We're just doing our job. Why all the fuss? You've got time. Live some more.
Yeah, I feel like the end of day 10 is a really good natural place to end things. Bye, Mark Immortal. I wish you had dialogue for me. Sadly, you do not. Okay. Thank you all for being here on the stream. If you enjoyed it and you want to donate to set some voices for next time, consider doing so. Do the link. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, it's all caps. One of those should work. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, we'll finish up Pathologic very soon. But God, does it feel good before I go to do this. Day 11. Thank you all for being here. That's bye. I don't know how to end streams. Bye. Thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes, all of you. And for making my birthday stream really nice. Sort of my birthday, but not quite. Talk to you later.